I own all the Funkoverse games, 27 sets, varying in IPs such as DC, Marvel, Harry Potter, Jurassic Park, Squid Games, and yes, Golden Girls. 66 characters, each with unique abilities that were created to be mixed and matched to your heart's content. This is my absolute favorite game. There is no competition. I even made a video a few years back playing it with my brother, and anytime I have several hours to kill and a willing victim, I set up a game. There's strategy, luck, and you never know when a character will somehow 1v6 someone. The memories I've made playing this game are precious to me, and I was so sad when I stopped making them. Despite them no longer being in production, there is still a community who feels as I do about this game. There is a large secondhand market introducing this game to tons of new fans. So I decided, as one of the few owners of a complete set, that I would help those new fans out. In this video, I'm going to go through every single set. I will go over the characters, the maps, the items, and the various game modes so you can decide which set you might be interested in owning and playing. As I show off the characters, a number will appear in the top left corner saying X out of 66. Having played all these characters, my husband and I ranked them with 1 being the most powerful and 66 being the weakest. Something to note is every character has this bonus ability on its card, which husband and I very rarely use. We find most of these bonus abilities are only good in the bonus game modes, and not in the last man standing version of the game, which is our preferred way of playing. Our ranking does not take those bonuses in consideration, as we've not used them enough to be a fair judge. My hope with this video is that it'll be your one-stop guide for Funkoverse. So let's start with the basics. Every set comes with its own instruction books. All the pictures are customized to the set that you own, but the instructions are pretty much the same no matter which game you have. So let's go through it page by page to give you guys an idea of how this game even works. Page 1 shows the contents of the game. This varies depending on which set you have. Page 2 talks about understanding the components, starting with the character card. So a character card has a name, which is just the IP name of the character, the ability cost, so this tells you what type of ability token is required to use an ability and where you're going to place it on the cooldown track. As for the abilities themselves, each character comes with 3 different ones that use various resources on various levels of the cooldown track. The defense is how many dice that you get to roll to defend yourself if someone is attacking you. This usually varies between 1 and 2, with a single overpowered character having 4. The ability dots tells you what tokens you get at the setup, so every character can have 2 to 4 different ones depending on the character that you pick. Basic characters. Every set comes with at least 2 unless it's the solo sets. These characters are very simplified characters that you can kind of add in to make a game go longer. They have no abilities or traits, they do not hold items, and when it's knocked down, it has a knockdown side that you can flip it to. For whatever reason, the instructions do not go over a basic character's card, so I'm going to do that for you now. They can move up to 2 squares. They can roll 2 dice to challenge an adjacent rival, so someone touching them. They can stand an ally up, and they can interact with different things for a turn or rally, so they use 2 actions in order to stand themselves up. So that's what the Gamekeeper does. And that is the same for every single basic character. Next, you have a cooldown track. Every set comes with at least 2, unless, again, it's the solo sets. Solo sets tend to not come with much, except the character, to be honest. They go up to 4 different levels. If something would have you go move beyond the 4, it doesn't. It peaks at 4. There's nothing past that. And at the end of each round, you get to shift everything down the cooldown track. Once it removes off number 1, so off the track, you get that item back. So this is your kind of money management, power-up management. Sometimes characters can go on the cooldown track, items, all of that. This thing is very important to help you keep track of when you're going to get abilities, how you should use them. Pretty key to playing the game, to be honest. So page 4 talks about playing your first game. It gives you a simple objective: knock down an opponent's character and then knock out that character to win. My opinion, this is the best way to play Funkoverse. is just to kill everyone, last man standing. This is the way that I still play the absolute most. I very rarely play any other type of game with Funkoverse. So it talks about setting things up. With its first game, it recommends playing with 2 players. You each get some dice. You each get to pick some characters using the light side and dark side to keep track of them all. You get your basic character and your character card. You make sure to take the icons of your yellow dots, as well as any bonus things that certain characters might have that we'll review as we go through each individual box. You pick whoever is going first, and then they recommend placing them in very specific places. Every board has its own little sections where you can place characters that's recommended by the game itself. When you're playing with, say, 12 characters on each team, that doesn't always work, so we usually like to take turns, and you can place them anywhere on your map. But that really doesn't matter. But for the first game, they suggest placing them in a very specific way to make it easier for you. So now they talk about playing the game. Each round, players take turns choosing a character to do actions. When all the characters have gone, the round ends and a new round begins. What this means is that if you've taken out, say, 3 of the opponent's team and they've only taken out 1 of yours, that means you have extra turns, because every person on the board gets to go exactly 1 time before a new round gets to begin. So when you're taking your turn, you first choose which character you want to use, one that has not been used in that round, and you can do up to 2 actions. So this is something interesting. When I play and my friends play, we play giving each character 3 actions, just because we found out that's a lot more enjoyable when you have 3 actions versus 2. But that's just the way we like to play. You can play according to the rulebook or that way, whichever one you feel like. Actions can be basic or special, and a character may do the same action twice, or in our case, 3 times. So these are basic actions. All characters can do this. Move up to 2 squares in any direction. Another house rule that our family has is that our characters, we only have the main characters move 1, and the special characters move 2. We found this balances the game better and made it a lot more enjoyable for us, but again, you guys can play according to the rules, or you can play Moonlight's house rules, whichever one you feel like. A basic challenge, roll 2 dice to challenge any adjacent rival. Another thing we do is we make the shield represent how many dice you can also attack with, meaning that some characters attack with 4, some attack with 2, some attack with only 1. Again, we just find that this makes the game a lot more enjoyable and a lot more interesting and with a lot more strategy. Assist, stand up an adjacent ally that's been knocked down, or interact with something in the game. Usually this is involved with the various scenarios. You also have special actions, so all characters who have these can do them, which is use an ability token to use an ability, or use one of your items. Then there's also rally. If a character you've chosen to act is knocked down, that character cannot do the actions above. Instead, the character can stand up by using both its actions. So this is another house rule that we have, is that yes, it takes up all 3 of your character's actions when we play our rules in order to lift off your special characters. But for your basic characters, we actually have it where it only takes them 2 actions, and then they have 1 more action in which they can use if they rally themselves up. Again, it just makes the game a lot better to play and a lot more balanced. You learn all these things when you've played this game as much as we have. Next, you exhaust your character. You place an exhausted marker, there are these little X's, on the character card of the character you chose. This character cannot take another turn this round. Once you've exhausted a character, it's the other player's turn. Then the next player does the same, and you repeat this back and forth until all of your characters have been used, and then you end your round. So when you end a round, you move all of your stuff down the cooldown, you remove all of the exhaust markers from the character cards, and you pass the first player marker to a different player. Next up, it kind of gets into a lot of the nitty-gritty of the stuff. So things like doing a move. When you can move a character, you may move it straight into the square, next square, or diagonally. However, you cannot move through standing rivals or obstructions. Those are walls. They have more details later on in the book. Doing a challenge. Challenges allow you to knock down and knock out rivals. Remember that every character may do a basic challenge against adjacent rivals. When you challenge a rival with a basic action, you can roll 2, or in our case, you roll whatever the shield says. Your opponent then rolls a number of dice equal to the target character's defense, which is the number on the shield inside it. So these are the dice. They're super simple. You get 1 success as the challenger for each of the POW emojis, and 3 for each of the exclamation points. Your rival gets 1 success for each shield they get, and 3 successes for each of the exclamation points. If you have more successes than your rival, your character wins the challenge and your rival loses. If not, the character loses the challenge. If there is a tie, the challenger loses. So it's in favor of the person being challenged. When a standing rival is challenged and losing the challenge, it's simply knocked down. You can tip the character over or flip over the basic characters. If it's knocked down and challenged and loses, then the rival is knocked out. Remove the character off the map. In some game modes, they'll have you place it on the cooldown track instead, so depending on what version of the game you are playing. Doing an ability. When you do an ability, you choose an ability from the card, you take that colored token, and you place it on the appropriate number of the cooldown track. If you do not have the ability token needed to perform that action, you do not get to use that action. So you have to be careful with how you spend your tokens. We'll talk a little bit more about abilities later on. Then it says that you can stop reading and you can just play your first game. So that's what this. Then they have some full experiences. So this is where they get into some of the nitty-gritty stuff of if you're playing scenarios. So every game comes with 2 cards that show different scenarios. There's one for each side of the map. So they come with these 2. They each come with one single map, but it's double-sided. So there are 2 different types of scenarios, and they have a card for each type of scenario, with one side being for one map and the other side being for the other. So setting up the scenarios, this is what it talks about, how it each is the plays. I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty with the scenarios because scenarios are slightly different for each map. So we'll actually go over the scenarios as we review each of the boards. Point markers is a thing that every set comes with that you can scatter about. Winning a scenario, it depends on the rules of the scenario card. Playing with items, so you can have items that you use when you do that. The next page, though, is pretty good for all things. It talks about playing with an item. At the very beginning of the game, you pick a character to have that item, and that is their item. They then follow whatever the rules the item sets and how to use it. It costs a turn to use an item. Sometimes that item card goes on a cooldown track at various levels, so you can only use it every so many rounds. A few other items allow you to challenge objects, others to defend, so we'll go through each individual item as we come across them in the actual games. Once you have more players, obviously you just break it up depending on how many players you have, and you can mix Funkoverse games is what it says in the bottom. That's something that we've done all the time. I've yet to play a game using all 66 characters, but you better believe that I plan to, and if this video does really well, we'll do it sooner and we'll record it for you. So you guys let me know in the comments if that's something you're interested in seeing. The next page talks about using the map, so talking about obstructions. Obstructions on each side share the same appearance. Other objects on the map are not obstructions. An obstruction on the border between otherwise adjacent squares is a wall. If an area on the map is fully surrounded by an obstruction, it cannot be entered for any reason. Pretty simple. They are all highlighted in really bright colors depending on the color of each set. So each set has its own color. Some of them look really similar and it's hard to tell them apart. That's a different complaint. So it's very clear what's a wall and what's an obstruction and what you can't go through and what you can. Each instructions also contain examples to make it really clear for you. What your character can see. This is important because a lot of the abilities have these things called a line of sight. So if you can't see a character, you can't use an ability on them. So rule 1, when an obstruction interrupts this line, your character cannot see the square. Pretty simple. Rule 2, if the line passes through any part of a square occupied by a standing rival, you can see, your character cannot see past that rival's square. So a rival acts as a wall and obstruction. Rule 3, if the line passes through any part of the square occupied by an ally, your character can see past that ally square. They go under the logic that if it's an enemy, they're trying to hide their allies behind them. If it's an ally, they're moving out of the way so you can see the enemy that's behind them. If the line passes through where 4 corners meet, and an opponent's character occupies one of those squares, your character can still see past that corner. It next then talks about adjacency. So a square is adjacent if it's straight, beside, or diagonal to your character. However, the character must also be able to see the square. And then it has a ton of various images that I'm showing on the screen now that are super useful to kind of explaining what is called line of sight and what's not. Makes it a lot easier for you when you can see little images. So there's all of the different examples of what I was just talking about. The next 2 pages are all about moving. So basic move, a character moves by doing a basic action. It says the character can move up to 2 squares. Like I said, I like to make the big boys only move 1 square, and then the basic characters be able to move 2. There's also a lot of special moves. When moving something, you can use the following rules. 1, you cannot move things through obstructions. 2, you can move something into a square partially occupied by an obstruction, but only if the obstruction does not occupy the center of the square, so that's pretty simple. If the obstruction is on the corner of a square, you cannot move something diagonally through that corner. There's a wall there, guys. You can move something through a square occupied by one of your allies. Rule 5, you cannot move something through a square occupied by a standing rival. And Rule 6, you cannot end something's move in a square occupied by an ally or a rival. Again, there's a bunch of pages with lots of lovely images that kind of specifies all of these different rules and stuff like that, so it's pretty easy to see how it actually works. The next 2 pages are all about challenges and getting into the nitty-gritty. It talks about a basic challenge being rolling 2 dice, or in my rules, rolling 1 dice per the shield. Challenge number. So the word challenge followed by a number means you challenge an adjacent target, and you roll the amount of dice equal to the number that follows challenges. This is for special abilities that people have. The word ranged followed by a number means the target must be within that number of squares. The challenger must be able to see the target. So I'm reading currently out of the Jurassic Park one of their earlier sets. Later on, the game starts specifying whether or not you need to see the target or not to use an action. So in Moonlight Rules, we do, if it just says range, you can hit them even if you can't see them. A lot of these are really fancy magic spells, so it kind of makes sense. But if it says you have to see a character, then that means you have to see them. So that's how we play. It makes it a lot more interesting. Again, it balances people a lot better. It fixed a lot of balancing issues we had with characters. Makes a few a little overpowered, but honestly, that's part of the fun of the game. Defense, the number inside the shield of the target character shows how many device the defender has. They have resolving a challenge, which is exactly the same as in the previous play when it's teaching you how to play basically, so I'm not going to review that again. And then some abilities also allow you to do multiple challenges. Whenever you're challenging multiple targets or single target more than once, you just go back and forth. You also have to call who you are challenging before you roll your dice as the challenger. This is really important. Otherwise, you can just fail and be like, oh, I was fighting this person who it's not as big of a deal if I don't take them out or not. And that just gets complicated. You've got to pick first, okay? It just makes the game a lot more strategic and maybe a little bit luck-coded, but you know. Then the next page, it shows all about ranged attacks and images, like involving walls and all of that cool stuff. The last page talks about abilities, which are super important to go over. So when you choose to have a character do the ability actions, you have to choose the ability, you have to spend that token on from your pool to the proper ability cost, and you have to follow the rules of the ability. Something important to note is that all of your Funkoverse characters have a shared ability pool. So once you pick out all your characters, you throw all of their ability tokens in a single pile, and anyone can use any of them. They're not stuck with only using the 2 they came with. So this allows you to use, someone can use 2 to 3 powers in a row by pulling from someone else's ability that they had. And this is just key to making the game playable. I tell you, if you don't do that, it's not a playable experience. It's not enjoyable. So there are 4 different types of abilities in the Funkoverse. Most sets only come with 3 different types. There's very few that use all 4. So there's the blue one. Characters with these abilities exhibit finesse, agility, and coordination. Such abilities often provide ways for the characters to be faster and more flexible. The red power, characters with these abilities exhibit forcefulness, strength, and fortitude. Such abilities often provide ways for characters to be mighty or more resilient. The gray token, characters with these abilities exhibit cunning, ingenuity, and deception. Such abilities often provide way for characters to trick or inhibit rivals. And then finally, the yellow, characters with these abilities exhibit leadership, charisma, and willpower. Such abilities often provide ways to bolster allies or give them actions. And then it just talks about many abilities let you challenge things. There are also traits. However, you do not need to send an ability token to use character traits. It applies all the other time. Traits were what I was talking about early on, that me and my husband and all of our friends, we never play with traits because a lot of the traits are really bad. Like, they're only really good if you're playing scenarios instead of the knockout version, which is what we like to play. And then others are super overpowered. So we found when we play with traits, it completely unbalances the game. and it would take a lot of different plays and error and trial for us to figure out how to use traits and balance them. This is something we plan to work on this year as we play, as we want to introduce traits in and figure out how to balance them properly. And I might do an updated tier list of all of my Funkoverse characters at the end of it, maybe in a short version, once we're done doing that, but that's going to be a while for that. I will still, of course, go over every single trait and how I think it would be best used as we go through all of the different characters, because this is a comprehensive guide, so don't worry, I will still review and talk about the traits for each of the different sets. The last pages are just the glossary of available terms. We kind of went through all of them as we went through the book, so I see no need to go through them, but this is super useful if it uses a term and you're just like, wait, what the heck does that even mean? You can go to the glossary of ability terms. It's usually about 3 pages, and it will explain everything. And that's the entire instruction manual. Like I said, it's the same for every single book, except for the solo sets, because the solo sets are special, as you'll find out as we review them all. And now that we have finished going through the rulebook, let's take a deep dive into each of the individual sets. This is the Alice in Wonderland set. As you can see, as I show you the front cover, tis another Chase edition. The Chase edition is definitely focused towards the evil queen, as you'll see when I take a look at the characters. On the back, this is what it all comes with, so you can take a gander at that. We, of course, have the instruction manual, which has that same art on it, looking very cool and dramatic. And on the back, it advertises the Nightmare Before... Sorry for shaking the camera. The Nightmare Before Christmas set. So that's what that advertises. We're not done yet, though. We gotta take a look at our little boards here, which are very cute with the art. And then they're a bright pink, because of course it's Alice in Wonderland. It's gonna be pink. This one is fun. It comes with the map. It also comes with an entirely different game mode, which we'll get through when we get to the series cards. But you can play croquet in this game, and I love that you can. So it has all of these various pieces that belong with the croquet board. You've got your starter turn token, 2 yellows, 1 blue, 1 red, all the little Xy things you need. They've got the little star flag guys. You've got these are part of the croquet game as well. Our 2 items are both pretty similar. They're the little flamingo mallets. You got a pink one and you got a green one. They've got their little eyes on them, their little hair, their little beaks of different colors, which is very cute. I like them. Some might say it's lazy, but I think it's creative. So they have a white rabbit token, which I'll show a close-up to earlier, as well as a status card for the evil queen. It comes with 6 dice. The theme is pink, so are the gems, and the 2 cards for the various maps. Alice's friend is going to be a kitten, and the evil queen of hearts is going to be the playing card. Now let me show you the really cool part about the Chase version of the set. First off is with the Queen of Hearts. She's sparkly, and don't worry, this is not a shedding sparkle. I've never had sparkles shed on me from her set. So she's got this beautiful sparkly set. She's got her earrings, her crown's even sparkly. She's got little ribbons in her bun. She looks so angry. The checkered dress, the beautiful earrings, ruffles. She looks stunning. Alice is also really cute in her little simple dress. Don't mind her looking a little dirtied up. I play these characters an awful lot. She's got the cute little bow in the back. And because it's Queen of the Hearts, everyone's heard of the experience Off With Your Head. There is a debate, so if you own the Alice set, the Alice Chase edition set, tell me if this is intentional or not, because we think it is, but it could also be my set's broken. Alice's head, it just pops off. Just like that. None of the other characters do that. Only her. So you guys who own the Chase edition of the set, just let me know if this is an intended feature, if your Alice's head can pop up, or if I literally just have a broken set, but it's broken in such a way that it makes so much sense that I just don't know. So now that we've gone through all of that stuff, let's take a look at the maps that this game has to offer, as well as the cool new game mode that it gives us. Starting off with the classic 2-player side set, it is the Mad Hatter's Party, or the Tea Party as they call it. The game mode you can do with this is Runners. Clean cup, move down, move down. There are so many used cups on the table that it's hard to find a clean one to drink from. Search the table for clean cups before your rivals take them all for yourself. So this one is you both start at either ends, and your goal is just to collect as many points as you can by going to all the different point markers, which are, I guess, the clean cups. This is the flags. Is that a white rabbit on the other side of the table, or just the dormouse? Better run over to the other side of the garden to check. Following him may be your only way to get back home. So this is a capture the flag game style. So that's how this one works. Let's flip it to the other side, and I can teach you guys how to play croquet. This map is extremely open. There are only 3 barriers. They are those trees in each of the top corners. There are no other barriers. It's one of the most open maps in the entire game. And there is a basic game mode that you can play with this. It's called Territory. White roses were planted in the red rose garden by mistake. While painting the roses red, you heard someone coming. Quick, clean up the paintbrushes before you get caught. So your goal is just to stay in that scoring area that's in the top there. The longer you stay in there, the more points you get. If you kill rivals in there, you get points, all of that fun stuff. So that's what that one is. But let's talk croquet. So this is the croquet. So as you can see, there's some unique setups here. We have all of these cute little guys. This is what they look like. So here you are. These are what they all look the same there. And then you have your 2 little croquet things. You each have a starting area and your own little starting croquet. Here's what they look like. It's a little green one and a little pink one, and they're just so cute. The other thing you do is each player has their own little check mark that they take with them, though they'll need those. And what you do is characters may be... So the premise of this game is that you've been invited to play a game of croquet with your rivals. Fortunately, it looks like the match may not be as friendly as you thought it would be. So characters may challenge their team's ball, push the ball in a straight line, a number of squares equal to the successes rolled. You may not choose to move less than the full amount of success rolls. You have to do the full amount. The ball would enter a square with an obstruction, then end its movement. The ball would enter a square with another ball or character, end its movement. Then move the other ball or character the remaining distance in the same direction, so you can push each other with the balls. If the ball moves through a wicket without your check marker, place your check marker on that wicket. So these are the little check markers that you would place on the wicket that you got through. If you place your check marker on the wicket, you gain a point. If you interact with a point marker, so those are those A, B, C, D things, you gain another point. And if you knock out a rival, you gain a point. And then you just try to gain as many points as you can by going through all the different wickets. So you want to go through different ones. You can't go through the same one twice. If you go through this one, you put a check mark on it. It means you can't do it again. So you could aim. Maybe you go through that one, get to move the check mark it. Then you could go back and forth between 2, bounce between all 4. It's just a fun game. It's a really cool, really unique game that makes sense for this map and for this set. I really do love the croquet set. But what about the characters who will be fighting out with their mallets? Well, we have Alice and the Queen of Hearts. Alice is right here, so she is curiouser and curiouser. Choose a token within 3 squares that Alice can see, and she gets to be adjacent to it. So there's lots of other characters who will place tokens down, and she can interact with all of those. Grow larger, she does a challenge 2 to each adjacent rival and pushes them, each adjacent rival and token 1 square, which is huge. Quite literally. And then grow smaller, move 2, and this may move Alice through rivals and obstructions. That's right, Alice can move through walls. It's revolutionary. There's only 2 people in the entire game who can move through walls, and she is one of them. Follow that white rabbit. When Alice becomes exhausted, you may place the white rabbit minion token in a square Alice can see, and then Alice may do a move 1 towards this white rabbit. So this is the little white rabbit token, so she's exhausted. She can place this, it doesn't really matter where, and then move 1 square towards it. And then each time she gets exhausted, she gets to move the white rabbit around the map. And then it's a token that people can interact with and do things with on the board. Next up, or I should say last up, is the Queen of Hearts, our sparkly icon. She is off with their heads. It's a challenge 4. If the Queen is angry, you get to decrease this ability cost by 2. All ways are my ways, move 1. An ally does a move 2. And if the Queen is angry, they do a challenge 2. Then she has her Imperial Majesty. Choose a rival or token the Queen can see within 2 squares and move them 2 squares. So get to the part where I lose my temper. At the start of the game, give the Queen the temper status card. After a rival the Queen can see doesn't interact or assist, place the temper status card on the 2 of your cooldown track and do a basic move or challenge. So this is that temper card. When the temper status card is on your cooldown track, the Queen is angry. So she gets angry if she sees another teammate helping out another teammate. So if a teammate's if an enemy is being helpful to their teammate, she gets really angry. She puts this on the track, and that means that she has a temper now. She has a temper now. She can do these other extra things. If you don't want to be dealing with this part, the way that you play we play it when we're not playing with these is this one, challenge 4. It's just challenge 4. We do not decrease the cost. Well, this one we do give the challenge to the ally, and that's kind of our way of balancing it if you don't want to try to deal with keeping track of the temper card, although it's not the hardest thing to keep track of, thankfully. We have to, of course, talk about our mallets, the pink and green flamingo mallets. They do slightly different things. So this pink flamingo mallet is a move 1, challenge 3. Well, the green flamingo mallet is a challenge 3 and then move the target 1 square. So they're both challenges 3, but one of them you get to move and the other you get to move someone else. And it makes sense. The green one is the queen's. She'll have you moving other people around. Well, the pink one's is Alice, and of course she'll just be moving around because she's not a bully. And that's this set. So that's everything in the set. It's a really cool set. It has a cool game mode, really cool characters, really cool items, or solid items, I should say, a bonus mode with the things, and the map is really cute and a cool and fun one to play with. So I really like this dual set, and I definitely think this one is well worth the Chase Edition, especially if Alice's head coming off is intended for that Chase Edition. So yeah, there's the Alice in Wonderland set. Time to take a look at the Avengers set. So let's start with the box itself. Here we are with the big thing of Marvel, with all of the stuff on it. Ignore the fact I have black goop on it. I bought it used. We have on the back, shows everything that the set comes with, so don't worry, just because I bought it used doesn't mean it doesn't have everything in it. It does. We're all good here. I also have the instructions manuals with on the back it advertising the cool Thanos set that you can get, as well as an FAQ with some of the little things you could have in case you have any questions. They can answer it in the back of your set for you. We have our little power cards, which are red. Because of course Marvel's red, because DC's blue, and that's the only thing that makes sense. We have our map here. We have 3 blue tokens, 2 gray, 2 red, and 2 yellow. Our starter token, we have one of the little flag tokens. We have 4 little target tokens. These are Black Panther's tokens. We'll get into that more. All of the little X markers, including a glitched one where they cut it out as a circle instead of a square. And then we have the ABC ones. These are supposed to be the red ones. All my set was mixed up, and I grabbed the wrong color. The thing I want to talk about real quick are these 2 guys. I'd rather talk about them now than later. These are something that you can add into the game. So we have, so you can add this to any game you're playing, any map. You just place them in there where you feel best. So this is Hack the Terminal. Your characters may interact with the terminal to secure it. While the terminal is secured at the start of the round, you may shift a token on your cooldown track down to here. Oh, I just flung the terminal. One moment. Here is what the terminal looks like. I'm sure you guys remember this little guy from, I think it's a Captain America movie with Black Widow go, and then he kind of blows up and self-destructs and stuff. So that's that one. And then the other one we have is Retrieve the Vibranium. Your characters may interact with the Vibranium to secure it. While the Vibranium is secured, your characters roll 1 extra die on their first non-range challenge they do each turn, which sounds way cooler than the terminal, not gonna lie. And there's what it looks like. It's got some vials in there and this fun little case. So this is something you could throw on any map to add a little extra spice to it. So this game came with those. And it came with those instead of any items that characters can hold. Don't worry, all 4 of the Avengers characters can still hold items because, of course, they're supposed to be able to interact with any and all games. So they can still hold objects. But instead of getting cool objects, you got these 2 things to throw on the map instead that you can interact with. You have your classic 6 dice, your 2 little cards with game modes, and some red dice because, you know, it's Marvel, so it's going to be red. This is a 4-player set. That means that each main character also comes with their little minion, so 4 people could play this set together if they want to. So we have a shield operative, a shield agent. Those 2 are different. Don't get them confused. We have Dora Milaje and the Iron Drone. So those are the 4 that come with it. But now that we've reviewed all of that stuff, I think it's time to take a deeper dive on the map and characters. As this is a 4-player game, we have one of those 4-player symmetrical maps with some 4-player game modes to go with it. So we have Triumph. Controlling a vital checkpoint can be an effective strategy during an operation. Seize the center of the laboratory from your rivals and hold on to it to ensure victory for your team. So this is Sherry's lab, in case you were wondering what this map was. So in order to hold it, you each have your own little starting points. It's kind of like King of the Hill. The longer you stand on the little flaggy thing, the more points you get, and so on. So that's what that is. The other one you can do is Scrimmage. Using powers in the laboratory can be dangerous, even for the Avengers. Practice taking down targets without blowing everyone up. So this one's kind of a free-for-all. You all try to steal each other's targets, and you get points as you steal them. So you enter into each starting area, try to hit the targets, and steal them and all that stuff. So that's what that is. So that is that map. Let's take a look at the full art map. This is the Helicarrier Bridge with the classic eagle design on it. Super cool details. It has the bloodied little cards that Carson had. If you look over here, it has the game over of someone playing a classic video game on their screen during work, files, all that stuff. Really fun Easter eggs inside this map, let me tell you. Game modes you could play with it. The classic leaders. Matching your team's strengths against your opponent's weaknesses is an essential part of combat leadership, and a skill that all Avengers should master. Show your rivals whose leadership is more effective today. So this is, you kill the leader, so you get more points. If a leader kills a leader, you get even more points. So you get various points depending on who kills who. Then we have the Siege. The Avengers must always be prepared for an attack on their mobile command center. Learn how to defend the Helicarrier Bridge from hostile forces by running through this training exercise against your rivals. So this one's a little different, a little unique to the map. So at the so you set up basically the players with light bases is the defender, the player with dark bases is an attacker. On the first turn, the attacker goes first. The defender's starting area is the melee. So pretty much at the end of the round, if a defender has at least one character in the melee, they gain a point. One additional point if they have more characters in the melee than the attacker. So kind of how this is, it's a interesting version of there's a different game mode that's pretty similar to this, where your goal is to get into the area, like a basic area, and gain points if you stay in that area and stuff, except it's a little bit more complicated version of that, but you can read all the instructions there and see how it works. And that's the Siege game mode, so it does come with a unique game mode in that sense. But we're not just here to talk about game modes, we're also here to take a look at the characters. You'd hope they'd be pretty strong. The answer is yes, they're all pretty strong, except Black Panther. But the rest of them are really strong. So let's start with the Black Panther, the cat. He has a Panther leap. Choose a rival within 2 squares that Black Panther can see and place him adjacent to them. Then you give Black Panther 2 energy tokens. These are his energy tokens right here. There are supposed to be 3. I am missing one. And no, it's not because I bought this one used. I personally lost it. I don't know where it is. I'll try to find it later. But it's supposed to come with 3 of these, so you keep that in mind. I actually play these games, so I lose pieces occasionally. We have Kinetic Energy Burst. Do a challenge 2 to each adjacent rival. You may discard an energy to push each target 1 square if you like. And then Wakanda Forever, Black Panther or standing ally does a move 1. You get to repeat this 2 more times. So pretty much all these little energy things is so you could push people back with the second attack. It's whatever. We have a vibranium suit, so when Black Panther's challenged, give him an energy token. The start of Black Panther's turn, he may discard 2 energy to stand up or do an extra action. So that'd be the other real reason you'd want the energy versus, I think, pushing people away. But, you know, pushing away, it has its uses. But if you're not using the little bonus abilities, the energy's kind of a sad feature for Black Panther. Captain America is really cool. So he has, I can do this all day. Stand up or do an action, then do an extra action. Captain America can do this while knocked down. Limited to once per turn, but like, yeah, sure. That's, yeah. So he stands up and does 2 actions, which is wild. He has a shield throw, which is a range 3, challenge 1, and 1 extra dice for each type of ability token in your cooldown track. When you play with a lot of people, you're guaranteed an extra 4, so it's almost always a challenge 5. But it is your cooldown track, so it might be a little less. So you'll have to see. So, but you're always gonna have a bunch of hits with your shield throw. No, you move. Challenge 3 and then push the target 1 square. Also really good. Wild. Avengers Assemble. The start of the game, Captain America adds both a red, yellow, and blue to his ability pool, as shown in the ability dots to the right. We always do this one. We give him one of each because he's Captain America and he deserves it. So that's Captain America. He's really cool. This is Black Widow. She is a hurricane throw. Move 1, challenge 4, you get to push a target 1 square. She is a Widow bite. Challenge 3, if you win, you get to shift ability token on your opponent's cooldown track, up 1, which is fun. And then one of the most overpowered actions in the game. Swap positions with an ally on the map. You may stand Black Widow and the ally up. Black Widow can do this while knocked down. So, this scenario happens a ton in this game. Black Widow is down. There's a rival hovering over her. A friend is down over there, got hit by a ranged attack. There's no one near him. So suddenly, and it does not matter where on the map they are. They could be on completely opposite sides of a 10 map board, and she can still do this. She will just be like, no, none of this. Suddenly, I'm gonna actually put Black Panther here. She flips them, standing this person up and herself. And then she has 2 more turns to punch Black Panther to death. Like, it's so wild. And she can do this as much as she wants. So if you're playing with a ton of characters, which we often have, you could just spend 3 turns moving Black Widow around the map, standing up 3 different people, 4 if she was knocked down. Which is so crazy and so overpowered. Some people have these absurd abilities. Black Panther is definitely one of them. So that's the Black Panther on it. She also has an espionage expert. After Black Widow does a challenge, she then gets to move 1. So that's her. And last but certainly not least is Iron Man. So Iron Man has an override protocol. He can do 3 basic actions, but it comes at a cost. He's going to do a challenge 2 to himself, which makes sense. But to punch someone 3 times, just for funsies, you could do this your last turn. It's wild, and who cares if you get knocked down? You probably killed a person beforehand. He also has the Repulsor Badge, which is a range 3. He does not need to see the target. Challenge 2, and then he pushes the target 1 square. And then the most wild one, why they gave them these, I don't understand, is Unibeam. It's a range 5, challenge 4. And no, he does not have to see the target. It's just a range 5. Sorry, these guys, they're overpowered, they're crazy. He is I Am Iron Man. After Iron Man does an ability that uses the last ability token of its type in your ability token page, shift a token off your cooldown track down 1 if you want to. So that's his bonus ability. It's okay, you know, it does something. Those are the 4 characters, 3 really overpowered, really good characters, and Black Panther. So if you like high-powered characters, this is definitely the set for you. And the funny part is you can get the Thanos expansion pack, who is created to be able to fight all 4 of these and win. And occasionally, he does, which is even crazier. So the Thanos 1 pack paired with this 4 is a really fun combo. But that is the Avengers set. We've got a Back to the Future set right here. Here is what the front of the box looks like of them racing off into the world. And we have the back with all the details of everything that is inside of this set. We got the instruction manual here with that art looking even cooler on the back. It's actually advertising the Jaws set, which is fun because why wouldn't they? So that's what that's that. We've got our 2 little character cards, which is, of course, that art on the front. And they're like this weird, like, orange to yellow. It's orange. It looks kind of greenish on my phone, but it is actually just plain orange. So orange, in fact, that even the gems are a bright, very bright orange. So that's it. It's all orange, guys. This set also comes with its map. 2 of the map card things, 6 dice, 1 yellow, 2 blue, 1 gray, your starter token, the set of ABCD things, the star flaggers, the 3 point markers, all of the little X things that you could possibly want, and your item is a hoverboard, which is so cool. I actually have to show you guys how the hoverboard attaches to a person, because it attaches uniquely. We'll take our little friend here. You actually first take off the base, then you plop this in like so, and then it has a little hole on it for you to put the base on. So you attach it like this, and now they're using the hoverboard, so they don't actually hold it, they ride on top of it. Such a creative way to add in an item, and now he's riding a hoverboard. I love it. I love how that's done. So that's the hoverboard. Of course, you're going to want to... Of course, you're going to want to have some friends. So how about a diner Patreon and a townsperson? Not sure what much good bunch of civilians will do, but they seem to think they can kick some butt.
we have our actual characters, which are Dr. Brown. He is looking so good in his little white suit with little pops of orange. He's got his gloves. He's got a little, like a little clipboard thing inside his pocket. I'm not sure what that is. He's got his fabulous hair. On the back here, you can see he has like little tools sticking out of his pocket. They didn't need to do that detail. They just did for fun. And then we have Mr. Marty McFly over here looking fly. He's got his shoes, his pocket, his jacket, his smoothed back hair. His jacket is textured, which is cool. Got his jeans, and he is just ready for action. But let's take a look at these maps and a deeper dive into what the characters actually do. Its two-player map is The Diner, also known as Cafe 80s. Game mode you can do control. Order up! The automatic food serving tubes are going haywire, mixing up everyone's orders. Hurry up and grab the food you ordered before the rivals take it. So there are 3 control areas. The more of them you control at the end of round, the more points that you get. We have territory. The cafe doors burst open and you hear your rivals shout, "I thought I told you never to come in here." Unfortunately, you just sat down and ordered a delicious cold soda. Show your rivals that you aren't ready to make like a tree and get out of here. So there is the scoring area. You both start in your starting area, and your goal is to stay in the scoring area as long as you can. You get more points, and you also get points for killing people and stuff, too. So that's this side. Let's flip this bad boy over to reveal a very interesting map. It's not my favorite. As you can see, this entire half of the wall is completely cut out. You cannot traverse past this way. This one, you only have like the hallways there. I like maps that connect to other maps even better. This one is not a good connector. It's a pretty open map, so with only a few things to hide behind. Overall, it's not a very interesting, it's not that detailed. Like, it's kind of cool. There's some like Easter eggs in there, but overall, probably one of my least favorite maps that they've done is this one. If you're wondering what this area is, it's the courthouse square, and you can play flags on it. The forecast calls for a lightning storm. You stash the tools for the weather experiment nearby. Your rivals keep making off with things. See if you can get everything back before the lightning strikes. So this is capture the flag games for that one. And finally, we have leaders. Your rivals have stopped you in the courthouse square with an important message. Their leader insists that your shoes are untied, but you don't believe him. Show your rivals that you're not as gullible as they think you are. So this is all about killing the leaders. If a leader kills a leader, you get the most points. If someone else kills a leader, you get points, so on and so forth. So those are the different game modes that you can play on these maps, but we're here to see what our main characters can do. Apparently fall over. Stay. All right, so let's take a look at Marty McFly. He can rock and roll, which is a range 3, challenge 2, move 1, which is pretty fun. He can fix the timeline. Place Marty in the nearest square that contains a point marker. If you're not playing a game that has point markers, you can make this any place down items, such as, say, Joker's bombs, or Draco's snake, or any of the other multiple items that will inevitably be scattered on the floor if you're playing with multiple sets. This is heavy, move 1, choose up to 2 ability tokens or items on your cooldown track that you get to shift down to, which is great. Nobody calls me chicken. If Marty is standing after a challenge against him from adjacent rival is resolved, he then gets to do a basic action. That one's pretty overpowered, I would like to say, but if you're playing with those, that'll be a very, make people think twice about trying to punch him, honestly. So this is Doc Brown. He has 88 miles per hour. Move up to 4 squares in a straight line. This action may move Doc through rivals, but you can only use it once per turn. It is a nice one. I have used this one several times. I do like the 88 miles per hour. 1.21 gigawatts is do a challenge 3 to each adjacent rival, so you can move just into a pile of rivals and punch the living daylights out of them. And then, of course, there's Great Scott. Choose up to 2 tokens, items, or characters on your cooldown track. Shift them down 1 and everything else up 1. When we play, we like to not shift everything else up 1 because that's absurd. That's wild. So you get to just choose 2 tokens and shift them down 1. You don't have to pull everything else up 1. Otherwise, you're never going to use the Great Scott. I can promise you. You're just not going to use it. His special ability is the DeLorean, because that's what he owns. During setup, take Doc Brown's cooldown track. Doc is standing when he becomes exhausted. You may flip your cooldown track. You may not use this ability on the first turn. So that just pretty much means if you've used a lot of expensive cooldown tracks, you can flip it around, so you get more back. So if there's more on 4, you can flip it and get more back, but that means everything shifts up. It's a weird one. I'm sure there's uses, but also that would confuse the heck out of me, I'm pretty sure, and None of these guys even have like a power ability 4 that would make that worthwhile, but there might be situations where you want to do that, especially when playing with lots of characters. Then we have the cool little hoverbar card. So when doing an action that includes a move, you may move 1 extra square. If you do, this just goes on the one of the cooldown tracks. So once per turn, you can move 1 extra square using the hoverboard. And this is an action with moves, so like Doc Marty's move 4 in a straight line, you could use the hoverboard and move 5 instead. So that's kind of cool. So that's how the hoverboard works. And that's pretty much it for this set. It's a pretty basic 2-person set. Not one of my favorites, just because it is extremely basic and generic. There's nothing really cool to set it apart from others. I think the hoverboard item and the way it works is probably the big setup thing that sets it apart the most, but it's definitely not enough to make this like a truly standout set. I still really like having it in the collection, and I still think it's really cool that they actually made a Back to the Future set that we can play with. Welcome to the Batman set. Also known as a DC set. Here is what the front of it looks like, with the DC logo showing Batman and girl. I know it's a little dirty and a little weirdly shaded, but you know what? It fits. It's Batman. He's a little gritty. Here's the back for you, showing off everything that the set comes with. And now we'll show you the instruction book with the really cool art on the front there. And on the back, it is advertising the Robin and Catwoman set. So that way you can try to get that one. They have the iconic DC blue. And on the back, they've got the 2 little icons there. Speaking of DC blue, that's what their gems look like. It's the classic. Comes with 6 dice, 2 map cards. The map itself, we have 3 gray tokens, 2 blue, 3 reds, our turns indicator, all of our little X's that you need, 2 stars, the 3 sets of point markers, the ABC tokens, 4 Joker bombs, which we'll get into when we play Joker. There are also 2 Batgirl cards, which we'll also get into, and the 2 items are a Batarang, which is a pretty nailed. It's black, it's flat, it's pretty simple. There's no real like texture or detailing to it, which is a little disappointing. As well as the hammer. So this is Harley Quinn's hammer. It's really well detailed, but they didn't do like the extra coloring that they could have done. But at least it's well textured, so it looks good in that aspect. Now let's see. This is a 2-player set, so it comes with 2 things. It comes with a henchman on one side and the police officer on the other. As for our iconic heroes, we have Batman with his white slit eyes. He has abs, don't you worry, folks. He's got them. He's got his utility belt with all of the pockets as cape that's flowing dramatically in the wind, and even leg muscles. That's right, they gave him leg muscles, so clearly they want us to know he's beefy. This is Batgirl. She's got her eyelashes and her mask. She's got her cool little logo on there. She also has a cool little utility belt. Her cloak is yellow on the inside and black on the outside, just like she is with her gloves, looking really cute with her little ears and her curly red hair. Presenting the Joker, looking incredible in his iconic suit, including the little flower being a different color. And it's kind of hard to tell, but his undershirt is also a different shade. It has all the buttons, a different shade purple green. His teeth are yellow and sinister, and his hair is slicked back. He's even got little buttons on his coat tail, looking quite dapper and terrifying. And finally, we have our dear Harley Quinn in her iconic outfit, including the little diamond details, the white ruffles, the little white thing on there, all the mismatched shoes, her little hat, her little mask, her white painted face. They did really good on these characters, but you guys really want to see the map, so that's what we're going to take a look at now. A cool thing about this set is that it has 2 full art maps. The first one being this one right here, which is like a town square. You have 4 different shops in various modes of absolute chaos and carnage, with different style walls in which you can hide and waltz yourself around and do fun things. The game mode you can play here is you can play Control. A crime wave has spread across Gotham City. From the bank to the jewelry store, no business is safe. Criminals or vigilantes who will claim to Gotham City. So there's 3 control areas, and you guys try to compete for control of them. The more areas you have under your control, the more points you get at the end of the round. You also have flags. The jewelry store has been ransacked, and the bank vault has been busted wide open. It's mayhem as good and evil face off in Gotham City. Reach the heart of your enemy's stronghold to emerge victorious. It's just simply capture the flag, so a classic right there. The other full art map that you can get is so fun looking. It's Joker's Carnival, and I absolutely love it. It has like the bright Joker lights, all of his rides, all of that stuff. Tons of details on this map. It's really fun where all the places you can hide kind of open, but still lots of corners, so you're not gonna get sneak attacked unless you're not paying attention. A really, really cool map. And the different things that you can do in this one is you can play leaders. For years, the top crime bosses in Gotham City have used the Joker's Carnival Chaos as their meeting place. Now there's a new boss in town that's looking to take out their rivals and clean up this crooked carnival. So leaders, if you kill the leader, you get more points. If the leader kills the leader, it gets even more points. So depending on who kills who, depends how many points that you get. Other game mode is Territory. The heroes of Gotham City have entered the Joker's Carnival Chaos to put his crime-ridden carnival out of business once and for all. Of course, Gotham City's most sinister citizens won't give up their favorite hideout without a fight. So in this one, whoever stays in the scoring area the longest kills people in the scoring areas. That's how you get points and keep points. So those are the 2 game modes you can play here. Let's put our friends on here because we are going to go over their abilities so you can see how they might work. Let's start with our lovely Harley Quinn. So she has a Whirly Wind, do a basic challenge to each adjacent rival. Pretty basic, pretty simple. Feign Distress, choose a standing rival Harley can see. Roll 3. For each success, put the target 1 square. So I can move a target, possibly. So say we're like this. I roll my 3 dice, and I get 3 exclamation points. Well, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I can move her another 2 spaces if I want to. So she can move the rival up to 9, depending on how lucky you are. And then she is out of my way, move an adjacent rival 1 square, and then Harley gets to move 2 squares. She is also I'm Rubber, You're Glue. When Harley Quinn stands up, she gets to do a basic challenge. Presenting the famous Batman. He has a grappling swing. You get to choose a rival within 3 squares that Batman can see and place Batman adjacent to them and then do a challenge 2. He has a POW, which is a challenge 3, and he's relentless. Batman can do this while knocked down. Stand Batman up, which is pretty huge. Caped Crusader, when Batman is adjacent to 2 or more rivals, his defense increases by 1 if you are choosing to do that. Next up is Batgirl. So she has a flying tackle, so a lot like Batman's, except she moves up to 3 squares towards a rival. Batgirl ends this move adjacent to them, challenge them. Rolling a number of dice equal to the squares moved this action. So that means just always move 3. So you just have to move 3 squares to get 3. If there's a specific spot you want to, and it only takes you 2 to get there, then you're only getting to roll 2 dice when you attack. Flip Kick is a challenge 2, move 1, so you get to move the way out of the way. And Gather Intel is move 1, then you get to give 2 allies, anywhere on the board, doesn't matter, an Intel status card. So these are the Intel status cards, there's 2 of them. It decreases ability costs by 1. Discard the status card when this character becomes exhausted. So for their next turn, for all 3 of their turns, or however many you decide to give them and you're playing with, they can have everything will be cost 1 less. Which can be really huge if you have some players who have some expensive abilities. She's also 1 step ahead. If Batgirl is standing, she may move 1 square at the start of the turn. Finally, one of my favorites to play is the Joker. Joker plays with these things called mystery boxes. These are what the mystery box tokens look like. They have a white side and a black side. They're very cute. There are 4 of them in total that you get to play with. So, move 2. Place a mystery box token in an area Joker can see within 2 squares. Do a challenge 4 to the first rival entering a mystery box square and then remove it. So it's not very good here, but like say you put one here, Batman walks into it, he's going to take a challenge 4. And you're like, wow, you could block off doorways maybe? I guess that's kind of cool. Well, wait till you read the other actions. Remove 1 or more mystery boxes from the map. Do a challenge 3 to rivals adjacent to the mystery boxes you remove. This goes through walls. At least in our version of the game, we let it go through walls because it's a bomb. That makes sense to us. You can choose if it goes through walls or not. So what that simply means is if the bomb is here and he explodes it, I'll do a challenge 3, even though there's a wall there, because he blew up the wall. I mean, that just makes sense to us, but that's, again, a house rule, so it's up to you what you want to do. He also has Joy Buzzer, which is challenge 3. The target must be standing, though, for him to do that. He has Laugh when the Joker is knocked out, so completely removed from the board. Place a mystery token in his square. Do a challenge forward to the first rival, entering a mystery box square, and then remove it. So if you kill him, he leaves a bomb behind, which I guess that's kind of fun. And that's all of them, but we gotta, of course, talk about our 2 items. So we have that mallet. When this character does a basic challenge, count 1 shield as a power, and you can use this as many as you want. I don't like that. I like to put this on the one of the cooldown tracks so you can only do it once, but if you would rather, you can do it for all of your actions. That's totally up to you. Then we have the Batarang, which is a range 2, challenge 2 to do a challenge 2 to a rival adjacent to the first target. So for example, say Batman is the one who has it. He has a range 2, so he can hit Batgirl, and then he can then proceed to hit Harley Quinn, who's behind Batgirl, because of how the Batarang works. It goes off of her and hits the other person. So that's kind of how the Batworm works. It goes on the 2 of the cooldown tracks, so it does take you a little bit to get it back. And that is everything that's in the set. I think this is a really solid set. I love that it has 2 maps. I love all 4 of the characters are really fun to play with and really well balanced. It's one of the more better balanced sets. So if you're playing a 4v, where you have 4 people and they're each playing one person, no one's going to feel too outdone by others, except maybe if you get Batgirl, because she might be the weakest, but even then she can hold her own. Joker has a really cool mechanic, so I just really like this set. So that is the Batman set, the Batman DC set. This is the Jurassic Park number 100 set. This is what the cover looks like for it. It's got some really cool artwork on it, so there's that. And here's the back of the set, kind of telling you everything that it comes with. Can't forget our lovely instruction book showing off that art in better detail. And then on the back, it's advertising one of its smaller sets that it also has in the Jurassic Park franchise. There it comes with these dark red little number things with that beautiful art on the back of them. I love the gems for this. It has one of the coolest looking gems. If you look closely, you can see it's got the falsified mosquitoes inside of it. So if you watch the movies, you know that's the only reason why they can even make dinosaurs. So the fact that it's yellow, it's in that, and it's got the little mosquitoes, it's just so clever. I love it. It comes with 6 dice and 2 of the little card things. You got 3 yellow, 3 gray, and 2 blue, your little starter points. Some ABC cards in the red. All the little X things you could want. It comes with 3 point squares, 2 stars, and your special little ability things. You have a Ray Arnold 2 cards, which we'll look at closer in a little bit, as well as these adorable little raptor tokens that go to the raptor. We'll explain what those do when we get there. Of course, we have our nice big boy map, as well as these 2 little guys who are, I dropped one, the Terratops, and the Gamekeeper, fresh off the floor. So there's the Gamekeeper for you. Our 2 items is we have these little binocular sets, which are pretty well detailed. They got little bits of gray to yellow to green, the little black head and the little strap. So it's a pretty cool looking item. And we have one of the best items in the game easily, the little raptor claw. So this is what the little raptor claw looks like. Pretty simple item, and I think they nailed it. Of course, it's not a Funkoverse game without really cool, detailed characters. So we have Ray Arnold, sporting a gorgeous mustache, wonderful glasses with a little resin on it. They even have little swirly details on it. He's got his classic hairdo, his beautiful white lab coat, even has a little pen in his pocket. He's adorable. This is your little raptor. She's ready to go. Cute little eyes. She just looks gorgeous. Got her tail going for her. She's ready to attack. We got Dr. Alan Grant in his full-blown hat. He's rocking off a full belt of gears. He's got his watch going on him on one hand. His little shirt's rolled up, ready to go. Looking super snazzy. And finally, we have Dr. Ellie Stelter. I probably mispronounced the last name there. With her little pink cardigan, she's ready to rumble, ready to get sliced open knees. Her hair is absolutely adorable, pulled up in a very cute little bun there. Ready to fight, ready to probably die. Da 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 da. So that's everything that this set comes with. Let's take a closer look on the map and how the characters work. I feel like middle board pieces are really rare in this game, so I really like this map because it's just a good middle piece. You can have exits on all sides. It's pretty open, but of course we still have some cool fun walls in which we can play around with. So this is called the Raptor Padlock, as I'm sure you guys could have guessed by the movie. Here are the two game modes you could play with this one. We have Territory. The Raptor Padlock's alarm is going haywire. Your rivals want the alarm to keep on in hopes of attracting help, but you think it'll attract something far more dangerous. So your goal is all to get into that scoring area and duke it out for points. And then we, of course, have leaders. Your rivals are searching for you at the Raptor Padlock. Luckily, you spotted them before they spotted you. It's time for the hunter to become the hunted. Choose a clever leader and coordinate your path to victory. So this is the game mode. Depending who kills who, you get more points and stuff. So the goal is to kill the leaders. Let's take a look at the other map that this comes with. So flip this over. So once again, talking about middle maps, this one's extra open. It's kind of closed off on that one end, so I would probably make it like an end piece on that. You got the cars, which are really fun, and like this bridge. Some of the water is blocked off, but technically if you go down this way, you can get into the water and you can play around in that. So it's just a really cool design with how the walls and stuff work. So let's see some game modes for this map. Oh, in case you were wondering, this one is called the Visitor Center, and you can play Control. The Visitor Center was devastated by something big, really big, and the lobby is in disarray. Secure the exterior of the Visitor Center and make sure whatever caused the damage doesn't come crashing back in. So this has 3 different control points, and your goal is to control as many of them as you can at the same time to gain more points. The last game mode that this one offers is Flags. Arriving to the destroyed visitor center, you spot your rivals collecting scattered merchandise. Are they just cleaning up the mess or doing something more suspicious? So we're going to be raiding the destroyed visitor center for goodies. So we, of course, have our starting areas, and you're just trying to collect flags from each other to gain more points. All right, our characters are on the board, and they are ready to duke it out. So let's see what they can do. This is Dr. Alan Grant's card. He can excavate, so that's challenge 2. You get to shift a point marker on your cooldown track down 2, which is nice. And if it shifts the point marker off your cooldown track, you gain a point in some of those game modes that we were talking about. He also has menacing speech. I've killed so many people with this attack. It's simply a range 2, challenge 3. You do not need walls, so technically if Ray Arnold is here and you are here, you can still yell at him from around the wall, so that's fun. And it also give me your hand, choose an adjacent ally to Alan, move 1, place that chosen ally adjacent to Alan. So this one's really helpful because you can move 1, and then he can move all the way over here or even onto this other corner if he wants to. His little bonus ability, he's the 2 shielders, dig leader. When an ally collects a point token, he gets to move 1, so he can just keep on moving along. So that's him. Ray Arnold, He's an interesting one. He's one of the more powerful ones, purely for one ability that we'll talk about in a moment. He has hold onto your butts. You get to move 1. Ray may do an interact action, so he could pick someone up, destroy an item, something like that. And he can give up to 2 allies a holden on status. This is actually a pretty nice card. He does come with 2 of them, so you can use it once. So the holding on is this character has +1 defense and cannot be moved by your opponent's abilities. You discard the status card after resolving a challenge action against this character. So until they are challenged, they get a +1 defense, and they cannot be moved by abilities. So, like, say, there's some abilities like a whip that lets you drag people. That can't happen. Or there's shove and all these other things. No, they stay still until they are properly attacked and lose their holding on abilities. The big ability this guy has is Reboot. You get to move 2, and then you get to shift any number of point markers and or items on any cooldown down 1. We've also used this to include your little ability tokens. So those little ability points that you need monies for, you can move those down too. That's a house rule we have because it's cool. But you could just do items or point markers. But he has his Reboot. It's move 2, shift any number of point markers and or items on the cooldown track down 1. So this also includes your little point icon thing, so your ability tokens. So you can keep refreshing all of your abilities really fast, really easily, and that's why he's so overpowered, is because you get those ability tokens as often as you want, which is so huge. He also has It Could Have Been Worse, knock Ray out. Ray can do this well knocked down. So what this does is that he gets off of the board, he gets put on the cooldown track of 1, and then once he's loses off the next round, you put him back onto his starter point. So this kind of just lets him stay alive. If someone's cornered him, he can knock himself out, get off the board, come back back to his starting position in the game, or the starting area, depending on what game mode you're playing, and continue wreaking havoc as he wishes. He's also selfless, although he only has a defense of 1. When Ray is knocked out, an ally within 3 squares may remove an exhausted marker from their character card, which is kind of cool. So if he's close to somebody, someone else can then do more. If he dies, then someone else can revenge him, which is kind of fun. We've got our raptor. Oh, I love the raptor. So she has Talon Leap. You get to move 3 towards a rival raptor can see. And then you get to do a challenge 2 to them. Place an ambush token in an empty square adjacent to them. So I showed these off earlier. These are the ambush tokens. They do little certain interesting things. Rivals and stuff, you can move through them like nothing. They're items on the floor. They're not like actual little players. But they're really important. They do count as a person or ally, which is interesting because they have pack under. So challenge 2, increase this challenge by 1 for each standing ally or ambush token on or adjacent to the target. So normally it's just a challenge 2, but say he's right here. He's attacking this guy. This is her ally. That's suddenly 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A challenge 6. That's huge, and it doesn't even cost that much. She also has stock, which lets you place 2 more ambush tokens in empty squares the raptor can see within 3 squares. Her special ability is Clever Girl. She does only have a defense of 1, so you have to keep that in mind. But at the beginning of the raptor's turn, you may remove an ambush token from the board and place her standing in that square. So that lets her trade places with all of her ambush tokens. So you could leave one on the other side of the map, keep on going, and then boom, you're back on the other side of the map if you need to be, which is kind of cool. Last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Ellie Slater. She can inherit the earth. You do a challenge 2 to each standing rival Ellie can see within 2 squares. So that's both of these. We get challenge 2 to them, which is cool. She can run. She moves 4. You only use this ability if she is adjacent to a rival. So like right now, she's adjacent to a rival, so she can go 1, 2, 3, 4, and try to get away from them. And then we have getting her hands dirty. It's a challenge 3, and it's successful. You get to shift an ability token or point marker on your cooldown track down 1, which is super nice. She is a woman of action with her 1 health. After doing an interact or assist action, Ellie may do an extra basic action limited to once per turn. So if you help someone up or interact with any of the little items on the board, then she can do another like either move 1 or attack or anything. Also, are you going to focus? There we go. Camera's struggling. It's okay. So those are all of our little characters. We're going to of course, talk about our 2 gadgets. So here's the goggles. This character may do an interact action with markers they can see within 2 squares. They do place the goggles on the 2 of your cooldown track. So it gives you a little extra range for one of the items. If you're playing the kill mode, we have a house rule with this, where this would let you remove random markers on the floor. So in this case, if Ellie had the goggles and she saw this raptor and she's like, heck no, we're not letting that raptor stay, it's within 2, she can use her goggles, remove this off the board. The raptor will not have to place another ambush token, so she can keeping control of those. That's how we keep the goggles kind of useful when we're playing the kill mode. Finally, we got one of my favorites, which is Raptor Claw. Do one of this character's challenge abilities without paying that ability's cost. It could be anyone you want. You could do the most expensive one for free. This does go on the 3 of the cooldown track, so it takes you a little bit to get it. But that's still huge getting to pay it for free, especially if you have one of say one that costs 4 ability, the token would go on 4. Well, you could put this on 3 instead, so that's really huge. It's a really nice one to have. So that's the Raptor Claw. And that right there, guys, is our Jurassic Park set, the 4-person band. Presenting our little demon cat child girl from a Netflix show that I have never seen or even heard of until I got this set. Still haven't watched it, not really having much plans. This is Aggrestuko. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. But here's the front of her cover, holding her chainsaw threateningly. And then, of course, we have the back here. She's a single set, so she doesn't come with terribly much. She comes with this adorable little game expansion pack, explaining that you have to have other sets in order to use it. So you need the 4 or 2. She's compatible with all of them. Some tips and strategies on how to use her, so some bonuses there that you can see, as well as the back kind of shows what all of the contents are, so that's that. Here she is in all of her little glory with her little hair tufts on the front. Pretty simple on the back. Oh, I've dropped her. I've lost her. I'm so sorry. On the back, she's got her tail there. She is a cat, right? She's not a raccoon. She's got like the rock star like eye look, as well as the little rock star punk holding hand, and yet I think she's wearing a school dress type situation. She comes with a yellow and red, which are her ability tokens, as well as this really cute little rage token. So I guess she sings? Is she a pop star? I really don't know. The ability that she comes with is this chainsaw, which is really well detailed. I do like the chainsaw. It's got the little ridges in silver, even got like the black and yellow coloring. So it's a pretty cool chainsaw looking thing. Here is the little card for a chainsaw. So you may place the chainsaw on the 2 of your cooldown track to roll 2 extra dice when doing a non-range challenge. That one's pretty big. I like doing that. This is an older set. You know that because it doesn't have the 2 in the corner. Instead, it asks you to put this card on there within the descriptions. A lot of them are like that. It's a little weird with the older sets. So that's the chainsaw. And finally, we have the cat herself. So she has Helpful Rizuko. Place Asuko adjacent to an ally within 3 squares. She may only do assist or interact actions for the rest of this turn, so that can really help her move across the map, but it also really limits her, so you have to be careful doing it. In your face, move a number of squares equal to your rage towards the rival. You can see, we'll talk about rage in a minute, and then you get to challenge 2. Rage, do a challenge equal to 1 plus your rage. You shift your rage token down 1. So this is Rage. Get mad. When Aggrestuko does a basic action, you place your Rage token on the 2 of your cooldown track, or shift it up 2 on the cooldown track. Aggrestuko's Rage is equal to the number where your Rage token is on the cooldown track. This also means that at the end of a round when everyone has played, her Rage moves down the cooldown track just 1 like everything else. But it's pretty easy to move her Rage up that cooldown track and use it. Even when we're playing a normal game where we're not using these, we do use hers. Otherwise, she's kind of useless, and it's really impossible to do these. So she gets her full card uses. And that's kind of it. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the, as solo parts go, she's pretty boring. Most of these solo ones come with fun new game ideas or game mechanics or like bonus things. She's just a cat with a chainsaw, and that's all there is. Or a raccoon. I kind of feel bad. I'm not sure what she is, but she is a creature with violence and a chainsaw, and that's all she is. All right, we have a Darkwing Duck single player set. So the interesting one about this one, as you can see from the little sticker on there, was that this was a 2021 Spring Convention limited edition exclusive. I did not go to that convention. I bought this online. But this is the Darkwing Duck set from the Disney. That's what the front looks like. And then you have the back here showing off all of the things. The cool thing about this set is not Darkwing Duck. It's actually his item that he comes with. It's a very fun item, as you'll soon see. But here's what the back looks like, and the front with the cool art. And these are his little gems. They're these like purple metallic. I really do like the color of the point gems. So I guess let's start with the cool thing, which is this. This is a gas gun. He's got a little purple little stripe thing on there. Looks pretty good. It's a pretty simple one, so they didn't have to go too crazy. And as you can see here, this is what it would look like. At the start of this character's turn, you may place or move a smoke token into a square you can see within 2 squares. Smoke tokens are obscured terrain. What does obscured terrain mean? Well, let's take a look at the instruction book, because it tells you. So, obscured terrain is a type of terrain that prevents characters from seeing into or through a square. This is reflected by 2 rules. Characters that are not adjacent to a square with obscured terrain cannot see that square. Obscured terrain blocks sight through its squares as if you were a standing rival character. So it kind of shows the example. So, for example, this dude, he can't see A or B because there's an obscured thing, but he can still see C. Some other examples, Another example, so he can see A because he's literally standing right next to him. So, yeah, he can see him. And he can see through B and C because he's standing on the smoke fog. So that's kind of an example of how those work. They're really cool. They add a fun element to the game. It's probably one of the best items element. If you're wondering what the little fog tokens, it comes with 3 that you can move around as you please. A dark side and a light side, not that it really matters. And that's what the little fog things look at. As for the character himself, of course, he comes with the little X token as well as a blue and a gray. He does look pretty cool. I'll give him that. Look at him. His cartoonish details with his yellow bill, his hat. He's got his purple coat with all of the buttons and this gorgeous cape, the light ruffle to it. He's pretty blocked one note because that's what the cartoon is. So very cool looking duck right there. And if you're wondering what he can do, well, wonder no longer because I'm going to show you. He has a Let's Get Dangerous. Challenge 3, roll 1 extra dice if there are 2 or more adjacent rivals. So you rarely, if ever, roll 1, to be honest, because that rarely happens. Daring Duck of Mystery, move 3. Then the Daring Duck started this action adjacent to a rival. You get to do an assist or interact action. So that's only if he started next to a rival. Incredibly Resilient, stand Daring Duck up. Daring Duck can do this while knocked down, so he has a quick, easy stand. And I am the terror that flaps in the night. At the start of Daring Duck's turn, if no rival can see him, place him adjacent to a rival that is within 3 squares, so he can do some little sneaking around and stuff. Honestly, he's a worse Batman. So if you guys have seen already the Batman section, or you want to jump ahead to see what the Batman does, Daring Duck is just a worse version of Batman, which is really disappointing. So if the fog stuff sounds really fun to play with, which it is, then this is a set worth getting. If you're only focused on cool characters, I might pass because Darkwing Duck is pretty basic and honestly just a Batman ripoff in the Funkoverse world. He's just a worse Batman. So this is the One Game of Thrones set that was created. We've got the cool little front cover right here, Game of Thrones. Another show I've never watched, don't have any plans to. So if I mispronounce anything, you know why. So there is the little back of it, kind of showing everything that it comes with. Of course, they have the instructions manual, which has that little front cover art on it. And then on the back, it's just the glossary continue because they didn't make any expansions packs for this set, so they have nothing to advertise. We have our little art on the cards, and their color is a dark gray, not to be confused with the monster one, which is more of a black and white. So that's what those look like. You've got your 2 boards, you got your 6 dice. The fun part about this set is that it's a 4-player set, so that means it's supposed to be 4 people each with a main character and one of the common characters. So we have the Stark Soldier, the Sworn Brother, the Unsullied, and the White Walker. So that's what those are. You've got your map. They have some cool black gems, which are fun. I don't know what that is. Okay, there we go. So there's our little black gems. The other cool thing it comes with is these guys. These are tokens for various characters, which we'll dive into deeper. One of the characters also has an ability card, so we'll take a closer look at that as well. It comes with a companion, in case you're wondering what companions do. As you take this little guy and his little card, we'll dive deeper into the card, attach it to one of the main characters, and they get to do whatever's on one of the actions on that card for free at the start of their turn, or they could extend one more of their actions to continue using their little companion. And then, of course, the companion has his thing of 2. So if it gets knocked out, it gets knocked out. It gets placed on the cooldown track here, and then they have to spend an action to resummon it, is how I usually do it. Or some people like to play, you put it like on the 2 of the cooldown, and then eventually you get it back and you place it on the board. So that's how a companion works. You've got all the little X's you could need. We have 2 towers, a yellow and a red tower. You've got your 4 ABCs in the gray. You've got your little starter coin. We have this really cute little flag guy that the set came with. And then it comes with 3 yellow, 3 red, and 2 gray. And then it also comes with 2 of the little star markers for any of the maps. So that's everything this comes in. Let's take a closer look at the little characters themselves. To the surprise of no one, the details on these characters are incredible. So we have the Ice King himself. He's got the gnarly nails. He's got the little rope woven, the brilliant blue eyes. all of the proper like little head cracking details you could possibly want, and that little ropage detail goes all the way around on him. This is Jon Snow. He's also epic. His belt is so cool. Looks like he has black leather. He's got scarring all over his face, a delightful mustache, that man bun. Every good man has a man bun, apparently. He's got that man bun. He's even got some silver coloring on his coat there, which I assume he has in the show itself. He looks epic. So that's Jon Snow. So this, I think it's Daenerys Targaryen. Daenerys Targaryen. I don't know how to pronounce her name, but here she is. She's got a beautiful little rope thing around her and her coat and her white gloves that wraps around. She's got some beautiful detail in the back. Her hair is absolutely stunning. I love her hair. I think it's so cool, the intricate braids. Probably takes her 12 hours to get ready in the morning, but that's her. And then finally, we have Arya Stark. Here she is, looking super cute in her little armor coat. She's got a dagger with gold detailings on it. Her hair is so pretty. This was actually my wedding inspo pic. This is the hair I wanted for my wedding, so this is what inspired my sweating hairstyle. Obviously, my hair is way longer, but this is what inspired it. It was fun going to a hairdresser and being like, can I have hair like this Funko Pop character? And they did it, so that was great. And that's kind of what she looks like. She's super cute too, so love the characters in this one. I almost forgot to show off. This is the needle. This is the little item that it comes with. So pretty basic looking one, all things considered. It's the sword with the pretty plain little handle. Not their best detail work, but still a really cute looking item. Welcome to God's Wood. I love maps like these with all the little trees. It's kind of hard to dodge. Technically, these two can still attack each other and you can get around the trees. Like this person can attack right here. It's just a really cool style map with all the little wooden dots that are kind of filled in weird places and you can wander around it. So I really do like the look of this map. Games that you could play on this one, we have Territory. The carved face of the Word Wood stares into the fire-lit God's Wood, awaiting the sneaky invader's plot to steal its ancient secrets. Race to defend the warrior wood before your rivals get there first. So your goal is to start in the little starting areas and then make it to the scoring area, and however long you are there, who you kill and stuff, gets you different amounts of points. This map also has a leader's game mode. You hear shouts for help echo through the God's Wood. They sound as if they're coming from the Wirewood. As you arrive to offer assistance, the shouts for help turn to laughter. It was your greatest rival luring you into a trap, and they want a duel. So this one's all about killing the leaders. Whoever kills who in what way depends on how many points you get at the end. So that's this map. Let's flip it over and take a look at the other one. So this is a unique map in the sense that it has cooldown tracks for all 4 players. So all 4 people that you have are actually able to play it. You kind of each start in your own little corners. It's completely symmetrical, so there's no huge advantage depending, and you're meant to play 4 player related games on this map. So those are Infiltrate, so that's this one right here. The Battle of Winterfell's initial assault has been exhausting on all sides, forcing you and your rivals into defensive positions. Defend your position from rivals while sending your remaining forces to catch them off guard. So there's these little capture the flag areas. So you saw how we had those 4 little tile markers earlier. That's what all of this is about. So you can gain points by getting into other people's starting areas and stuff like that. And you try to win that way. We also have the game mode Triumph, which is what that little torch that we saw in the beginning is for. Triumph. The long night is cold and relentless. The long night is cold and relentless. Winterfell is in turmoil from the chaos of combat. Stay vigilant and hold the courtyard at all costs to ensure the battle will be victorious. So you need to gain... Your goal is to get characters on top of that triumph square at the end of the round, so that way you could have extra points. And then there's a certain amount of points depending if you're playing with 2 or 4 characters. It says 2 or 3, which I think is interesting when this game is very much meant to be played with 4. But there you go. So that's how those game modes work. But let's take a look at these 4 really cool characters. So starting off with the girl whose name I cannot pronounce, she's a Liberator. Daenerys may do an assist action. An adjacent ally may do a basic action. So let's say Ice Queen King's on our time. She can come up to him, use this to assist, and then he can punch the person who knocked him down. Sounds pretty good to me. She's a dragon rider, so we have the dragon token 2 squares. The dragon token is within 2 squares of Daenerys. You may place Daenerys in the dragon token square. So this is that dragon token. I kind of showed it off in the beginning. There you go. So this allows her to move her little dragon token about, and if the dragon ends within 2 squares of her, like say here, she can then teleport on top of it and ride her little dragon, which I think is kind of cute. She also has Dacarius. Move the dragon token up to 4 squares in a straight line. Do a challenge 3 to rivals moved through. So you can only do this once per turn, but say we have a really good lineup here. She's here, the dragon's here. She can move the 2 here and then teleport on top of it. With move number 2, she can race this dude, boop, 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 like that, attacking both of them. Say she knocks them both down, she can then use her nice attack to kill this one. I'd say that's a pretty good and scary move thing that she can just do for funsies. She also has the Mother of Dragons bonus thing. The beginning of Daenerys' turn, move the dragon token up to 4 squares in a straight line, or place the dragon token adjacent to Daenerys. Wherever the dragon token moves, it may move through rivals and obstructions. It can go through walls. It just flies over it all. And that's kind of another important thing to note is that when you're attacking, it attacks through walls. So say that setup was here, well, that's fine. It can still attack all of those people, even though they're technically behind a wall. Dragons are above walls as they burn down the ground, so that's what she can do. Welcome to the Night King. I called him the Ice King earlier. I'm so sorry. It's the Night King. He has an Ice Spear, which is a range 4, challenge 3. He does not need to see the rival in order to do this. Don't know how that works, but he doesn't need to, which is cool. He can raise the dead. You place a right minion token in an empty square adjacent to the Night King. These tokens are these guys right here. He has 2 of them. You go. So that just places one of these on the board. Let's say like right there. And then each right minion token does a move 2 and a challenge 1. So this would allow him to go 1, 2, and attack her back with it. And as he has 2, say another one here, he can do that twice, which is pretty cool. And then keep doing it as much as he has extra turns and yellows to do it. Winter is here. When the Night King becomes exhausted, each right minion does a move 2 or challenge 1. Another character is knocked out, place a right minion token in an empty square adjacent to the Night King. So he can get his white tokens really easily. And also he can move or attack them at the end of his turns too, which makes him even more powerful. So he just moves those little guys about and they punch. Not hard, but they still punch. Now we have Arya Stark. She has water dancing. It's a move 1, challenge 2, move 1. So it keeps her out of range of people while also allowing her to punch. Valor Morgolius. Challenge 3 or challenge 6 against the rival with the Arya's list status card. We'll talk about that in a moment. We have Faceless Assassin. Place Arya adjacent to a rival within 4 squares. The rival has the Arya's list status card. Do a challenge 2 to them. So the way that we make this work is that if you're not playing with these bonus things, we have her be a challenge 4 for Valor Martrius. That's kind of our compromise there. And this one she can just do. So this whole attack is she gets to go see a rival within 4 squares and she gets to challenge 2. So she just gets that automatically. But if you're playing with the bottom, Arya's list is this. When a rival character challenges Arya or one of her allies, you may give that rival the Arya's list status card or move the Arya list status card to that rival. So you can pass it along. It's not stuck on a person. This is that. When Arya knocks this character out, she may do a basic action. Discard this card when this character is knocked out. So knocked out isn't just being knocked down. It's being completely taken off. So fully killed. So they are stuck with this card until they're killed or Arya chooses to move it to a different opponent. Last but certainly not least is we have our Jon Snow here. He's wild at heart. He can move 3. This action may move Jon through rivals. You may do a challenge 2 against a rival controlled by a player with more points than you. If you're playing the kill free-for-all, ignore that. They can just do a challenge 2 against the rival. Or if you want to mix it up, you can only do a challenge 2 if they have more opponents on the field than you do. That could be another way to do it. Long Claw, just a challenge 3, which is nice. And then Chosen Leader. Each adjacent ally may do a basic challenge or assist action. This is limited to 1 turn. But what this means is, say, oh no, he's down, and you've got this. And then she's just chilling here. You could have him pick her up, as one with his turn, and then her punch him. Her, which is kind of cool, and that's just one action for him, although he can only do that once per turn. He also has Blood of Wolf and Dragon. When standing, when John or an adjacent ally challenges a rival and wins, you get to shift a red or yellow ability token on your cooldown track down 1. But this is limited to 1 per turn, so you have to be standing to do it, and you can only do it once per, like, the whole round type thing. But that's the Blood of Wolf and Dragon bonus that he has. We gotta also talk about our little ghost companion pet here. So his 2 abilities is Move, so he moves 2 squares, or Bite, which is a challenge too. He's also a loyal protector, so when this character ghost is attached to is knocked down, you may place ghosts adjacent to them, so that way he'll show up there and can help defend his master if he needs to. Finally, we gotta talk about the needle, that little sword that we saw. Looks a lot cooler in this picture, I can tell you that. When this character does an ability, you may increase the challenge or move on that ability by 1. If you do, place needle on the 2 of your cooldown track. So it's a +1 to either movement or attack, which is super nice. So that's a pretty good card to have right there. So never complain about getting the needle in your gameplay. So we have the Golden Girls set number 100. Here is your cover for you. They're being very cutesy with their cheesecake. And then here is the back for you as well, so you can see what it looks like. And this is kind of everything that this version comes with. Here are the instructions, of course. Same for every game, except the cover is different and the pictures inside match what this game has. So there you go. So this one, it comes with these really cute, like peachy color cooldown tracks with the back with the little cute images on them. It's got its 2 scenario cards as well as its map. Pieces it comes with its turn timer. It comes with 2 little flag icons, 3 of the little marker icons, 4 of the lettered icons A to D, all of the little X things that you need, and then it comes with 2 red, a yellow, and a gray, as well as some really cute pink peach point icons. This set comes with 6 dice, and then your 2 characters that you have for this one is a gentleman caller, if I would focus on it, there we go, as well as a lifeguard. So those are the 2 bonus people you get. This is your bonus item. It's the cheesecake. The picture shows this tray as being blue, but they kept it white, so I'm mad at them. So it's a pretty basic looking one, but at least it is indeed a cheesecake. Although one could argue it's just a wheel of cheese. The characters that this set comes with, this is Blanche de Varax. I don't know. I don't watch Golden Girls, so I don't know how to pronounce their names. But she's got this really cool dress. She's even got bracelets and rings. Her shoes got little bows. She's got the earrings. She's got the shortcut hair, little pants, the little suit shirt moment. She's really well detailed, I'd say, so she looks incredible. And then this is Rose Nylons, I want to say, also wearing the pink suit. Mine has a little scuff on it. It came like that. Not much I can do about it, sadly. But she's this cute little set. She's got little blue heels. Also has her short hair. She looks tired. She's got lines under her eyes. These gorgeous little gold hoops on her. Very cute. They did really well, I think, in the Funko Pops for this Golden Girls set. So this is the 2-player side, so it comes with the little icons on it, so that way you can have it all easily set up if you're only playing 1v1 with just the 2 characters from the set. It's a beach scene. It's kind of cute. There's a few walls in the middle here to add some separation between the 2 sides, but otherwise it's a pretty open map. The cool things that you can do with this is you can play territory, just occupy the scoring areas to gain points. So if you end in the scoring area or take people out, you get points. And then they also have a flags one. So there's that, to get your opponent's flag to gain points. And then you win by getting a certain amount of points. So that's what this one is. Let's take a look at the other side. I absolutely love this map. My husband says it looks like a clue board. It really does. It's just the house. So they have all of these like little individual rooms that you can hide in and you can get in and out of, in the bathroom and stuff. And when you're connecting to a board, you literally can only connect it to here to other boards. So it's kind of a cool little end piece and stuff, or here. So it's a corner piece when you connect it to other boards. It's also a corner piece when you connect it to other boards because the only openings are right here and right here. So it's just a really cool map to play with strategy and fun stuff like that, and it still has an open center. So it's just a beautiful map, a really cool one of my favorite maps probably in the whole Funkoverse games. Bonus activities that you can do with this one is you have the classic leaders. Knock your opponent's leader to gain points. There's where all of the positioning and stuff for that is, as well as control. Flip control markers to your color to gain points. So there are the different control areas, and you just get in there and you flip them and you gain points, since that's how you win. So that's what this map does. Let's take a look, a little bit deeper dive in our two leading ladies here. So with Rose, she has life isn't fair, kiddo. You challenge 4. If you win, you get to move the target 1 square. So she just gets to hit hard. She also has story time, which is place an ally Rose can see in the square adjacent to Rose. Fun fact, this is a line of sight thing. So if she's here and your opponent is and your ally is over there, she can see that person and call them all the way over there, which is absurd. So that one's a really good move. She also has thank you for being a friend, which is give the friendship status card to an ally within 3 squares that Rose can see. This is her little friendship card. After a challenge against this character is resolved, Rose may do a basic action. Discard this character if this character or Rose is knocked out. So if Rose gets knocked out, you lose the friendship card as well, which is a very interesting twist. Her little bonus ability is Saint Olaf's favorite daughter. If Rose is standing after a challenge against her is resolved, she gets to do a basic action back, which is pretty OP, I'd say. So that's what Rose can do. Here is Blanche. I feel like I'm saying that wrong, and I'm so sorry. I don't watch the show. She has Flirt, Challenge 2. Take 1 unspent ability token from your opponent and place it on the 2 other cooldown track. That's huge. You want to get rid of those resources as quickly as possible. Southern Hospitality. Move each rival Blanche can see up to 2 squares towards Blanche. That's kind of crazy. So say if there's someone like here, we'll get our life boys and girls. There's one here and one even here. She can be like, hello boys, and all of them have to move 2 towards her, which is crazy. So that one's a really good move. Then she also has a power called High Boys, where she moves up to 4 squares towards a rival she can see. I have used this ability several times. It's really funny. You can just march up to them and then you can flirt with them. And flirting hurts. She's also devastatingly beautiful. So while she is standing, adjacent rivals roll 1 fewer die when challenging. If you play the Moonlight version, where some of them can only roll 1 dice in general, that means some of them can't basic challenge her, which is crazy if we were playing with these rules. So that is hers. This game, of course, comes with the cheesecake. So the cheesecake, this character can use this item while knocked down, and it stands the character up. So instead of taking pretty much all your actions to stand up, it would only take 1, which is pretty nice to have. So that's some powerful cheesecake right there. Yeah, and that's the Golden Girl set. Pretty simple. This is the second Golden Girl set that was created. We have our cover here, showing off the Golden Girls. And then, of course, the back that kind of shows off everything that they have in there for you, showing that this is set 101. We have, of course, our map and our little icons, zooming in on the art right there, and showing off the really cute pink. I do love what their icon things are. Can't forget that we got an instruction manual. These girls are shopping for their fruits, particularly peaches. And then the backside, of course, advertises the other Golden Girl set that they created. Why they thought the need to create 2, I will never know, but they did. We have 1 red token, 1 yellow, 2 gray. We've got our ABCD tokens, our 3 marker tokens, 2 flag/star tokens, all the little X things you can need. and the starter points. Both girls come with little character cards, so they each have those, which we'll look at closer. And then this is what the purse looks like. The purse is surprisingly cute. It's got this weaving on it. It's got these two little colors. It's got its little latch on it, and even the back is well done with the little pearls. Why they put so much effort in this cute little purse is beyond me, but it's adorable, and I do like the look of the item. We have the Golden Girl peachy little gems things in here. It comes with 6 dice, 2 of the map cards, which we'll go over later. You get to play with a server and a grocer, so those are the 2 that you get. And let's take a closer look at our girls now. Keeping in mind, I've never watched the show, so I'm going to butcher some last names. This one here is Sophia Pedril, I want to say. She's got a little, I think, flower in her pocket, a little brooch around her. Her glasses have the cool little resin effect, which is so cute. She's wearing her suit. She's in all white. She's got the cozy sneakers, so she can go on a proper walk, but also a business meeting. So, and she even has the little chain around the glasses to like keep the glasses on, which is such a fun little detail that they didn't have to do, but they did. We also have Dorothy Zerbach? I don't know. Here she is. She's wearing the black pantsuit. She looks like she's on a mission. Also has her nice gray hair. Pretty well detailed. So a lot more basic than some of the other players I've seen, but she's a pretty basic looking character in the show, I hear. So there you go. Let's take a closer look at these maps and what the characters actually do. Our 2-player map is the Mr. Ha-Ha's Hot Dog Hycindia? I don't know. I don't watch the show. I don't know what any of this stuff is. But there are 2 game modes you can play with this one. So there's flags. The fun is about to begin because it's time for Mr. Ha-Ha's Hot Fudge Cake. That does sound good. It's free for birthday girls and boys and only $1.98 for the rest of Ha-Ha's friends. That's great. So there's the starting areas and it's just pretty much a capture the flag type situation. We also have a leaders game mode. It's time for Mr. Ha-Ha's birthday parade. Fortunately, only one lucky individual gets to wear Mr. Ha-Ha's hat and lead the festivity. So this is leaders. Your goal is to kill the other person's leader. If your leader kills the leader, you get more points. If someone else kills the leader, you get a little less points, and so on. And there's various points depending on who kills who. So that's that game mode. Let's take a look on the other side for the full art map. We have a grocery store. It's very fun. You've got like the basic straight lines. It's very condensed. There's a very specific hallways, so it's a hard to get in and out of map if you're attaching it to others. But you do have like coolers and lots of food, lots of spillage and carts. It's a very fun, detailed map. Pretty simple, but also kind of cool. I kind of like how it's done with the little hallways and stuff. Plenty of fun to be had on this map. The game modes you can play with this one is called Control. You and your rivals are having a dispute on the best method of tasting produce. Thump it? No. Smell it? Which is it? Race around the grocery store and persuade the other shoppers to what method is best. On which method it is. Okay. Race around the grocery store and persuade the other shoppers on which method is best. So you have your different control areas. You get more points depending on which control area you have control of. The more you have control, the more points you get, so on and so on. Let's talk about the territory one. So attention shoppers, for the next 10 minutes, all purchases are half off. Hurry to the registers before your rival do. This sale won't last forever. So your goal is to get into the scoring area. The longer you spend in the scoring area, the more people you kill within the scoring area, the more points you get. And that's how you get points in this one. So that's how those work. Let's dive into our lovely girls here and see what they have to offer us. They're going to be put on the map here so you can see them. So starting with Miss Sophia. She is a range 3 challenge 2. You get to swap an ability token on your cooldown track with one from your ability token pool. So if you have a lot of excess of one but you're in need of another, that's a good way to get it. You have a curse. Move 2 and give a rival Sophia can see a curse status card. There are 2 curse status cards, though they say the exact same thing. It just says the next time this character would roll dice, they only roll 1 dice, and then they discard this status card. So no matter what, they only roll 1. Does not matter if they use a huge ability that lets them roll 10. No. They actually only get to roll 1 with the curse status. Then we also have call in a hit. A standing ally Sophia can see within 3 squares does a challenge 4 against a rival adjacent to them, which is huge, so she's more of a support person, but a pretty solid one. She also has Picture It. If Sophia is standing at the start of her turn, a standing ally she can see within 3 squares can do an extra move, which is kind of fun, so that's what she can do. We have Dorothy, our other girl over here. She's got some snappy banter. Challenge 2 and give Dorothy the snappy status card. So what this card does, it looks like this. She looks like she's about to kick some booty. This character has +1 defense. Discard the status card when one of the character's allies is challenged. So if you're playing with a lot of people, your allies are going to get challenged all the time. So this is really dumb. So we've changed it so that way it's just discard it once she gets challenged. So it just works once for her. Otherwise, this card will be absolutely useless and you'll never use it. So what's the point? We also have Independent. Choose an ally adjacent to Dorothy and move up to 4 squares away from them. She doesn't like being with her allies, apparently. She's also strong and sassy. Each standing rival Dorothy can see within 2 squares is pulled 1 square, and then she does a challenge 2 against each adjacent rival. That is a huge radius. Like, technically, if she's in range, she can be pulled, punched, and then punched another 2 times. And if there's multiple people within her 2 square radius, they are all getting pulled, punched, and murdered. So that's a really good move to have. She is intimidating. While Dorothy is standing, rivals adjacent to her may not challenge her allies. That one seems extremely overpowered. There's a reason we don't play with these. They're absurd. Some of them are so dumb and others are just like, what the heck? So you have to knock down Dorothy in order to knock down any rivals adjacent to her. Finally, let's talk about our cute little purse that you saw and what the item actually does. Do one of this character's non-challenge abilities without paying that ability's cost. So what that kind of means is if we take a look on this, so she can't do Snappy Banter with it, but she could do Independent with it because she doesn't challenge, but she would not be able to do Strong and Sassy. For this one, she could not do Cutting Remark with it, but she could Curse. And she could call in a hit if she wants to, because attacks only have these little star things. So as long as there's no star thing on it, she is able to do that that magical ability using the purse, and allows her to use it for free with the 3 on there. So it's like the Raptor Claw, only a little more specific. So the Raptor Claw is technically better, but the purse isn't too bad at all. So those are all the things that the Golden Girl set has to offer you if you choose to buy it. This is the Harry Potter number 100 set. This was the first ever set released in this game. I had bought it upon release, or I should say my brother bought it for me for Christmas, and then he also surprised me and bought me the smaller one for my birthday, therefore hooking me on this game and sending me off on my quest to own every single one of them, because I love this game so much. So here is what the back of it looks like. Dun, 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 dun. Very cool, very simple. And then, of course, we have the front as well, with Harry and Voldemort in their iconic final duel from the film. So that's that. We, of course, have our cooldown markers in the blue. That is the color theme of this color. There's that iconic duel once again being fit on there. The things that comes up, it comes with enough of these for every single character. 3 gray, 2 blue, and 3 yellow, as you can see there. We have 2 of the flag markers, 4 of our ABCDs, but with the blue icons, and of course we got 3 of those little point markers as well. Got you a bag of blue gems just for Harry Potter. Comes with 6 dice and 2 of the icon cards. It comes with 2 of Perry's cards and 2 of Bellatrix's cards that they use for their things. You will be playing with an aura on one side and a Death Eater on the other, so there's those 2. And now, visually, here's some of the most disappointing items. I get that this was a tester one. They probably didn't want to spend enough money to actually make the items look good, but my gosh, could they have tried a little harder. I don't think you guys will ever guess what potion this is, even if it focuses. Hello? This is supposed to be the Felice Luck potion. It's supposed to be gold. It's one big white stick. I am tempted to paint this gold myself, and if you guys tell me in the comments I should do it, even if one person tells me, I'll do it for that person and send a picture. And then this is supposed to be the dagger that Bellatrix uses to murder Dobby with. It's got some design in the Oriental, which is kind of cool, so it's definitely a lot better than the potion, but it's still a pretty basic item. Thankfully, they didn't disappoint in the actual characters. So we have Harry Potter here. He's got his iconic scar and glasses. He's in his wizarding robe. His wand is pretty simple on there, but his wand in real life is. It's also got the cute little Gryffindor hood on the back. So there is Harry. This is Bellatrix. She's absolutely gorgeous. She has her iconic wand, which you can actually see I own her wand, so I love her wand. I think it's so cool. So there's her iconic wand with its weird shape. Her dress has the beautiful silver details on her bodice, which is so beautiful. She's even got the crazy hair look draping over her with her curls racing down, just chaotic. She's gorgeous. I've always thought Bellatrix was pretty. This is Hermione Granger, also in her skirt and dress. Her wand has the ivories on it. Why they kept it white, would not tell you. But she at least has the proper design on the wand. She's got the cute little look. She has a little mark on her face. That's my bad. I play this game too much, and some of them are being the little skirt. She also has the little Gryffindor hood on the back and her iconic hair. And finally, we have the Dark Lord himself carrying the Elder Wand, which I think is really cool and well detailed. With his very simple cloak, he's got his snake noses. He's completely bald. He's frowning. He's a very simple design, but I think they did him really well. So that's the Voldemort. So now let's take a look at the maps for this one. Oh, and before I forget, here is what the instruction book for this one looks like as well. So if talking about the release of the other one, we'll get to that one. So it's advertisement on the back, which is fun. So that's that. Here is the first side of the map. It's a school hallway. You've got some really cool classrooms. You've got like the Defense Against the Art classroom, potions, all of them. Sure, it's not accurate to the film, but it's still really cool that you can fight in all of the classrooms. It's a fun map to do that in. We have our scenario cards. We've got flags. Get to your opponent's flag to gain points. There's all of the little things that you stand. Pretty simple. Gain the most points, get the flags. Control. Flip control markers in order to gain points. There's your starting areas, control areas where the A, B, C, D goes on. And that's this side of the map. The other map is one of my favorites to play on to this day. We still use it all the time. It's the room of requirements, the fun little angles and corners and stuff you can hide in, and yet the fact that it's still pretty open and accessible to other rooms when you add it on makes it one of the best maps in the game. I love this one so much. It's really fun to hide and poke and play with distance and sight and stuff with this map. It's probably why the rules are so complicated, was because they started out with this map, so they had to make complicated rules for line of sight. So we have here leaders. Knock out your opponent's leader to gain points. So there's points depending on which leaders that you knock out and who's knocking them out. So there's that. And then, of course, you have a territory. Occupy the scoring area and you gain points. So you're all going to fight in that little square area there. It's a fun one to do. So that's the map. But we got to talk, of course, about everyone's favorite part, which is the characters themselves. First off, we've got the classic, the iconic, the Harry of the Potter. He has Flipendo, which is challenge 3 to all adjacent rivals. Then you can move each target 1 square if you want, so either closer to you or farther away. He has the classic Expelliarmus, range 3, challenge 2. Take an item card from the target, place it on the 2 of their cooldown track. So we have a lot of items now, so that actually is pretty good to do. We used to say also if they don't have an item that you could use, like you're only playing with one item and the other person got it or something like that, you can use it on one of their little icons, their power icons. You can put that on the cooldown of the track. But if they have an item card, you use the item card instead. Protego. Pick an ally Harry can see within 3 squares and give them the Protego status card. He has 2 of these hand out. They're really useful. Each one of them's the same. It's increase this character's defense by 2. Discard this card after defending. So the next time this character gets attacked, they'll have a little bit of extra defense that makes them a little harder to kill, which is nice. His little bonus thing is the boy who lived. While Harry is knocked down and defends against a challenge 1 little power on the die to a shield after his defense roll is made. So he gets to turn a power into a shield, which makes him extremely hard to kill if you're playing using those rules. What is Harry without his Hermione Granger? So she is Impenita, Range 3, Challenge 2. If you win, also shift one of your opponent's ability tokens up one number of the cooldown track, so making it very hard for them to keep track of all their things. This next one is why she's so overpowered, especially when you're playing with a lot of people. Descendio, shift all ability tokens on your cooldown track down one number. If you do this 3 times, you get pretty much all of your abilities. You can just use all of your power points whenever you want. You don't have to worry about managing your resources if you have Hermione Granger on her team. It makes her really overpowered. Oftentimes, we'll have her just hiding in a corner, and then just doing that at the end. She'll be the last person we use. We'll have her Descendio all of our stuff down, so that way we can, play without worry of managing anything. She also is Accio, pick an ally or token. Hermione can see this within 3 squares and place it next to her, so that way she can help out. She has Loyal Friends. Adjacent allies cannot be knocked out while Hermione is standing. So if you're trying to kill everyone, you actually have to kill Hermione first, or at least knock her down first. Otherwise, you can't kill anyone, which is really useful when you get these people who are doing these mass amounts of attacks. They fail on Hermione, then they can't kill any of the others that are around them with that multi-attack, which is cool. She does only have a defense of 1, though, so she's easy to knock out. Speaking of defense of the 1, we have the Dark Lord. He is the definition of a glass cannon in this game. He is Fiend Fire, which is a range 2, challenge 6. It's crazy, especially considering the set only came with 6 dice. He is Confrendo, range 4, challenge 2. Then do a challenge 2 to each rival adjacent to that target. You can do some crazy things. Of course, these are all range things. You don't actually have to see the people, because it doesn't say you have to. You just have to be within range. A Pungo, an ally Voldemort can see that is within 4 squares, gets to do a basic action, so they can punch someone, they can heal someone, they can move. He's also the Dark Lord, so when Voldemort is knocked out, place him in your starting area, and then you may immediately move him 2 places. As you can imagine, in the knockout game, when you're playing just last one standing, you can't use that at all. Otherwise, he's just impossible to kill, and no one can win, and that's not fair. So you're not actually able to use that one ever if you're playing the last man standing version of the game. Finally, out of our little set here, we have Bellatrix Lestrange. She has Confundo, which is a range 4 challenge 2, which is pretty cool. And you get to give the target a Confundo status card. She has 2 of these she can hand out. This is what they look like. So Confundo, the next time this character does the ability action, increase the cost of this ability by 1, then remove this card. This is kind of crazy when you have people whose ability cost is 4, and suddenly now it costs them 5, or a 1 is a 2. It's really good for management, making it more difficult for them. Unless they have Hermione, then, who cares? We have a Morse Mordor. Place Bellatrix on the 1 of your cooldown track. You can use this while knocked down. So when we play with her in the kicked out version, we always make sure to mark out where she spawns in with a little marker, so that way when she's taken off on the cooldown tracker, she's required to respawn back there. It keeps the game a little bit fairer and easier, so that way she's just not racing out around the board and no one can catch her, because that's just painful for everyone involved. She is a notorious witch. When Bellatrix shifts off the cooldown track, you may place her adjacent to an ally. Again, that's something that we just simply cannot use when we're just playing the knockout version. Or if you want to, because she has the Morse Mordor, she could use it a little bit so she can turn next to an ally instead of spawning on her starter point, which is kind of cool. So that one has a little bit more use than, say, Voldemort's. This guy came, of course, with those 2 items I had showed you early. So there's the Felix Flexus. I said that wrong. I know Harry Potter. Leave me alone. When this character challenges a target, you may place this card on the 3 of your cooldown track. Before you roll dice, set 1 to a 3 instead of rolling it. This is absurd. It's so useful. It's almost like an insta-kill. Not quite, but it's close. It's hard to defend against. And then, of course, you have your dagger. This is a challenge 2. This character may do an extra non-challenge action. So it's kind of, if you moved 2 spaces, you knocked the person down, you're like, oh no, I can't kill him because I used up all 3 of my actions, or 2 of my actions if you're not playing Moonlight's version. Well, that's okay, because you have a dagger. You can stab them anyways. And then you get this back instantly, so it's pretty much you get to use it over and over and over again, but it just makes sure that you only use it once per turn. I love that this one has the 1 in the corner. but they couldn't bother to put the 3 in the corner for the Flex Felicis. Whatever. I don't understand. It was their first set. They were still figuring things out, but it's a pretty solid set for their very first one they've ever made. So that is Harry Potter set 100. Here is the Harry Potter set 101, also known as the second set that Funkoverse ever made. They released both the 100 Harry Potter set and this one as their debut set. Here is what the front cover looks like, with that main art and the Harry Potter logo on it. Here is what the back looks like, kind of showing off everything that's inside the set. We've got our instruction manual with yet another thing. I believe that's Voldemort in the back there, being as creepy as can be. And on the back, it obviously advertises the bigger set that they already had out at this point. We have our little cards things with the art on it and that iconic blue for the Harry Potter sets. That same blue also is reflected in its gems. So all the Harry Potter sets have the same colored gems. We come with 2 map cards, the actual map, 6 dice, 1 starting token, 1 gray, 1 yellow, 2 blue, our ABCs in that blue, the 3 square point markers, the 2 star/flag, and all the little X things you need. We also comes with a snake for Draco that I'll show once we're going through Draco. And our item is a broom, which is just 1 color and kind of boring. It's all the same color. This was one of their first sets. It was before they started realizing, hey, maybe we should add more than 1 color to our items so they actually look cool. This is supposed to be the Queen Sweep 11. I know I probably wouldn't have been able to guess which one it was based off of that, but that's what that's supposed to be. Joining you in this adventure is either a Gryffindor student or a Slytherin student, which I think makes sense. And let's take a look at our 2 friends. Ron is here with his iconic red hair. He does not have freckles, which I think is interesting. He's got his Gryffindor outfit, a really boring standardized wand. I kind of wish they gave him like his broken wand or something with the Gryffindor cap. Honestly, not their strongest. Their first set, they did not focus in details as much as they did in later sets. And then Draco is pretty much the same, even down to the wand, except he has, of course, a green cape because he is a Slytherin boy. So that's what they look like. At least they have the cool tie details. Their ties do look pretty cool, I'd say. So that is everything that's in the set. Let's take a deeper dive into the maps and characters. So we have the potions room, a more deeper dive into what that might look like as the 2-player map. The cool things that you can do here is territory, which is very simply occupy the scoring area to gain points. So the longer you're in there, the amount of enemies you take out, that's how you score there. You can also do flags. Which is just capture the flag. So go in there, capture their flag to gain points. So let's quickly take a look at the other side of the map. Now, this map is one of my favorites. I absolutely love this map. It's the Petrified Forest. I love that it's just covered in trees. There's fun ways to dodge and move around the map and interact with people. So it's almost always on my map board when I am playing anything. I'm playing with this map. So the cool game modes that you could play is you could play control. So flip control markers to your color to gain points. So there's 3 control areas. The more control areas you have at one time, the more points that you gain. And then you have leaders, which is knock out your opponent's leader to gain points. If a leader kills a leader, it gets more points. Versus if a normal person kills a leader, all the points are on that card there. So that's what the different game modes are. But let's talk about the actual characters, which is, I think, what everyone really wants to learn about, is what Draco and Ron can do. Now Draco, something to note is he only has 1 health point. But he does do Serpent Sora, which is place a serpent minion token in a square Draco can see within 2 squares. When Draco becomes exhausted, the serpent may do a challenge 2 or a move 3. So this is his little serpent friend. And as long as it's on the board, it gets to do the move 3 or challenge 2. So for example, he puts it on the board and then he can, within 2 squares, he's tired, he placed it next to Ron, he can then use it to attack Ron. Next round, maybe Ron's like all the way over here, he can bring the snake over to follow him. Of course, Ron can punch the snake, it has a health of 2, and if that happens, Draco has to respawn the snake in. Everte Statium, range 3, challenge 2. If you win, you may move the target 2 squares, pretty self-explanatory. And then Homium Revelio, choose an ally Draco can see within 3 squares, and he gets to be placed adjacent to it. Really good if you need to heal or get out of someplace fast. Draco and the Serpent Minion roll 1 extra dice when challenging rivals that are knocked down. So that's what his Nemesis ability is, if you choose to go with that. Next up, we have the Ron Weasley. He has Renuviate. Up to 2 allies may do a basic action, limited to 1 turn. He does not need to see the allies. These allies could be anywhere on the map or other maps, like 5 maps away. He can still do that, which is so huge and a reason why it's limited to once per turn. Stupefy is a range 3, challenge 3, but the target has to be standing. And Reducto, choose a token Ron can see within 3 squares, remove it from the map. So example, he does not need to attack this guy for a challenge 2. He can just Reducto it and take the snake fully off the board. He is also a team player. If Ron is standing, an ally that shifts off the cooldown track may be placed adjacent to him. So his little bonus is only good if you're actually playing a point-based game instead of just the classic knockout version that I like to play. Finally, we have to take a look at our Clean Sweep 11. You can see it with all the silver details and the different shades of brown in the picture. Knowing that they didn't bother to paint it in real life, maybe one of these days I'm just going to paint all of the items to make them more accurate. So this is a move 4. This character may move this character through rivals. It goes on the 3 of the cooldown track. It works as an action, but it's a move 4, which is really fun. So you can just zoom around the map with this guy. By that, I mean you can do it once every 3 turns. But that is all of the items, all of the characters, and the map that this set comes with. And you can decide if it's a set that you're interested in or not. This is Harry Potter set 102, the second 4-person set for the Harry Potter. Let's take a look at our cover. So there's the cover for you. You get a good look at the art. We have the back kind of showing you everything that the set comes with. And of course, the instructions have a better view of some of that art. And then on the back, it's actually advertising the very first set they ever made, the original Harry Potter Funkoverse set. We have our little player icons in the Harry Potter blue that all the Harry Potter sets have, and then with the art on the back of them. We've got our big gorgeous map here. We have 1 starter token, 2 reds, 3 grays, 3 yellows, all the little X things you need. We got the 2 flag markers, the 3 square point markers, our classic ABCs in the blue. Snape has 3 cards and Dumbledore has 1 card, which we'll go over when we go through the characters. If you're wondering what gem colors you'll get the blue, Harry Potter blue, a big bag of them. You get 6 dice, the 2 game mode cards, and let's take a look at the items actually. Quick question, can you tell which one's which? They look very similar, they're very tiny, but this one's actually the De-Illuminator. It's actually really well detailed. They've changed the color of the little switch, the little silver. I really like how this item looks, but that's Dumbledore's De-Illuminator. And then we have Snape's potion of Versailles serum, which makes you tell the truth. So he has the poof potion with the little gold cap on it. Adorable little items. We'll see what those do later on. Let's look at the 2 allies. This is technically a 2-player set, so you only get 2 basic characters. Those being a ministry official and a herbology professor. So those are the 2 that you get. Now for my favorite part of these little video snippets, it's to get a closer look at the characters. Dolores Umbridge with her little wand, which has a little bit of pink detail. She has bows on her sleeve pockets. Shoes are a slightly different shade of pink like they are in the film and have the little flowers on it. She's got her short cut hair, ready to take on the world. Honestly, she looks like she belongs in the Golden Girl set. We have Professor Snape here with his beautiful black cape, but with his slightly like blue insides and the shirts and pants, and he's got his hair looking way too fabulous, honestly, and his wand is correct to what his wand actually is. So that's Snape. Mr. Hagrid, the full beard of hair. He's got his belt and his lovely pink umbrella, which you should know is his wand. His green pants, his classic shoes, his classic bushy hair and overcoat. I mean, this is so clearly Hagrid. And then we have Dumbledore, the fezzed Dumbledore, as we like to call him, with his beautiful beard ties, which has little silver tassels. The classic Elder Wand is indeed in his hand. His cloak has like all these little wave details carved into it, which are a little hard to see, but they're really beautiful, that he has like these Celtic knots tied in. His hat is absolutely gorgeous. Just look at the rim of that. Look at the little fez with the little toppers, even got like a little flowering detail. His glasses have that resin on the shades to make them look even more glasses-like. And he has a little boop of a nose to hold his glasses up. And then of course he has the classic hairstyle. He's probably one of the most gorgeous and best detailed Funko Pops that you can get out of the Funkoverse set. So if you're looking for a good, even genuinely a good Harry Potter Dumbledore to display, let me tell you this set. So now let's take a look at the boards as well as what all the characters even do. This set actually comes with 2 full art size maps, which I think is wonderful. Starting off with this one right here, which is the Ministry of Magic, including that iconic fountain which Dumbledore absolutely owned Lord Voldemort with in that one film. This one's really cool because it's got like the big circles you can't go in, as well as some little things to hide behind and stuff. It's just a really cool styled map. Game modes you can play here. You can play Control, which sadly does not have any fun descriptions for this one. So Control is just, there's 3 areas. The more of those areas you control, the more points you get. So you can see the points on the giving point section. The other one that you can do is Flags. So for a Flags, you can give your opponent, you've just got to capture the flag. And if you capture the flag, you gain points, and that's how that works. Let's flip this bad boy and take a look at the other side. And we have Dumbledore's office, because of course we do. It's beautiful, isn't it? I really wish you got Fonks as a companion, and I'm really sad you don't in this. What a missed opportunity, since we have Dumbledore and Dumbledore's office. But you can actually see where Feather is, where he used to be chilling, but he's not there anymore. It's full of details from the whole scene, including like the memory vial thing in the corner, windows streaming light in, all of that stuff. It's, again, a very unique, I will say this, like all of the maps are different and unique in where all the walls are. There are none that are similar, which I think is wonderful. So there we go, some more like dodging and things that you can do, including some little one-step corners which represent pillars and stuff, which is cool. The game modes that they suggest here are leaders. So that's just pretty much knock out your opponent's leader to gain points. Whoever knocks out the leader, so if your leader knocks out a leader, gets more points than a normal person doing it, and so on. As well as territory, which is occupy the scoring area to gain points. The more time you spend in the scoring point, the more points you get. If you knock people out of the scoring area, you get points, yada, yada, yada. Pretty basic game modes. So that's what those are, but let's take a look at our characters. I'll put them up on here for us so you can get a closer look at them, ready to battle each other to the death. We'll start with the big man himself, Mr. Albus Dumbledore. He has Incendio, which is a range 3, challenge 2 to up to 2 different rivals. Give Dumbledore the Incendio status card with the Incendio side faced up. You can only do this once per turn, because the way that the Incendio status works is at the beginning of Dumbledore's turn, you get to do a range 3 challenge 2. So you get to do yet another one at the start of your turn. This then gets flipped over, showing that he cannot use the Incendio ability this turn, but once he's exhausted, you get to discard it so he can use it next. So it's a once per 2, so you can only use it once to every 2 turns, with the first turn you being able to use it twice, and that third turn being able to use it at the start, and that third time being at the start of your second turn. Which is kind of a fun, unique ability that Dumbledore has there. Petrixus Titolius, which is interesting he has that because that's a Hermione spell. He is a range 3, challenge 4. The target must be standing. Obviously, you can't not freeze a target that's laying down. And then Dispersio, which is move an adjacent character 1 square, which is kind of boring, but that's what he does. He is a headmaster, so once per turn, an ally adjacent to Dumbledore may decrease the cost of an ability by 1, which I guess is kind of fun. Rubeus Hagrid is a very interesting one. He has some cool abilities. He has a helping hand. He can move 3, but the movement must end adjacent to an ally. He has giant strength, which is a challenge 3, but the target must be standing, and then he can push the target 1 square. And then one of my favorite abilities, which is You're a Wizard. An adjacent ally does a basic action or an ability action without paying that ability's cost. So you can put him next to someone, and he can do 3 of their actions instead. Just by costing 3 yellow instead of them paying, say, like 4 red on 4 or something like that, which is so huge. It's a really useful ability. He has a giant heart. When Hagrid assists a character, that character then gets to do a basic action, which is so sweet because he does have a big heart. We have Severus Snape. He has Defendio, which is a range 4, challenge 2. He has Volunteer Santier. I cannot pronounce Harry Potter spells. I'm sorry. Yes, I've watched the show and read the books. That doesn't mean I know how to pronounce everything. Move 2 and then get to do an assist action. And finally, his Septim Sora, which is a just straight out challenge 4, which is great. Sadly, there's no range to it. He is the Half-Blood Prince, as we all know. So before Snape or an adjacent ally does a challenge, you may place a Severus Snape status card on the 3 of your cooldown track to add its effect to the end of the challenge. So if you're not playing with the special things, you will not play with these cards. But if you are, let me show you what those cards look like. There are 3 different ones. They're potions, which is so cool because he's the potion master. So we have Ensnared Senses, which moves each target 1 square. This status cannot be discarded. And also, all of these say this status cannot be discarded. That just means someone can't pick it up and throw it away. They're always attached to Snape unless he chooses to use them, so no ability can get rid of them. We have Brew Glory, which is move 2. And finally, we have Bottled Flame, shift an ability to on your cooldown track down 1. So they're pretty basic. They're not going to overpower anything, but he does have the ability to use those if he so pleases, up to 3 of them, which is fun. Next off, we have to get to Dolores Umbridge. She's the last of the ones for us to review. Everyone's favorite person to hate. She has all educational degrees, which is a wonderful touch. So degree 31, range 4, challenge 2, move a character adjacent to the target 1 square. That can be an ally or an enemy. Degree 35, range 2, challenge 3, roll 1 additional die if that character is holding an item. So she can challenge 4 to certain characters. And when you have a lot of characters, yeah, she can definitely do that. Educational degree 98. Control an adjacent standing rival. They can do a basic action, so they can punch their allies, they can assist and heal one of their enemies, or they could just move away, so that way they're not bothering anyone. She is a High Inquisitor, so when Umbridge does an ability, she may choose a standing ally she can see within 4 squares, do the ability as if Umbridge was in that ally's square. So, which is kind of crazy, but I could break that down for you so it makes sense. So if she's here and Snape is, say, here, 4 squares away, and she would like to range 2, challenge 3 Dumbledore, well, she's a High Inquisitor, so she can choose to do it through Snape's eyes. So she tells Snape to do Educational Decree 35 on Dumbledore, because technically she's now in that square, and that's how she works. That sounds kind of broken. I understand why some of these are broken and some of these are garbage. They did not balance this well, but that's what she can do. Keep in mind, though, she does only have a health defense of 1, so she's a weak girly, which is not that surprising. Now let's finish up by talking about our last 2 items here. So we have the Deluminator that I was talking about. So increase this character's defense by 1. This character is challenged. Place this card on the 2 of your cooldown track at the end of the turn. So if they're attacked, they get a +1 defense for as long as they're being attacked. But at the end of that person who attacks turn, it goes on the 2. So it gets to be a defense for all up to 3 attacks, possibly more, depending on what they're attacking you with. You get a +1. But then at the end, it goes to the number 2, so you're not going to see it next turn. And it doesn't work on multiple enemies attacking the same person. And then we have Virtus Serum. Your opponent must tell you which unexhausted character they will do actions with on their next turn. That character is standing. They may only do 1 action. This one is evil. It's so evil, especially if you wait until it's their last person and you're just yeah, that person can only do 1 action now. Sorry. Not sorry. And they have to play that person. Whatever they tell you, you can use this at the beginning of your turn. They have to use that person. You know which person they're going to use, and therefore you can decide what you're going to do or who you're going to attack based off of that knowledge, and then that person only gets 1 action. This one's probably one of the most overpowered items in general, but it's also really fun, and I kind of like how overpowered it is. It's one of my favorites to use. It's just so unique and so cool. So we love this item. It's one of the best in the games. So that's everything that this has to offer you if you choose to get this one. Dun dun dun! It's the Jaws set. That's right. This game has Jaws, which I think is hilarious. Let's take a look at our little things here. So here is the front of the set with the shark killing poor Quint. And then we have the back of the container, kind of showing off everything that's inside of the set. The set, of course, comes with the map. It comes with 6 dice and the little character sheets. These are the little pathways, looking very cute, with the little blue sides on there. It also has the instructions, also containing that lovely art there, as there are no other Jaws set. Instead, it advertises the Jurassic Park one on the back. Like so many of the other sets, I think blue might be the favorite color in the Funkoverse world. We have some dark blue gems, nothing really that special to write home about. We have our little turn marker, 2 of the flags, the 3 square sets, the whole ABCDs, all of the little X's you could need, 1 gray, 2 red, and a blue. There are status cards for both Quinn and the shark. And then there's the harpoon gun. My harpoon gun is currently missing in action. It's here somewhere. It's one of the bigger objects. It looks pretty cool. It's well detailed. I really like it. I'll find a little image on the wiki if I can't find my actual one, so that way you guys can see what it looks like on the screen right now. And then, of course, we have our 2 friends, which are a tiger shark and the swimmer. Not sure how much help a swimmer will be against a tiger shark, but who knows? And then the best part, which is taking a closer look at our actual characters. This is Quint. Green jacket, blue shirt, black pants, an adorable hat to hide his balding head. A very cheeky little mustache. He looks great. And everyone's favorite, the shark. If you're wondering how he holds items, it's in his mouth. It's hilarious. I love it. There's some things he holds. It looks so ridiculous. He has his gills, this really cool water effect, and otherwise a pretty simple design because, after all, he's a shark, but he does have some aging on his face to show that he is the shark from Jaws. And that's kind of everything that's in this set. Let's take a look at the board and the characters. So our 2-player board is the ship itself, also known as the Orca. Not actually seen the movie, so I had no clue that's what it's called, but it says so on this card, and I trust it. So a nice little map where you can be both in the water and on land. The theme for it, we got leaders. After a hearty meal and a few sea shanties, you and your rivals start comparing stories of each other's scars. One of your rivals says there has to be a story to end all stories, but you think you'll top that. It's time to see whose story is the best, and by doing that, you're going to try to kill each other. So the way that leaders works is your goal is to kill the leader. You get more points for killing the leader, even more points if the leader kills the leader, and so on. The other one that you can do is territory. Come in, Orca. Are you there? Please respond. Over. The Coast Guard is answering a distress call you've made just moments earlier. Race to the cabin and answer the call before your rivals can get there to destroy the radio. So you have your 2 starting areas, and that's your scoring area. You get points for hanging out in the scoring area, longer, killing people in it, yada yada. So that's how that one works. Let's flip this map to see what the full-size board looks like. So the full-size board is the beach. It looks really cool. It's another great middle piece with some water action, as well as some land with a few things to hide behind and weave your way between. It's a really solid map. The game modes that they say that you can play here are flags. The bright moon shines over South Beach, giving you and your friends just enough light for a quick swim to the bayou and back. Hopefully nothing scary lurks beneath the water, looking for an easy midnight snack. So this is flags. You both have your different flags area, and you're trying to capture each other's flags and get points that way. We also have a control. You arrive at the beach to discover caution signs around your favorite swimming spot. Do you lounge by the fire or brave the waves and show the sharks that you're not afraid? So there's 3 different control areas. Your goal is to have control over as many areas at the end of the turn as possible, and that gauges you more points depending on how many of those you have control of. And those are the different game modes. Let's take a look at our friend the shark and our friend Quint, who's chilling on land here. So the way that these work, we have Quint. So Quint has farewell and adieu. Move up to 4 squares towards the rival with the hunted status card. We'll talk about that later. And do a challenge 2 to them. We also have Can Crusher, range 3, challenge 2. Roll 1 extra die for each of your status cards on the target. So and then finally, we have Compare Scars. Stand Quint up, challenge 2. He can do this while knocked down. I love those type. So if he gets punched, you can be like, whoop, yeah. which is always a funny one. So if you want to talk about the status cards, when Quint becomes exhausted, you may give or move the hunted status card to a rival character. When this talks about of your status cards on the target, that just means it stacks up. A lot of characters in this game have status cards it can give to various characters, like say Bellatrix Lestrange has a card that you can give to an enemy. So if he has Bellatrix Lestrange and Quint and others, you can just keep adding the dice and stack it up for the Can Crusher. If you don't want to play with this little section, the way that we do it is the Can Crusher is normal, it's just the range 3 challenge 2, and the Farewell and Adieu, you get to do a challenge 2 to them just because of the prices and stuff. So this gets the status card bonus, this one does not. That's how we balance it if we're not playing with this section. So that's how Quint works. Now for the scary one. This is the strongest player in the game, easily. This is the shark. He can swim. He moves 3. The shark may emerge. Blood in the water. Place the shark adjacent to a rival within 3 squares or adjacent to any knocked down rival. The shark may emerge. What does that mean, folks? Well, let's say Quint is down all the way on the other side of the map. Keep in mind, this could be like 4 or 5 maps away if you're playing with lots of boards. The shark is all the way over here, but he's knocked down, and guess what? He smells blood. And in a single action, the shark can be all the way right there, ready to attack him twice. It's absurd, but that's what happens. We also have Jaws Challenge 5. You may place the target in any square adjacent to the shark so you can move it around so it can die even easier. These are absurd. He's also an underwater predator, so the shark begins the game with the shark status card. If the shark emerges or submerges, flip the status card to the appropriate side. The shark would be knocked down. Knock it out instead. He has a 4 shield, so it takes 4 to it. We always say he also has a 4 base attack when we're playing our version, just because it makes things a little more spicy. Even if we're not playing with this, we are playing with this rule. The shark does not have 2 lives. If it dies, it dies. The funniest time shark ever died was when a Catwoman killed it with 1 dice. It was hilarious. It happens. But otherwise, he's just too overpowered. I forgot to show Quint's status card, so let me show you what that looks like. This is Quint's status card. It's hunted. When Quint knocks this character out, the player controlling Quint shifts all its gray and red ability tokens on their cooldown track down 1. So that's just what that does. But this is what the emerged and thing cause. So if he's emerged, the shark may not be moved by your opponent while emerged. The shark does an action that moves it. The shark submerges. So this is the submerge. The shark may not do any assist, challenge, or interact actions while submerged. Basic action, the shark may emerge. So it makes it a little bit... It levels it out a little, so he has to emerge in order to do anything and stuff like that, or use his abilities. If you're not playing with the submerged, you can easily ignore it. So that's something that we do. If you're not playing the advanced version, just ignore the emerged and submerged stuff. But make sure you do keep if the shark would be knocked down, knock it out instead. Otherwise, let me tell you, this guy is too crazy and he will murder everyone you know. So that's what the shark is. And Quinn, and let's talk real quick about the harpoon gun. So this is the harpoon gun. I really like this item. When this character challenges a rival character, you may place this card on the 1 of your cooldown track. If you do, give that rival a barrel status card. So what's a barrel status card, you ask? Well, it comes with 2 of them. These are the barrels. So all of the character's moves are reduced by 1. Discard this card after the character is knocked out or does a move. So when we play, we like to play that the main characters, the actual IP characters, can only move 1 space per turn anyways instead of the 2, which means that a barrel would keep them from doing any base moves. They have to use an ability to move. But once they do successfully move, then they lose the barrel, so it's only for 1 of them, or they could just waste an entire turn in order to get rid of the barrel. But that's how the barrel works. And that's this one. I really like the Jaws set. I think it's one of the better 2-player sets. The characters are really fun. The abilities are super cool. And the map is one of my favorites. So this is a solid 2-person set. This is the Jurassic Park 101 map. So here we have the back of the container showing off everything that's inside. I present to you, almost did upside down, the front of the container with the cool art that has part of this. Here are your instructions. Anyone want to guess what it's advertising on the back? Yeah, it's going to advertise the main 4 sets that I already... Of course, that beautiful art that we saw is on our little cards, and they have the fiery red one. This map also comes with your 2 little thing cards. The map itself, it comes with your little starter, all the little X things you need. It comes with 2 gray and 2 blue. Your ABC set, your 3 red things, and the 2 flag ones. It also comes with 3 red, so it's 3 red, 2 gray, 2 blue. The red's up there. Here is your This is the item it comes with. It is a flare. Look how cool that is. It's even got different shades of red. So fancy. You got a really cool dice that is a fully luck or none, so it does absolutely nothing for you, or it gives you 3, so that's a fun dice to have. Like with all the Jurassic Park sets, it comes with my favorite types of pointers, the ones with the little mosquitoes inside. It also comes with 5 dice. Your friends who will be fighting along your side are a scientist and the Glaminos, that one, whatever that is, so you can read. Our characters are the raptor. She's a big girl with a big mouth, with big teeth and big eyes with little scales all over her, ready to beat up anybody who gets in her way, as well as Mr. Dr. Ian Malcolm wearing his sunglasses, his leather set, he's got his ring on, as well as his fabulous set of hair. Not one of the best characters in the game, but still a really cool one. Let's take a look at what the map's looking like. This is the 2-player side, also known as the Isla Nebular Lab. So the game modes you could play with this, you could play flags. Your rivals are rummaging through the ruins of the Isla Nebular Lab. Prevent them from escaping with anything that should remain on the island. So it's a capture the flag style game, as well as leaders. Your rivals were so preoccupied with whether or not they could defeat you, they didn't stop to think if they should. Bring your team together to stop your rivals in their tracks. So this one, you get certain points depending on who kills who, with the goal mostly to be to kill that leader of yours, the leader of the other team. Let's take a look at the other map. So I really like this map. We've got some big barriers that you can hide around, as well as some trees that you can walk through. I think it's really cool. It's still relatively open, though you do have a hallway steaming on this side. These sides are completely open for gameplay and attaching to other maps, so it's a really good one for that. Game modes you can play on this map. You have control. When the power went out, everyone hid themselves so they wouldn't be eaten. Search the area around the breach in the fence to see if you can track them down. So you have these 3 control areas. You get points depending on if you control that area or not, as well as killing the enemy team. We've got territory. Life breaks free. It expands into new territories and crashes through barriers painfully. Investigate the point where the electric fence was broken, but watch out for your rivals. So the longer you guys can stay in this scoring area here, the more points that you can get. As you can see, it's the little entrance area that exits into a different map, which is kind of really cool. So those are the 2 game modes you can play on this map. Let's talk characters. So the T-Rex, she's a very fun one. She chomps, which is challenge 4. The challenge knocks out a character. You get to shift a red ability token off your cooldown track. So if Chomp kills, Chomp did it for free, which is great. She also stomps, so move 3 in a straight line. This action may move the T-Rex through rivals. Do a challenge 2 to each rival the T-Rex moves through. So it lets you hit multiple people at once as well as move. And then roar, push adjacent rivals, standing rivals, just 1 square, so it helps keep people away from punching you. You do have predatory instincts, so while standing, but standing rival ends a move adjacent to the T-Rex. You may place a rev from your ability cooldown pool on the one of your cooldown track to do a challenge 2 against the rival. So you'll want nobody walking into your space, or else you'll chomp and bite their heads off. So that's what the T-Rex does. We also have a wonderful Dr. Alan Malcolm. So he has an incessant snark. We all know this if we've seen the movies, which has a range 3 challenge 1. If you lose, you get to do a challenge 1 to the same target. So good range, not much attack, but at least you get 2 tries. Life finds a way. You get to move 2. You swap an ability token from your ability token pool or cooldown track with one outside the game. So this lets you get more points and stuff if you're playing that. Otherwise, it's kind of useless in the murdering play that I like to play. Must go faster. Roll 1 dice. If you roll a 3, move 5. Otherwise, you just move 2. The Chaos Theorist. Whenever I am would roll dice, he replaces one of the standard dice with the Chaos dice, which is that dice we saw earlier that had all of the 3s or nothing. So it's an all or nothing dice that he has. So that's how he would be able to use that. And finally, we have the lovely flare. You get to choose a square within 3, pull a standing rival that can see that square 2 spaces towards that space. So this lets you kind of help out other players and allow you to move them to murder them. So say we have an enemy like right here, you have an ally here, your friend's here, and you're right here. His turn is next, so you want him to be able to punch this guy. You could put the flare here and force this guy to move 2 squares, allowing your teammates to punch them. So it's a really useful one. It takes a little bit of skill and circumstance to be really good, but if you use it right, it's pretty cool. So that is the flare item. And that right there is the Jurassic Park, the little expansion to the Jurassic Park games of the Funkoverse. Da-da-da-da-da, presenting the Kool-Aid Man, who is one of the single sets. That's right, guys, you could play with Kool-Aid in this game. If you're curious, this is what the front of it looks like, of him barreling through a wall. And then right here is the back of it, kind of showing all the stuff that it comes with. We, of course, have our lovely little instruction book with the cute art of him bursting straight through there. On the back, it kind of shows everything it comes with. This instruction book is kind of important to read because it talks a little bit more about, like, rebel tokens. So walls and rebel tokens. An obstruction on the border between otherwise adjacent squares is a wall. So it talks a little bit about a wall. So this obstruction is the wall, this obstruction is not. So keeping that type of stuff in mind. As you can see, rubble allows him to break through walls, so he gets to enter into any areas, and it just shows off how all of that works, as well as some tips and strategies in there. So if you do buy him, make sure you read the book, so that way you understand how rubble works. So let's take a look at this character a little closer. He is pure red, but with the clear handle and the little happy little Kool-Aid face. And he's got the little drink with some little ice cubes on there. I wouldn't say he's the most interesting character. He's pretty basic, actually. As far as character designs, it's Kool-Aid Man. There's not much to it. He does come with his own red sparkly point markers, which is fun. He comes with a blue and a red piece, as well as the little X thing, and 3 of those rebel tokens I was talking about. So this is what they look like. There's a white side and a black side, although it is interesting he only comes with the white stands. Let's talk about what the Kool-Aid Man can do. So here's his card. So hey Kool-Aid, move 3. Kool-Aid Man must end this move adjacent to an ally. This action may move Kool-Aid Man through walls. We have Splash Stone, challenge 3 to an adjacent rival, to all adjacent rivals I should say. Use this ability only if Kool-Aid Man has moved this turn, so you have to move in order to use Splash Stone. But you could then move and use Splash Stone twice, which is fun. And then, oh yeah, move 1, challenge through, and again, this action may move Kool-Aid Man through walls. He has Bust Through. When Kool-Aid Man moves through a wall using his abilities, place a rebel token on it. If all rebel tokens have been placed, you have to move one of them instead. So every time he moves through walls, it's a rebel token, which kind of opens up the door for anyone to go in and out through that pathway, including your enemies. So make sure you keep that in mind when you're breaking holes through the wall. So that is what Kool-Aid Man does. He's genuinely a really cool character. I think it's really fun, the little rebel tokens, if you decide to use those. Having any wall breakers is crazy. There's only 2 in the entire set, the other one being, believe it or not, Alice. So yeah, he's cool in that aspect. Otherwise, it's pretty simple. You get a fun character with a fun gimmick. So that's what the set is. Now we've got the DC set number 101, which is Batman and Catwoman. Here is the front of the box here. This is what the back of the box looks like. We got our lovely instruction manual, and pretty obviously on the back it's advertising the big DC set. So this one comes with its 2 little power things with the cool art on the front, and then the DC blue color there. Its gems are also the blue classic DC. You got your 2 little cards. It comes with 2 blue, 1 gray, 1 red, the 4 you need. The little ABC cards, 2 star ones, white and a black one. 3 of the square point markers. I don't know if I mentioned, but it also comes with a red. And then, of course, your classic starter token. Your friends for this one are going to be the guard and the inmate. You're going to have 6 dice, as well as a partner card that goes to Robin. And, of course, your nice smaller sized map. Your item is Catwoman's whip, which honestly is one of the cooler looking little items. It's even got some frayed edges there. And this is Catwoman, easily one of the worst characters you could possibly get in Funkoverse. But her goggles are super cool with the resin eyes. She's really well detailed. She's just a terrible Funko to play with. And then we have Robin, also not one of the greatest. This is probably one of the weaker sets for power level, but he's a really cool one. He's got the black with the yellow on the inside, got his little Robin logo, his white glasses. He looks honestly really cool. Most of the Funko characters do on this. So let's take a look at what the map and gameplay for this set looks like. So this is the 2-player sideboard. I'm not exactly sure what room it is. It might be upstairs of like Bruce Wayne's house, I think, but I'm not completely sure. Could just be a rich person. It might be Catwoman's house. I've seen what that looks like because I've watched the show now. So this could be Catwoman's apartment. I genuinely don't know what it is. But if you want to know what the games are, you have flags. So Catwoman has devised a perfect plan to steal Gotham City's most valuable items and take them to her penthouse. So this might be her penthouse. It's up to the heroes to flag the police and alert them to her devious plots. So you have all of your markers there, and your goal is just to earn extra points. It's capture the flag type game. Then we have our leaders. Treasures have been taken from all over Gotham City, and Robin has led law enforcement to Catwoman's pet house. Woo, it is that. To search for them. What he found instead was a most ferocious rival. So this one, of course, is all about taking out the leaders of the other person's team, and you get more points depending on which leaders you take out, or who takes out which leader type thing. Let's see what the other side of the map looks like. So welcome to the Arkham Asylum. It's another one with a lot of rooms and a lot of walls. This one has a lot of tiny rooms, which is interesting. Most maps have bigger rooms, so this one's got a little smaller ones that you can play around with. So if you want to play on this map, the scenarios you have, you've got territory. A security breach has the guards at Arkham Asylum scrambling to regain order, but the inmates have other nefarious plans. Seize the control room to take command of the criminal-filled compound. So you just have your scoring area. The longer you stay in there, the more people you kill, the more points that you get. The other one they have is Control. Arkham Asylum security system keeps Gotham City's most dangerous criminals contained, but it's been hacked. Access the maintenance in 3 rooms to regain control. So there's 3 control areas that you can flip the markers to, and the more you have, the more points you have as you play. So that is that one. Let's talk about these characters. I'm going to see why I don't like them very much. Starting with the worst character in all of Funkoverse game. This is Catwoman. So she has second chances. She does a basic challenge. If you lose, do a basic challenge to the same target. So in normal rules, that would be a dice of 2. So that's what she'd do. She'd do a basic and then another basic. But the way that we play, the attack is the same as the defense. So she only gets like 1 dice and then 1 dice. So it's honestly really sad, but it's still not the greatest attack. Cartwheel. Move 4. Limited to once per turn. She can only do it once, and it just moves her 4. Other people, they move 4, and then they get to punch and attack, or they have range 4. That's all she's got. And then even the odds. Do a basic challenge, take an item card from the target, and place it on the 2 of the cooldown track. So, like, it's so basic, like, what even? And again, she has a health of 1. And then, of course, Cat Burglar. When Catwoman shifts off the cooldown track, you may start her in any square rivals cannot see, except your opponent's starting area. Which, great if you're playing one of the other fancy modes, but if you're just playing the kill mode, she doesn't even have a cool secondary ability. So, honestly, she's just garbage, guys. She's just so garbage. You have no idea. That's okay. How about Robin? Well, Robin is all about the sidekick. So we actually do play with this no matter what. You kind of have to. So at the start of the game, you give one of your allies the partner status card. And something to note with Robin is that if your partner dies, give the card to a new player if you're still playing, because Robin is absolutely useless if he doesn't have a partner. So we have set up attack, challenge 2, Robin's partner may do a basic move. We got coordinated strike, challenge 2, Robin's partner can do a challenge 2, and provide backup. If Robin can see his partner and his partner is within 4 squares, you get to place Robin adjacent to his partner. So they're kind of cool. If your partner is really well set up. Robin is extremely difficult to use. The partner ability, it sounds so cool, but so many times your partner is not in the position to help out or work, and you have to, sometimes you give Robin a bad partner, or the partner dies instantly and you give it to a new one and it doesn't work out. It's just, he doesn't work out, and if your partner's not set up properly, Robin's kind of useless. He just does his basic 2 attacks, and that's really all that he can kind of do. So in other words, he's not good. He's just generally, neither of these 2 characters are that good in the gameplay. So it's kind of sad to see a set with 2 of the worst characters in it like this. So this is the partner card, in case you're wondering what it looks like. This character is Robin's partner. The status cannot be discarded. They get it forever. If they die, pass it to someone else. Don't let Robin be even more useless than he already is. And this is our lovely whip. This character can do the following as a basic challenge. Range 2, challenge 2. If you win, you get to move the target 1 square. This is one of the best items in the game, easily. It's just a classic. It's really good. It upgrades your range and your challenge. So if you have someone who needs a little extra range, maybe they're I don't know, only have 1 health, and therefore you want to keep them away from the enemies who could punch them harder. The whip's really nice, and then you get to move the target 1 square. You can push them away, you can bring them closer, you can do whatever you need, and it's just a basic challenge. For this, I always say you can only do it once per turn. So I always say we put this on the cooldown track, so we're not like excessively using the whip, because it does get overpowered if you can use it for all 3 of your attacks. But of course, it doesn't say that, so that's perfectly up to you guys how you want the whip to be used. Yeah, and that is the Robin and Catwoman set. So this is the mini Nightmare Before Christmas set. It comes with the famous trio. So this is what the front cover looks like with them in their cute bathtub. As you can see, this is the chase version. So that simply means they don't have their masks on in this version. I think they look cooler with the masks on personally, but of course I had to get the fancy version. It got set in the mail like this. So this is lock, shock, and barrel. So this is everything that the set comes with in the back. It's got the cutest little instruction books on there telling you all about them and how the set works. This set is super cool, genuinely. So these guys can either be 3 pets or 1 player, depending on your play style. I personally prefer to play them as their pet version because that's way more fun. As a player, they're kind of garbage. Now, if you got a refresher of how pets work, so if they're a pet, they get connected to a single player. You would put one of these little player cards on there, and as an action, that player can then use one of these little abilities on here. So this one has 2, they each have 2, they each have a move and a prank. They would get to pick one of those abilities and do that with one of their characters here. So if you need a little refresher on how pets work, you would have your main big Funkoverse pal right here. You would give them their pet cards. So this is what that looks like. And it might be friend or companion. I think it's actually a companion. Yeah, they're called companion. I like to call them pets. They give them their little companion card, and that person would have the ability to do one of these actions for free during their terms. It doesn't cost an action for them. They want to use an action, they can use an action to do another one of those, so they can keep using the pet the whole time. So that's kind of how it works. So this is Barrel's card. He can move 2, or he can prank, which is a challenge 3. He's also a little skeleton, so when an ally challenges a rival adjacent to Barrel, you get to increase that challenge by 1. He's so cute there. So this is what he looks like, by the way. So he's got a little lollipop. He's not wearing his mask, so you see that big Joker-inspired face in full swing. This here is Locke. That's what he would have looked like on the non-chase version. He can move 2 as well, and he can do an interact action. We also allow this to be a heal action, so you could pick someone up, especially because otherwise he's kind of useless if not. He's a little devil, so when Locke's attached character does a use attachment companion action, Locke may do 2 actions instead of 1, so that means he can move 2 and interact, or move 4, so he can move around the board like a little speed demon. So this is what Locke looks like in his chase version. As you can see, he's got his slingshot on there, looking like a little devil with his hair looking like little horns and stuff, and his white costume. And of course, he's got his little fingers crossed like they do in that one scene, which is adorable. Finally, we have the one I've had to nerf. I want to present you with Shock. For some reason, she can move 4, and she has a slingshot, which is a range 3, challenge 3. What? So she's a little witch, and the way that they balance it is with this little guy here, which is Shock's attached character cannot use the use attachment companion action. It costs a turn to use Shock, is what they would do with that. Another way that we've nerfed it is we've decided just to make her a move 2 and then a range 2 challenge 2. So if you want her to them to still be able to use the attachment companion action, that's another good way to nerf her. Just make her move like everyone else and give her a range 2 challenge 2. Otherwise, let me tell you, when Shock can go around the board murdering literally everyone and winning games, entire games have been won by this little witch. She's absurd, she's overly powered, and I promise you're gonna want to nerf her, because still, someone can do 3 actions using this, and oftentimes that's better than what most of the other characters could do, since she can move 4. So, like, move 4, kill whomever you want, still have an action left over. It's absurd, yeah, so that's... So I always recommend nerfing Shock. Otherwise, you'll be in for a shock when you lose the game to whoever actually gets her. She's absolutely adorable. She's also got her little slingshot, her sly little smile with her little fangs, and her hair detail is so cute. She's absolutely adorable. So you're probably wondering, well, how do these guys become one character? You'll notice the boys have little holes in their head, so I can take my little barrel here, stick him straight in there so he's standing on top. They fell off their base here. Of course, it also comes with a bonus black base, so they can either be black or white, so you can keep track of that. And we'll get that little witch. She always goes on top, so let's plop her up there. Sorry, I can't do it in camera. And you have this really cool little trio character, and you're probably wondering what their card looks like. Well, it looks like this. When they're in this version, of course, they'll need their little X and a blue and a gray. There's also gems that comes with this one, so if you want some cute little pink gems, game comes with them. But let's take a look at this character. So this is Lock, Shock, and Barrel. So blow him up to smithereens. Challenge 1. Increase this challenge by 1 for each figure on the base. So it could be up to a challenge 4 if all of them are there. Something to note is they can die real easily. People still have to roll if they try to hit him, because there's a chance you could roll all shields and they'll survive. But if you get even one attack, they're dead. And but they die in an interesting way, which we'll get to in a moment. So there's tie him in the back. That lets you move 1. And then you give an adjacent rival the bag status card. This is the bagged card right here. A very cute looking thing. This character cannot move. This character cannot move. At the start of this character's turn, you may place the ability token on the 4 of a cooldown track to discard this status card. So until you put a ability token on the 4, that character will not be able to move. This could last indefinitely. Just keep in mind, Lock, Shock, and Barrel cannot use the bagged card until someone removes it off of them. And they just simply cannot move. They're just stuck there. This also means, though, that enemies can't move them either, so you can't do any pulls, you can't do any ally movements. They are stuck. So this is really obnoxious card to have, especially depending on what character you give it to. We also have the Trick or Treat, which lets you move 1. Increase this move by 1 for each figure that's been removed from its base. And then you get to do an interact action, which is like pick up with someone or interact with an item. So they can move up to 3 with the Trick or Treat. Here's the little interesting thing. It's where his secret henchman. When Lock, Shock, and Barrel would be knocked down, instead we remove the top figure from their stack. When the last figure has been removed, then they're killed. So technically they have 3 lives, and each time you knock one down, one of these little guys comes off. So first the witch, then Barrel, or the devil, or if you like them separate, you can separate them. And that's how this guy works. You actually have to hit them 3 times in order to properly kill them, and also hope that you at least roll 1 attack thing. So overall, they're very cool. The character's not the greatest, but the little, these guys are really fun to add to the game, especially since there aren't many companions in the whole set overall. So it's cool to have another companion. The bag ability is a really fun one to play with, and it's just a really cool idea to stack 3 companions on top of each other to make a full-blown player. So as for single sets, this one's definitely a really fun one, and I do like it quite a bit. We are now on to one of my favorite sets. This is the Universal Monster set. So here is what the little cover of that box looks like. There is the back for you, looking very epic, very cool, very black and white, except of course for the blood, which is our little pops of red in this. This is your instruction manual for it. Quite beautiful. I love this map. This one so much. We've got black and white cooldown counters, complete with that beautiful image on the back right there. As for game tokens, you've got, of course, your switcheroo one. You've got 2 flag markers, which I'm almost lost there, but I didn't. We're good. We have 2 of these target ones. They're blank on the other side, and then I got targets on that. We have our classic ABC squares, except in gray, as well as our 3 marker points, white and black, also in gray. And then, of course, you have your X's. It comes with 3 blue, 3 red, and 2 gray. Some other things that this comes with is, of course, its double-sided map, its instructions for how to play the game. For whatever reason, this one only comes with 5 dice. That's probably because it also comes with a blood dice. So this is like all power. It's as well as a little exclamation point, so a guaranteed hit dice. It comes with a blood token. It comes with these 3 portals that the creature uses. We've got an Invisibility Man card, as well as the Frankenstein card. Still have to show you how these work because they're super cool. The 2 bonus characters that we have for us today are a villager and a mad scientist. Of course, its gems are also black and white. They're this gray color, which is cool, and they're kind of shiny, which is fun. We've got ourselves a shovel. Pretty classic. It does have wood grain texture on it, which they didn't have to do that, but they did. As well as this net, which has the fish netting texture, hooks over at the end, ties over. It's even got the little balls. This set is just really well done in details, especially when I show you these characters. The creature is so detailed. It looks like his scales are almost like flaking off of him. He's so cool. He's got the fins all over him, little back flops, little back limbs, little webbed feet with claws on it, so that's his hands. He's even got his teeth snarling at you and his nose wrinkles and little bubbles along the top of his head as well. So cool. One of the best looking characters. I have the Chase edition, because of course I do. So my Invisible Man is actually invisible. So he's made out of this clear resin. Normal versions of this just have him in like a mummy wrapping, so he looks more like a mummy than the Invisible Man. Mine, he's classically invisible. He's got his classic sunglasses, his robes, which have like the beautiful like dotted line quilted detailing all over it, as well as the pants and the shoes. He's immaculate. I love him so much. We've, of course, got the Count Dracula, probably one of the more basics, but he does have all his little buttons and pockets on there, as well as his little collar chiff thing, his cute little nose, his hair slicked back, his cloak's got like little drapery detailing on it. He's just so good looking. And then, of course, we have the bride with like a mummified arms and her beautiful dress. She's got these gorgeous stitchings around her face. Her hair has that classic striped white style from the original movies, and her eyelashes showing that she's a female figure. So some of the coolest looking characters in this game, hands down. I absolutely think they're gorgeous. But now we need to take a closer look at the map and what all of these characters do. So this is the one side of the map, probably the side I use the least, because as you can see, it's a shrunken board, so it doesn't connect to other boards very well. But if you want a smaller map, because you're only playing with 2 or 3 characters, but you don't want so small like the 2-player maps, it's pretty good for that. It's got a lot of fun obstacles around it. It's the Frankenstein laboratory, which is pretty cool. So the different game modes that this one offers, it has a leaders. So there was a hope that you and your rivals might probe the mysteries of life and death in order to reach a goal undreamed of by science. But instead, you have been betrayed. Defeat your rivals and continue your research into the secrets of eternal life. It's just the classic leaders. You try to knock out the leader. You get more points depending on who knocks out who and when. And then once you hit a certain amount of points, you win. The other one you can do is a scrimmage. After 20 years of secret scientific research and countless failures, you and your rivals have created a monstrous thing. It's a mad dream, half realized, a nightmare in the daylight. Destroy your rivals' experiments and notes before the air itself is filled with monsters. So this involves those little target things that I showed you early on. So you each have one of those in your starting zone, and your goal is to try to successfully challenge the marker and destroy it. And every time you do that, you gain a point. If your opponent has more points than you actually gain 2 points, so that way you can catch up, which is kind of cool. And you can gain points by interacting with other point markers as well. And then once you reach a certain amount of points, you win. So it's actually a really cool version of the game that I'm kind of excited to try out at some point. So that's this one. So that's this map. Let's flip it over and see the other one. Keeping with the theme, it's black and white. This one is I wanted to say a graveyard scene. It's not. It's like the port. We have like a cool horse and carriage that you can walk on top of. You have some railings, some bats. There's a little inn in here that you can go inside of. Not many walls for you, but at least enough to kind of break it up into 3 different section parts. So if you're playing with 3 people, it's a good 3-player map because you can each claim a section. And then the one who's likely to lose the quickest is the one who's in the middle. But that's not the point. So that's this map. The different game modes that you can play with this map. We have control. You are bid welcome. The interior rooms the castle. Oh, it's Dracula's castle. Well, that's good to know. I should know these things. You are bid welcome. The interior room of the castles look quite different than the view from the outside. So cheerful and inviting. Do not mind the spider spinning her web for the unwary fly. Secure the roots between the carriage and the bedroom, and keep your rivals from setting up inside the castle. So this is a fancier version of Control, which has a little more of the story. So you have your starting areas, and when your character is one of the control areas, the character may do an interact action to place a control marker with your side color face up at the square of that control area. Cannot place a control marker in a control area that already has one. If any control markers you color at the end of the round, you gain a point. If you have the most control markers showing your color at the end of the round, you gain an extra point. Knock out a rival, you get a point. If you interact, you get a point. All that fun stuff. So that's what the control one is. And finally, we have flags. Tonight is Wattenberg's night, the night of evil. You need everything you've packed to prepare for the worst. So bring the luggage upstairs and hurry. Your rivals may be scarier than what's outside. I love the dramatic readings of these things. They're so fun. So you place your flag markers, and it's capture the flag. So you try to get the flags. First one to a certain amount of points wins. So that's that one. Let's talk the characters, because the characters in this set are some of the best and coolest. Can you tell I really like this set? I think it is my favorite set, just personally. So first off, we have Dracula. The blood is the life. Stand Dracula up or shift him off your cooldown track. Dracula may use this ability while knocked down or on the cooldown track. So if he's down, it doesn't take all his turns to stand up. It takes 1, which is terrifying. Mesmerier. Pull a rival Dracula, concede 2 squares, and then do a basic challenge. The fun part about this is your rival could be all the way over here, like opposite ends of the field, right? He sees him, pulls him 2 squares, and then punches him, despite being all the way over there, which is wild in this game and really cool. And then he has Exunjoite. Challenge 5. Reduce the cost of this ability by 2 when targeting a knocked down character. Challenge 5! It's absurd. He hurts so much. The Blood Terror of Transylvania. Dracula has +1 defense when the blood token is on your cooldown track. When Dracula does a challenge, you may shift the blood token down 1 to add the blood die to the roll. If you don't, place the blood token on the 3 of your cooldown track. So every time you attack, you can move the blood up and down, and then this is his dice. It is all power, so it's a guaranteed hit with a small chance of hitting 3 times. So that's Dracula. He's overpowered. I love him. He's absurd. One of my all-time favorite characters. This is the Bride. She looks pretty basic right now, but wait till you see what she does. So grave robbing, do an interact action, give the Bride of Frankenstein a bride status card, move 1. So this one we usually just say it's a move 1, and you get the interaction card. If you don't have anything to interact with, you can still get a status card and move 1 doing this. She's alive. Challenge 3. If you win, give the Bride of Frankenstein a bride status card. So even at her basic, she gets this cool thing. Now let me show you what these status cards are, because they are some of the coolest, most creative things. So hopefully you guys can kind of see it down there. So these are her cards. As you collect them, it's completely randomized which one you get. You don't get to choose which one you get. You can in some versions. I like to keep it randomized. I think it makes it fun and more fair. And when you're done, you have an upgraded Bride of Frankenstein on your card. So it just completely replaces the original card and has this cooler version. So these are all the different abilities she has, and some of them are just plain abilities. So like she sees. The Bride of Frankenstein can assist allies and interact with things she can see within 2 squares. Wild. She walks. Move 3. Do a basic challenge. Okay, just punch everyone you see. She hears. Stand the Bride of Frankenstein up. The Bride of Frankenstein can do this while knocked down, so she has an instant revive person there. And she breathes. Do a challenge 3 to each rival within 2 squares, which is a huge radius. She can hit the little creature right now. So it looks really cool. She's super powerful. And then on top of that, she has the bonus ability, Made Me From Dead. The Bride of Frankenstein gains the traits and abilities printed on bride status cards she has been given. When the Bride of Frankenstein is given the 4th bride status card, you can shift 2 ability tokens off your cooldown track. So if you get the 4th one, you get some bonus tokens just off it, and you can do that from number 4 or whatever you want. So she's kind of fun in the sense that as you're playing her, I like to put her in like the back of the group, and she just slowly moves towards everyone, gathering all of her abilities. And you can speed run it, get all of her cards almost instantly, and she pops up in the center and she just murders everyone, and it's hilarious and wonderful every single time. So that's the Bride of Frankenstein. This is the creature, probably one of the weakest out of the ones in the set. He has slashing slashing claws, challenge 3, challenge 2 to a different rival. This one is interesting. So it's challenge 3, challenge 2 to whichever rival you want. So you just get to pick a random rival, wherever they might be. You can challenge 2 even if they're on the other side of the map. I don't get how that works, but it does. He has abduct, choose an adjacent character, move 1 place that character. Move 1 and then place that character in the adjacent square. So what this does is say you're like, this is your enemy, this is this, and say, ignore the walls. Walls don't exist here. Your friend is there. What that means is that you can move here and then pick this character up and fling him onto the other side of the wall, and now she can hit him. Where beforehand she wouldn't be able to do it. So that's pretty nice. And then aquatic ambush. Place a tunnel token in the square within 2 squares. Move 1. Do a basic action. So how these are those little tunnel things in here. There's 3 of them. If you run out, you get to move them around. How these work are actually really cool. So this it's kind of explained in the Forbidden Depths, the bonus thing. At the start of the creature's turn, you may place a tunnel token in its square. When it moves, squares with tunnels are considered adjacent to other squares, with tunnels within 5 squares. Rivals may interact with tunnels to discard them. So what that pretty much means is that you can have a tunnel here. This is less than 5 squares away, and he can go here, and then in 1 turn, he's over here. So it allows you to give control, and allies can also use it. So if he's his friend, he can also use it to teleport around as long as you're within those 5 squares, can teleport you through walls, kind of can do anything. So it's pretty useful when you have a lot, and especially when you're playing some of those bonus game modes. So that's what the creature can do. One thing we like to note is if you're not playing with this, keep the tunnel actions. They just don't get to place a tunnel at the start of each of their turns. They have to use aquatic ambush in order to place in any of those tunnels. So this is an Invisible Man. You can see this is what he would have looked like if I didn't have the chase version. He has Strangle, which is a challenge 3. Roll 1 extra die when targeting a knocked down character. He also has Sneaking, move 2, give Invisible Man the Sneaking status card. So this is what the Sneaking status card looks like. At the start of the Invisible Man's turn, if no rivals can see him, he may do an action. After the Invisible Man does this, discard this card. So not being in sight kind of means like if he's here, he can't be seen by anyone, so he would be able to do an action. He can be, of course, seen by allies, so that's nice. And then finally he has Reign of Terror, move 2, and push an adjacent rival 2 squares. So that means away from him. You can't draw them close, you have to push them away. He also has Exclusive Trickster. Rivals can only see the Invisible Man when they are adjacent to him. That's a really crazy one, and I'm kind of excited to try that one out in game, because that's just wild. He'd be immune to so many attacks and be so much scarier. So that's the Invisible Man. We of course have our 2 items, so this is what the shovel does. It's a challenge 4. If you win, shift a character token or marker on your cooldown track down 2. So I also allow this to include your power stuff, so pretty much anything on there. If you're playing a basic game, otherwise you won't be able to shift anything down half the time. But challenge 4 is still a great thing to have. The other thing is this fishing net has a range 3 challenge 2, and you pull the target 2 squares, so you can pull them straight next to you and then punch them a bunch of other times. So the fishing net is a really good one to have, and it doesn't even cost that much to use, which is fun. And that right there is the monster set, probably my favorite set, if I do say so. It's really cool. It's time for some Nightmare Before Christmas. This is what the set comes with. Here we have the cool little intro little thing with all of the cards and stuff. So cool. Then of course we have to see what the back looks like. They're just showing off what all of the things it comes with. And then the instruction manual is a little close-up of that art right there. And the back, it isn't advertising anything because the other Night Before Christmas set hadn't come out yet. They didn't know they were going to make it, so why advertise anything? We've got these yellow-greenish cards, but the cool part is the back with Oogie Boogie and those glowing teeth worms. So gross. So that's the art on that. This one comes with, of course, the very big map right here, as well as you got your starter token. It comes with 3 yellow, 2 blue, and 4 gray. All the little X things you can need. It's got these 4 different colored little tower marks, because this one is another 4-player game. So there is a player and a little companion friend bonus card, so that all 4 players can easily play, and it's got one of those cool 4-player maps. So it also comes with these 2. So every player in this gets a fun ability. So we have Sally's arm here, which we'll look about more closely. We've got the little ogre's assistant guy there. We have a Pumpkin King card and these Oogie Boogie dice, which I'll show you guys closer to. There's also another companion. In this one, if you don't know how a companion works, a companion, you attach it to one of the characters, and that companion gets to do a free action, just a bonus action based off of what's on its card, and then that character is attached to it can play another action in order to do multiple things on the card, so they could spend 4 actions moving and doing the stuff that this character can do, and they're just a little companion that helps and assists around. You've got your 2 little cards. This one only comes with 4 dice, probably because 2 of them are Oogie Boogie, but still not a good one if you need lots of dice. It comes these beautiful little purple. I love purple, so I'm happy to have some purple gems in my collection. The 4 bonus characters you have are Vampire, Wolfman, Mummy, and the Black Cat. So some classic monstery type creatures and a cat. The last thing that the set comes with is some fog juice. This is the little fog juice guy here. Let's see if we can see. Sadly, they didn't paint the seal, which still bugs me to this day. I might end up doing that. So, failed detail. You can't even really see the seal in the video, but he's supposed to have a little seal on there, and they didn't bother to paint it. And mine's even a little scratched up, so it's got a little hole there. And that bugs me. They should have painted it. It would have added so much, but a lot of these items, they're either stupidly detailed or really lackluster, and there's no in between, it seems, with these guys. But let's take a closer look at the characters this set comes with. We have the Pumpkin King himself, Jack Skeleton, his smile and his classic striped suit with the little cape flaring out. His hands even have the little bones on them. He looks incredible. Not to be outdone, we have Sally in her patchwork dress with all of her little stitches, even got her socks, and her straight pallid red hair right there. She's stunning, so that's Sally. It wouldn't be a set like this without the Oogie Boogie Man. Sadly, he does not have a glowing mouth full of teeth full of worms, but he does have all of his iconic stitching. I don't know if you noticed, but the entire thing is like this weaved pattern that even feels like it's cloth almost. He's super cool in that aspect, and he's got his sinister eyebrows and eyes and his little cop thing that bends over. And then it comes with Dr. Frankenstein in his cool wheelchair. He's got his missing teeth and his little glasses and eyebrows. The little brain cap is so cool, and the fact that it's slightly open. He's got his little ears, and his wheelchair is very cool. He even has stitching on the back of his wheelchair like he does in the film. He's so detailed. I love him. He's probably one of the more detailed figures. They did not skimp out on making him look right. So that's Dr. Frankenstein. Let's take a look at these maps and the abilities all these characters have. So Oogie Boogie's layer all lit up is the 4-player side. Kind of makes me sad. I really wish this was a bigger map because it looks so cool, and it'd be so cool if it was a bigger one and I can incorporate it when I play multiple packs combined with multiple maps in it. But the game modes you can play on this map, we have Infiltrate. Sandy Claus has been kidnapped, and the trail has led you back to Oogie Boogie's lair. Search the lair high and low to avoid his traps and unravel his sinister plan. So the way that this works is that each player places their little markers on each of the starting zones, and when a character is adjacent to a rival's marker, the character can do an interact and score on it. And that will allow them to get points and stuff in different ways, depending how many players are, is how many points you get, but there's enough so that all 4 of you guys can play this game mode. The other one that you could do is a triumph. Your rivals are feeling lucky and insist on spinning the giant roulette wheel. However, turning the wheel's power on will automate many dangerous contraptions. Race to the controls in the center of the wheel and stop your rivals before it's too late. So we have the little icon, the goal. It's kind of like King of the Mountain, honestly. So your goal is to stay inside that little center flag thing to the best you can, and you get more points if your person's the one standing on it. And of course, you have all your starting corners, and you all race and you battle for King of the Hill. So those are how those 2 work. Let's take a look at the other side. One of the prettier maps, in my opinion, we have the town square. It looks so cool. It's Halloween Town. This one has tons of little things to hide behind. Every little section's like a different shape and style. It's a super fun map to play. It's open in some areas, closed off in others. I love playing this map so much. It's so pretty. It's so full of so many details. You probably can't see them all in this angle, but it's a gorgeous map. The game modes that you could play with this, we have Territory. There's only 1 day to Christmas, and Jack needs help packing the rest of the presents. Get to the gifts before your rivals and show that you are the most exciting about making Christmas. So that's a scoring area. So you guys go to the scoring area, and the longer you're in there, who you kill in there, you get points based off of that. And then there's a leaders version. The countdown to Christmas is on, but who will be in charge? Everyone has an idea of who should be running the show. Show your rivals you have what it takes to lead Halloween Town and make Christmas happen. So this is kill the leader. If the leader kills the leader, then they get more points. But killing the leader is the way to get most points, and you get points just from killing other people. So all those little point things are on the side there. So that's the leader game mode. But let's talk players. Let's start with the leading lady, our dear Sally. She has a detachable arm. Place or move the detachable arm minion token adjacent to Sally, or remove the detachable arm from the board and place Sally in its square. So what this allows you to do is at the start of your the start of the game, you can leave it here. You can go wander off the board. Oh no, you're about to die. Well, that's okay. Whoop! You've now teleported back to the other board to where your arm is. It's kind of a safety thing there. What have we here? Sally and the detachable arm minion token each do a different non-interact basic action. That just means that they can both lift, they can both punch, they can both move. So that's kind of cool. And then we have Nightshade Soup. It's a challenge 3. Roll 1 extra dice if the target is exhausted. When a target is exhausted, it means it's already completed its turns. So if Sally is up to Jack, Jack has already played all his 3 turns, he's exhausted. Then she doesn't challenge 3 him, she challenges 4s him, which is cool. She is a rag doll. At the start of this game, place the detachable arm minion token adjacent to Sally. If Sally is challenged and is within 4 squares of the arm, she may swap places with it. Change the target of the challenge to the detachable arm. So what that means is if her little arm token is, say, here, Jack is about to absolutely nail her with some absurd tack. She could be like, actually, nah, and switch, and now suddenly that absurd tack is against the arm instead. So that's a really funny thing that she can do there, and probably makes her pretty powerful if you're playing with the bonus abilities. Her partner in crime, Mr. Dr. Frankenstein, the person she's always trying to kill, he has a faithful servant. You may place or move the Igor minion token adjacent to Dr. Frankenstein. Igor does a non-interact basic action, which means move or attack. This is that token, of course, right here. I showed it off in the beginning, so we can put that up on the field there. Then we have It's Alive. Choose a token or marker within 3 squares of Dr. Frankenstein. It does a range 2, challenge 3. The fun thing about It's Alive is it does not matter whose token it is. There are a lot of people who place different tokens down. There's rebel tokens, there's portal tokens, there's even a snake token. Whatever token is on the floor, Dr. Frankenstein can take one look at that and say, actually, I want that to attack. So he could be like, look at Sally's arm right now and say, attack Sally, have her arm kill itself. That's just funny. And he can do that. Honestly, I don't think Sally can switch at that point either. So the switching wouldn't work because it's her arm attacking herself. So technically she can't switch with the arm to negate the damage. It doesn't work that way. So that's something really cool that Dr. Frankenstein can do, especially when you are playing with multiple characters who all have multiple tokens thrown around the map willy-nilly. He also has Brain Scratch, which just allows you to move 2 and shift 2 things on your cooldown track down 1, which is really nice for management. He's a mad scientist. At the start of the game, place the Igor minion token adjacent to Dr. Frankenstein. When Dr. Frankenstein becomes exhausted, so used all of his terms up, Igor gets to move 2 and then may push an adjacent ally 1 square so he can help keep people from attacking Dr. Frankenstein after he's done doing all of his attacks. We've got Oogie Boogie, he's always fun. He does not play fair. Challenge 4, roll both boogie dice. If you roll 7 or more, shift the things on the cooldown, a thing on the cooldown track down 2. So this is the dice that he comes with. He comes with 2 of them. They each have numbers. They're normal 6-sided dice. So you just add them up. I've dropped one. Let me try that again. So here, for example, he got a 6. Which is not a 7 or more, so he would not get to do his bonus that time. But if he rolled higher, he would. Gambling Boogeyman, move 2, roll the boogie dice. If you roll 7 or more, he gets to also do a basic action. That could be another move. That could be an attack. That could be an assist, helping heal someone. I did a 6. Still not close enough. I'm just really bad, apparently, at gambling today. He also has Snake and Spider Sue. Choose an ally Oogie can see within 3 squares and place them adjacent to Oogie. Roll both boogie dice. If you roll 7 or more, they get to do a basic action. Okay, so let's bring our Jack next to me. Let's see if Jack gets to do a basic action or not. We have a 4 and a 6. Yes, that's 10. So now Jack gets to do a basic action with the Snake and Spider Stew. He's also a jackpot. If Oogie rolls the normal or boogie dice and all the faces match, you get to shift an ability token on the cooldown track down 1, which I guess is kind of fun. So that's him. Finally, we've got the Jack Skeleton, the Pumpkin King himself. He has a This is Halloween Time, which is a challenge 3 to each adjacent standing rival. They have to be standing in order for him to do this. Hail to the Pumpkin King. Move 1 and give the character the Pumpkin King status card. This is his Pumpkin King status card. When this character does an ability, you may discard this status card to decrease the cost of that ability by 2. So it just lets him do his abilities cheaper if he needs to. He also has a What's this? Move 2, choose a standing ally or rival this character can see, and pull them 1 to him so he can do either. He has a Making Christmas on this turn. Allied characters within 2 squares of Jack may use Jack's abilities as though they were printed on their card, which is kind of fun. I've never played with that, but it does sound kind of cool. So that's a Making Christmas thing that Jack can do if you're playing with the bonus abilities, which is cool. We, of course, have the Zero the dog who gets to follow some around. He has a move basic 2 squares, and he can do an assist or interact, so he can help keep you guys alive. Zero can also move through rivals as if they were allies because he's a ghosty dog. And then finally, we have to talk about our little fog juice. The beginning of the game, add 1 gray ability token to your ability token pool. So it's just a bonus piece of gray that you get to use while you're playing the game, which, you know what, you can't complain about. And that right there is the Nightmare Before Christmas, the big 4-person set. This is the Peter Pan set. It's a very cute little 2-player set. Here is the back of the box right here. So there you go. You can see Peter Pan and Captain Hook. Of course, we also have the front of the box, which I'm about to show you upside down. My bad. There we go. With some gorgeous art of them attacking each other on top of the flagship. That iconic scene from the movie. Of course, they are green. Like in the little green things, and that iconic scene is on the back of their little cooldown markers. It comes with 2 scenario cards, the map. We have a blue, 2 red, and a gray. we've got 2 flag markers. The 4 sets of the ABCs, but in the green. Of course, we got the 4 turnover markers and the 3 point markers and a coin starter. Some of the most beautiful coins because they're sparkly. So his little gem sparkle with pixie dust, which is a cute little addition. Comes with 6 dice. This is the Captain Hook bonus card. It comes with this little cannon for one of the game modes, so we'll be able to see what that's all about. It's got this adorable little scabbard. Pretty basic looking item, but at least they colored it 2 different colors, so we'll take what we can get there. I want to introduce you to Tinkerbell. This is a pet. There's a few of those throughout the game, and this is the Tinkerbell one. So I'll show you what she can do when we go into deeper dives to all of the different characters. Speaking of other characters, we of course have a pirate and a lost boy as our 2 basic characters. And the stars of the show, we have Peter Pan here. He's got his belt, he's got his little sword in him, he's got his little elf ears. The feather in his cap is really well detailed. He's got his little back. He's got a lot of dog hair on him. Don't mind me. He was displayed on the bottom shelf, so Maya's hair got all over him. But that's what Peter Pan looks like. He's adorable. And you can't have Peter Pan without a nicey little Captain Hook. He's got his iconic mustache and hairdo. He's got his hook for a hand. Coat has the ruffles and the multiple colors. His shoes has the buckles. His hair ruffles all the way on the back. His little pantaloonies have a little like lace detailing right there. That's really extra. They didn't need to do that. Hook sparkles silver. He's really cool. He's got a few little buttons on his jacket and shirt. So this is the Hook. They are looking really good. He's even got the iconic nose shape, which is amazing. So those are the characters and everything that comes in the set. Let's take a look at the map. The 2-player side is Mermaid Lagoon. It comes with the little icons on it, so that way you can keep track of all your score if you're playing with just 2 people. There are 2 game modes that go with it. This is Territory. Just imagine real live mermaids. If you can keep your rivals away from Mermaid Lagoon long enough, maybe you can meet them underneath a magic moon. So this one is if one or more of your characters is in the scoring area at the end, you gain some points. So you all try to be in that scoring area and kick each other out. First person to a certain amount of points wins. So that's Territory. Then we have Leaders. Blast those rivals of yours. If only you could find their hideout. You could trap them in their lair. But where is it? Search all over Mermaid Lagoon and Skull Rock for their hiding place. So this one is a leader setup. So your leaders are put on strategic parts inside the game. And your goal is to kill them. And if you successfully kill the other person's leaders, you get a certain amount of points depending on who does what killing. First person to a certain amount of points wins. So that's the leader one. Let's flip this board and see what the other side looks like. So this bright and colorful board is Captain Hook's ship. It's a really cool one in the sense that it's got this huge center area. It's also edged out here, but there are still ways to enter in and out of the board if you wanted to connect it to others. So this is what the ship looks like. Very fun one to play on. So we have 2 game modes with us. We have the flags. Avast! It's time to cross swords with some real buccaneers and fight pirates too. Do your best to tear down your rival's flag and hoist your own to claim the Jolly Roger and all of its riches. So you get to place flags down, you try to capture them. As you capture them, you gain more points. So it's a capture the flag game. We have control. So this is the control area. A pirate's life is a wonderful life. You too can have a career as a buccaneer by showing the crew that you're a real swashbuckler. You better be quick though, as your rivals want to join up as well, and they don't want you as their crewmates. So when your character is one of the control areas, the character may do an interact action to place a control marker. Whoever has the most gets a certain amount of points. First person to an amount of points wins. So that's what that is. Let's enter Peter Pan and Captain Hook onto the scene, facing each other off, and let's talk about what they're able to do. First off, we have Captain Hook. Taste for cold steel. It's a challenge for move a target 1 space, pretty solid. He also has shorten the fuse. Move 1, shift a token or status card on your cooldown track down 1. So just allows you to have some management of all of your cooldown track stuff. Finally, there's Menacing Captain, one of my favorite moves in all of the game. An ally Hook can see does 2 basic actions. Then Hook does a challenge 1 to that ally. So he does not. So, for example, in this case, if he's right here and Peter Pan is way over there, you get the idea. Then he can command Peter Pan to do two basic actions. That is assist someone, punch someone, move and punch someone, move and assist someone, hurt someone, move back, hit someone twice, possibly killing them. It's really crazy. But the caveat is Captain Hook then does damage to him and could possibly knock down Peter Pan, kind of like I already did. But still a very crazy cool move. You can use it up to 3 times. There's no limit. We thought about limiting it in the Moonlight version, but then decided it's too funny. And it's, sometimes you kill someone, so it's worth just keeping it for all 3 times. We have Man the Long Tom. At the beginning of the game, place the cannon token. So that's this guy right here that we saw at the beginning of the game. I again told you I don't play with these bonus things, so I didn't realize this was a Captain Hook token and not like a minigame token, but that's cool. So at the beginning of the game, place the cannon token outside of the edge of the board and give Hook the fire status card at the beginning of Hook's turn. The cannon may do a move 3 along the edge. So this is the fire one. We don't normally play with it, but here he is. Anytime during Captain Hook's turn, you may do a challenge 2 to each rival in the cannon's row. If you win any of these challenges, put this on the 3 of your cooldown track. So if you fail the challenges, then you get to keep this and you get to fire again. But if you succeed, and any row, the cannonball does not care about walls, which is kind of cool. So if you're here, that's all of these people in this row, even though there's 2 walls there. It does not care. So that's really powerful. And then, of course, once you're done, you get to move it up to 3 along the edge if you want to. So that way you can keep going. So that way you can keep moving it exactly where you want to before you even begin your turn, which is wild. It sounds a little overpowered in my opinion. You can see why we struggle to play with these rules, but that's the canon ability with him. Peter Pan is not as fun as Captain Hook, sadly. I wish he was, but that would be a lie. So this is Peter Pan. He has a swooping charge. Move 2. Do a basic action. Whoa, so exciting. Happy little thoughts. Place Peter on the 1 of your cooldown track or shift him off your cooldown track. Peter can do this ability even when knocked out. That is kind of fun in a game, is to prevent him from dying. He just goes on the 1. And then when you put him back on the board, if you're playing just attack, leave a marker where you first spawned him in, especially if you're randomly placing them. And then afterwards, that's where he'll spawn back when he comes back. So he'll be returned back to his starting position. Codfish on a hook, challenge 3, challenge 2. Both targets must be standing. So yeah. So there are multiple ways that you can interpret this. There is the underpowered version, where it's a challenge 3 and then a challenge 2, and you have to be next to both of them. And there's the overpowered version, where he can just punch 2 people with a challenge 3, challenge 2. There's kind of the medium, where it's a challenge 3, and then you can kind of challenge 2 to whoever. There's a lot of different ways you can interpret it. There's no clear way, so it's kind of up to you guys on how you want to play him. We usually end up playing it where they both have to be next to him, but we tend to allow a challenge 3 and a challenge 2 to the same person. If you failed that first challenge 3, you can then challenge 2 of them as long as they're standing. Otherwise, it kind of becomes kind of useless if you have to have 2 people standing next to him in order to use the codfish on the hook. You also have You Can Fly. When Peter shifts off your cooldown track, you may place him on a point marker or point marker setup square. So that's really, really good. If you're playing like some of the challenges modes, but if you're playing just basic last man standing, it's absolutely useless. So this is one of the many reasons why we don't like playing with these, because it's hard to balance characters when some of them have such sad bonus abilities when it comes to just a basic game mode. So Peter Pan, honestly, a little disappointing. He doesn't really have as many fun things as some of the other people do. All of his moves are things that you can do with other characters. There's nothing really unique about them. Just really disappointing, because I wanted Peter Pan to be cool. I really, really did. So we have that sword that I was talking about, which I've put upside down. It's literally just called sword. Very creative, guys. When this character challenges an adjacent rival, you may re-roll a shield. And this is every time. So every time you challenge someone, you get to re-roll a shield, guaranteed. So this is actually one of the more powerful and useful items. So we really like this item card whenever we get to use it. Finally, I talked about it having a pet. So this is our lovely little pet here. This is Tinker Bell. So I'm going to show you the rules for pets inside the rule book, because she has a little bonus pets rules here. So as you can see here, there are companion actions. A character with an attached companion, I tend to call him a pet, may do one action in addition to the character's 2 actions or 3 actions if you're playing by Moonlight rules, selected from the companion card, so you get to see the companions. There's more details on page 17 in this book. So this is a little bit more details about the companions. Some Funkoverses include them. When playing with a companion, you have to select it with a character and give them in the game. If whenever a companion ships off the cooldown track, they get to be placed with the companion in the starting area. Companion rules. Companions are not characters, but they follow the same rules for adjacency, movement, block line sight, and what they can see as characters. Rivals and allies may not be placed onto or end their movement on one of their squares. When a character has an attached companion takes their turn, the companion gets one additional action chosen from the list on their card. Also, the character may choose to give up one or more of their actions to allow their companion to take more actions. Companion actions may be done while the character is knocked down, and even when the character they are attached to is on the cooldown track. When the companion is challenged and lose, remove it from the board and place on the one on the player's cooldown plaques. Players do not gain points from doing it. You can mix games, lots of players, free-for-alls, all of these really fun things that you can do with bonus things that you could read there that you can do with a companion. Pretty much how we play it is if it's taken off, it takes a turn to resummon them. We ended up adding that because I will show you some overpowered companions in this video. All you have to do is jump to the point in the video where we talk about the Nightmare Before Christmas, the 3 little gremlins one. And you will see exactly why we had to change it, that it costs a turn to resummon a pet if a pet or companion is killed. So this is what Tinkerbell does. She can do one of these 2 things. She can either move up to 2 squares, or she can assist Tinkerbell's paired character if they are adjacent. If she assists, she is removed. We tend not to remove her. We let her hang around and stay with them. She also has distracting. Rivals adjacent to Tinkerbell have 1 defense, which is kind of crazy, and she only has 1 defense herself, so she can't attack. She can only assist. She's a pretty simple one, but she is a lot of fun to play with. You can put her next to a weaker character that punches hard, and she can help keep them alive. So that's Tinkerbell, and that is the entire Peter. So this is the Rick and Morty set. So this is what the front cover looks like. This is what the back looks like. And before me is about all of the contents. There's a few off screen that I'll show. So this is the instruction manual for it. So it just has the Rick and Morty on the front. On the back it's got that. And now let's just go over what all of the contents are of this and how you would play the Rick and Morty set. So first off, we have the cooldown sheets. Rick and Morty's theme is like this cool green, and it turns into a blue at the bottom. Honestly, it's one of the cuter color screens of the game, so they have that going for you. And then we have the 2 characters. So this is Rick right here, and then this one is Morty. Pretty simple designs. Rick is bald on the back, which I hear is a character detail. I don't actually watch the show. I don't care for this type of content at all. He's got a flask on him, which is disturbing, but whatever. So yeah, that's the 2 character designs, which I think are pretty cool. Of course, they come with the black and white base. Your basic characters are a robot and an alien. So those are your 2 basic characters it comes with. This set comes with 6 dice. Its item is the portal gun, and it is one of the most disappointing looking items in the game, as well as one of the worst items. But we'll get over into what the portal gun does in a bit. But it is 1 color, not painted, not very well detailed. Honestly, a really disappointing looking item right here. Character pieces, power pieces, we have 1 gray, 1 red, and an interesting 3 yellow, so there's ability to get a bonus yellow in this set. You have your classic coin flipper, 4 X pieces, a portal gun piece, which goes with the portal gun, so this is its little side piece, 3 character cards that are used by Rick, which we'll get into when we go over his stuff. We got the A, B, C, D pieces with the green gems on the fronts, a flag piece of each color, and 3 flippable marker pieces as well. And then finally, its point markers are these really fun, vibrant green ones that they have. So this is the map here. Like most of the 2-player boards, the first side is one where it labels out where everything's supposed to be on both sides. This one shows, I think this is the house. I assume this would be Morty's house. I'm not sure, but that's what I'm thinking. So let me show you how you would set up this game for each of the different versions. So here is what it would be for leaders. So you have the scenario set up. There's your starting areas. That's where all of the numbers be. If you play leaders, your point is to knock out your opponent's leader to gain points. If your leader knocks out a rival leader, you gain 4. If your leader ally knocks out a rival leader, gain 3. If your leader knocks out a rival, gain 2 points. If your leader okay. So this one, it has the scenario of leader. The goal is to knock out your opponent's leader to gain points. There's the setup, there's the rules. If playing with 2 characters per side, you gain 6 points to win. Playing with 3 characters per side, you gain 10 points to end. What's interesting about leader for 2 players is that your leader would be your main character, and then it would be a base character who would be like your little minion and not the actual leader. The other game mode that it has for this map is flags. So that is get to your opponent's flag to gain points. If you return so there's all of the rules for that. If playing with 2 characters per side, you need 6. With 3, you gain 10. And if you play with more characters, you probably need to up it and more. So that's the flag scenario for this side of the map. Let's show you what the big boy side of the map looks like. So their big boy map is the arcade. It's really bright, it's really vibrant. It has a very open center with edging around the edges, so it's got like lots of hallways. It's really fun if you wanted to say as like a middle room and a bunch of maps along the edges to kind of have a big open field to play with, but it'd be hard to get into and out of. So that's what this map's kind of good at. So scenarios for this. This one comes with a game of control, so that's what that looks like. Flip control markers to your color to gain points. And of course, it has the different point numbers, and there's all of the rules for control. It also has territory. Occupy the scoring area to gain points. And then you have to get a certain amount of points to win. So there's like the starting areas, the A, B, C, D scoring area, all of that for this scenario territory. So now let's talk about the character cards and what they have the ability to do. So I don't know about this. Move 2, and then you may do an interact or assist action. So what that means is say they're on the same team. Morty's down for the account. He's here. He can only move 1 action. In the normal game, he could move 2 already and then assist, and that would take up both of his turns. In my version of the game, he would only be able to move 1 space and then do an assist, so it would take all 3 turns to save him. For Morty, this ability would allow him to go 1, 2, and lift him up all in 1 turn. It's an okay move, good support move, pretty basic though. Get it together, take an ability token from your cooldown track, and put it in your ability token pool. This is a trade, so you can trade an ability. It costs you a yellow 3. It's dumb and I hate it. It's really useless. It's one of the worst abilities in the game. No matter what you're doing, it's really just very rarely worth it. I have used it a few times in very unique scenarios, but even then it was more because I didn't know what else to do with Morty. Next is Violent Outburst. Challenge 4. It says Morty cannot do this ability if there's a yellow in your ability token pool. So when you're playing with just like a few characters like this, then totally, that makes perfect sense. When you're playing with a bunch of characters who all have yellow in their ability pool, it's a dumb rule and we get rid of it. So if you're playing with a lot of characters, I recommend just make it a challenge 4. It costs 2. If you're really picky, you can make this cost 3 to make it a bit more balanced. But that's what I would do if you have lots of characters. And then finally, you have Moral Compass. Morty adds an extra yellow to the ability token pool at the start of the game, hence why we got 3 yellows at the start. So he would just start with an extra yellow if you were using these. So next up is Rick. He has Get Squifty? I don't know what that word is. An adjacent ally may do a basic action. Rick may do a basic action, limit to once per turn. So as long as these two are next to each other, and say we've got this guy and he's the enemy and he's sitting right here, that would allow Rick to attack, and then him to attack after, possibly killing the dude. Or if they're next to each other and say a person's here, right here, that would allow him, let's say like right here, that would make more sense. So say, that would also allow, say if he's right here, that would allow him to move 1 for his turn, him to move for his next turn, and then they can both attack within their various turns, which is pretty good. It makes sense to me why it's limited 1 turn. Next up, we have Belch. Challenge 2. Shift an opponent ability token up 1 number on their cooldown track. That one's pretty nice. You can just you can keep them from using their abilities. It's a basic challenge 2 though, which he already has a challenge 2 whether you're playing normal rules or Cassandra rules. But it is really cheap. You do get your gray thing back instantly, so it's not too bad. And then Irresistible Genius, move 2, give him a status card to an ally within 2 squares that Rick can see. So of course 2 squares is anything with the 2 square radius. I'll show you what his challenges cards are. He has 3 different ones. So we have Dark Matter. Discard before moving to move 2 extra squares. Your opponent takes 1 of your unspent ability tokens and places it on the tool of your cooldown track. So what this means is that, yeah, you get to move extra 2 spaces, but your opponent gets to tick 1 of your very valuable unspent tokens and get rid of it, so that way you can't use it for 2 rounds, which is a little scary. So there's definitely some pros and cons to using this. It's usually worth it, but you have to be careful when you use it. For this one in particular, if you're playing with a lot of different people, they all have to agree which ability tokens to get rid of for you. This one is Ray Gun. Discard to add 2 to the range of a challenge. Your opponent takes 1, yada yada. In this case, whoever you are attacking gets to add it to the cooldown track. They get full control. And Combat Suit, it's like the last one, except you're adding 2 dice to your challenge. So you get to punch them with an extra 2 dice. They get to pick a cooldown, yada yada yada. All the same there. Whoever you're challenging will get to pick which one they wanted to get rid of. And then finally, let's talk about this portal gun. So the portal gun, place the portal token on a square this character can see within 2 squares. Treat this square containing your portal token as part of your starting area. This one's not great. I'm not gonna lie. So if you have the portal gun, it costs you an entire turn to place this, say, here. If you're playing like one of those scenarios games that we're talking about where you revive and then you add it back, this just means you have 2 starting areas that you can pick from, so you can pick whichever one's most strategic. So it's really cool if you're playing some of the special modes. If you're using the knockout mode, it's pretty much useless, except that some other characters can interact with pieces, and therefore they can use this for like dragging themselves towards it or this or that with other abilities. So it's useful when paired with other characters. Funny enough, though, both Rick and Morty cannot interact with this piece anyways outside of what the portal gun actually does. So for the set, if you're playing just the set, the basic mode, portal gun is 100% useless. I also almost forgot to talk about his special ability at the bottom, which is Wubba Lubba Dub Dub. I don't know. I don't watch the show. If Rick is your last character taking a turn in a round, he may give Rick status card to an ally within 2 squares that he can see. So pretty much it would just allow him to do Irresponsible Genius, but only if he is your last character. So that can be kind of useful. So that's a pretty good one. Yep, and that is the Rick and Morty set. You guys want a Space Jam set? Well, we've got a Space Jam set. So here is the front of it. It has one of the cooler color aesthetics with like the neon purples. I think they're so pretty. And then we have the little back here that kind of shows off everything. This set's really cool because it comes with some fun bonus game modes that we'll get into. Of course, you gotta take a look at our little instruction manual with the fun bright colored art. On the back, it just has a lot of FAQs actually. So, because this one gets a little bit complicated sometimes with the game, so there's some extra information. You guys can pause it and like read it. I'm not actually going to read all that to you. I don't have time for that, guys. That's too much. We do have our little player bases with the cool art on the front, and then I love the colors. These are honestly the ones that I use the most, just because I love them. They're so pretty. We have some cool like purplish pink gems that come with this. It's a bit more see-through, almost more lilac-y. Comes with the 6 dice, the map, the 2 little game cards that we'll go over, as well as 1 gray and 3 blue. It comes with all the X's. It comes with these 2 little basketballs, so there's a basketball game mode we'll go over. These little ability tokens, we'll go through each of them as well when we dive deeper into the actual games, because they get complicated. We got the classic little dart star things and the 4 ABCs. Believe it or not, they did them in orange. I don't know, guys. I don't know why they did that. These status cards go with these. There's 1 for each of them, so we'll review all of those. Let me show you the basketball. It's pretty cool. Look at that. We got like a little silver basketball, and it's textured like a basketball, and it's got the lines. It's a very simple concept, but they nailed it, and I really do like this one, the way this one looks. And who else would be your team mates if not for the Toon Squad and the Goon Squad? So you've got both of them there. And of course, we got to take a closer look at our two main characters. Here is Bugs Bunny. You can see his shirt says Toon Squad. He's got his little whisker type things, his nose. He is one of the scariest looking Funko Pops we have. You cannot tell me otherwise. Those eyes are lifeless. He is here to murder you. He's in the middle of like running. He's ready to go. He's got his little ears, his cheeks. He's got the number 1 on the back along with his little fluffy tail, and I dropped his face. And of course, we got LeBron James, because we have to have a real person in our actual thing. So there he is. You can see he's also got the Toon Squad shirt on him. He's even got his own little tattoos he actually has, the cool shirt. He's got his beard. He's a number 6 on there. Really well detailed, really cool. I love that he has all his tattoos and his little elbow things in his shoes and stuff. He's looking awesome. So really well detailed. Let's dive into the map and the game modes, because that's going to be the most complicated part about this set, is discussing some of these game modes that this set comes with. Welcome to the Superverse Classic Court, as it's called. This one is fun because it has a classic game mode that you can play with almost any of them. So, as you can imagine, you can play basketball on this map. So this is what it talks about. So this is basketball. So you have the scenario. There's the hoop markers. You have to place those. So that's these guys, like right here. They have a little Toon Squad on the back. So one goes on either end, kind of like here and here, because this is how you play basketball. Basic rules of this: the first player is the player whose character has the basketball. At the end of the round, do not pass the first player marker. The character successfully challenges the adjacent rival that has the basketball. The challenger gets to take it. Character with the basketball who can see the opponent's hoop marker may take a shot as a basic action. Roll 2 dice and count the successes. The shot was made if the hoop marker is within the number of squares equal to the number of successes rolls. So if you have the hoop, technically, you could do it up to 6 things back. Here, so 6 things away from it, but you would have to roll 2 3s in order to succeed that, but it could be done, which is fun. So if you make the shot, each player returns the characters to their starting areas. Your opponent gives one of the characters the basketball. If you miss, the opponent gives the basketball to a standing character nearest to the hoop marker. So whether that be a rival or an ally, whoever is closest to it gets the ball. If your character makes the shot using the rule above, gain 2 points or 3 points if the shooting character was 3 or more squares away from that hoop marker. If you interacted with the point marker, so there's a few point markers you gain a point as well. If you knock out a rival, you gain a point, and then that's how you win. So that's the cool basketball. Of course, there's a classic game that's in most of these sets, which is leaders. So that's just knock out your opponents to gain leaders. That's how the setup would work for that. Whoever kills who gives various different points. If a leader kills a leader, that's the most points you can get, and then it kind of downgrades from there. But let's take a look at the other map, because that one's even more interesting in my opinion. I love this map. It is so open. There's a few walls like here, and the corners have a few blockage, but for the most part, it's just a free-for-all open map, and sometimes those are just fun to have. So this is your very open Looney Tune map. It is Toon World, as you can imagine, with all the different little spots broken up and shrunken. So let's talk about the 2 game modes that you can play with this. So this is a scrimmage. You hit your opponent's target to gain points, so we had those target things. Opponent target may be challenged as a rival, so you gain points by hitting it, pretty much attacking it, and then there's certain amounts of points. And then you have runners. Interact with point markers with your runner to gain points. That's where they all are. Character does an interact action with a point maker. Place it on the 3 of the cooldown instead of the 4. And if your runner interacts with the point marker, you gain 2. So you gain by gaining lots of points, yada yada. So they're pretty simple. Something else that this game has are these little power-ups. You can kind of place them anywhere you want. So, for example, like when you're playing with the basketball map, those are supposed to be the power-ups that you can have. And I'm going to go through all of the power-ups with you so that way you understand what they all do and why. They come with these cool status cards that tell what each one is, as well as an icon with it. So, for example, we have this little guy and this little guy. As a basic action, this character may take the basketball from an adjacent character. So most of this is used for the basketball game, though some of them can be used. So you want to use these for the basketball game. We've got the block. While standing, adjacent rivals have all moves reduced by 1. So that's going to be a fun power-up to use in any game if you really wanted to. We've got the up arrow. When this character takes a shot, double the number of success rolled. So that one's a huge one when playing basketball. Almost guarantees you'll get it in and allows you to shoot from further, which is fun. We have the pass. After this character gives the basketball to an ally, that ally can then do an action, so some extra for the passings. We have a power to decrease this character's ability costs by 1. This is another fun one that you could use on any map if you wanted to. And then finally, we have stamina. At the start of this character's turn, they may stand up or do a move 1. So you can stand up for free, or you can have an extra just 1 move for funsies, which is really cool. That's another one. So there's actually 3 of these you could use and throw on onto any map if you wanted to spice up your gameplay a little. Or you could play them all with just the basketball mode. Or you could even play basketball on other maps and throw in all of these power-ups if you want a bigger basketball map. Like a map like this, you could put the basketball hoops on that, scatter this little power-ups at random places around the place, and have a fun playing basketball on any map. It's really just a cool bonus game mode that is applicable to any map that you want, as long as you have the pieces. And it is a really fun game mode. It's fun to play basketball with these different characters and getting to add and throw in more characters, passing this basketball around. In case you're wondering what the basketball does, this is the basketball as a plain item. When this character rolls a 3, you get to shift one thing on the cooldown track down 1. When this character becomes exhausted, they may give the basketball to any ally within 3 squares that they can see, so you're allowed to pass it along so it gets multiple uses if you want within 1 round, which is cool. And it doesn't have any timeline ability. It never goes on your cooldown track. You just get to keep on using it. So let's talk about our 2 little characters here and all the fun things that they can get up to. Sadly, while the game mode is super cool, the map is super pretty, the characters are okay at the best. But either way, we have LeBron James. Place LeBron James adjacent to a rival that he can see within 3 squares and do challenge 2 to them. That is a pretty good one. Step back, jumper, move 1 away from adjacent rival, and then do an action. That could be moving, that could be attacking, that could be lifting someone up. And then in and out, that's a challenge 3 move 2. So he's a pretty basic, solid dude. Nothing really fun, but he'll definitely get the job done if you need him to. Crossover LeBrons can move through rivals as if they were allies, is what he could do if you're playing with the special abilities. Then we have our lovely Bugs Bunny. He's a rascally rabbit. Challenge 3. If you win, shift a token or marker on any cooldown track up 1 or down 2, so you can mess with your opponents or help yourself out. Should have turned left. Choose a rival Bugs can see within 3 squares and move them 2, so you can move them closer to you or keep pushing them back. Ain't I a stinker? You get to move 1. You choose an exhausted rival within 2 squares. Your opponent gives their exhausted marker to one of their unexhausted characters. This one's an interesting one, to say the least. We don't find many uses for it. It's a little crazy. We have used it a few times, but rarely to good results. It's genuinely, it sounds cool. It's a really fun ability in concept. Really hard to execute well. It's very situational, like highly situational. The best thing that I could do is oftentimes we'll like to take an X off of like one of the little basic characters that can't do as much, and then force them to put it on one of the big main characters, and so that way they can't play them anymore. But at the end of the day, since they get to choose which one that they get to place it on, it doesn't give you as much power as you would think, but it is kind of fun to mess with your opponents with it. He also has What's Up, Doc? While standing, after a rival within 4 squares of Bugs does a challenge and loses, you may place a blue from your ability pool on the 2 of the cooldown track to place Bugs adjacent to that rival, which cool, I guess, and then you can punch them later. Gotta still be careful about that, because if they lose on attack 1 out of 3, you could die. So maybe not as useful as you might think. But those are the 2 characters here. So cool bonus game, cool map. The basketballs can be kind of fun. Okay characters. A solid character, and then Bugs Bunny's not that good. So that's kind of what this map has to offer. If you want to play basketball with Funkoverse characters, this is definitely the game mode for you. If you want a fun, colorful, open map, then this one's also the one for you. If your main goal in life is just to have overpowered, really cool characters, I would skip this one. This is our 1-person Squid Game set, so it just comes with 1. I, of course, have the chase version because I'm fancy, which just means he's shiny. So the normal one, he's just pink. In this version, he's metallic. He looks almost red in this image, but I promise you he's more of a pink than a red. But the lighting makes him look red. So it comes with the iconic, this shows purple, it's supposed to be pink gems. Some of them are all mixed up. Comes with this little instruction manual, which has some tips and tricks on how to play him. On the back, it shows you everything he comes with. You want to see what the little box looks like? This is that level, the front of it with that chase sticker on it. And then this is, of course, the back showing everything it comes in. Interesting part about this one is that it's kind of like he has 2 characters. So he has separate abilities. There's a red and a gray and 2 blue. And the X thing, he does come with an item, which is interesting. Most of the single players don't, which is the cellular phone. Place this character standing in your starting area. This item may be used while knocked down. So what the cellular phone allows you to do, this is what it looks like. It does not look like much of a phone. It does have the little details on the top, but the screen's blank, which is kind of sad. I wish it had like literally anything like the 7 p.m. thing that's on this would have been cool. But what this allows you to do is you can place this character, you can move them. You can move them back to where they spawned in or wherever the starting area, so you can get them out if they're being surrounded and it's not looking good. You can just yeet yourself out of there using the little cell phone. So that's what that does, which is a pretty solid item. He has 2 characters because his mask comes off, so his actual character does really well. So this is character 1 with the mask. He has the little square. Here's the red on it and his little jumpsuit and stuff. So let's take a look at what that character does. It is called the Masked Manager because that's what he is. He can take aim, which is a challenge 3. He has a rapid shot, which is do a range 2, challenge 2 to up to 3 different rivals, which is pretty good, I must say. And he's ordered prisoners. Pull each rival Masked Manager can see 1 square towards Masked Managers. Now, something I do want to note with this guy is that the scoring for him is for both characters combined. So we kind of took pros and cons and ranked them on that. I do not have a separate ranking for the Masked Manager and for his other form. They're all just kind of combined into one ranking on the board. So hopefully that makes sense. We have Sentry as his bonus ability. If Masked Manager has not moved on their turn, increase the range of their challenge actions by 1, which is wild in itself. So that's what he does. But what if we just popped off the mask? Well, suddenly there's a human under there, and he is a completely different character. You see, this man, I haven't watched the show, so bear with me. It's Jun Ho. Hopefully I pronounced that right. And he can exploit weaknesses. He has a range 2, challenge 2. You may shift an evidence token on your cooldown track down 1 to increase this challenge of 1. So if you're wondering what those tokens are, these are the evidence tokens. There's 3 of them. He can bypass security. You move 2. This may move him through rivals. You may shift an evidence token, there you go, down the track down 2 to increase the move by 1. You can send data, which is to shift 2 evidence tokens off your cooldown track and gain a point, which you'll never actually do. And then you have Inside Man. When Joho wins a challenge or interacts with a point marker, place an evidence token on the 3 of your cooldown track. So as you could see, this guy is kind of, he's really useless unless you're playing the minigame versions. So if you're playing minigames on the maps, you want the Jun Ho. The ones that I only ever really play with is this guy. So this is the Mask Manager. This is the only guy I really play. So for the ranking reasons, the Mask Manager is the one that's going to be in our ranking. Jun Ho is really only useful and practical when you're playing the various mini games that get points. And even then, he's probably about on the same line in those type of games as the Mask Manager is. So the Mask Manager is the one on our ranking poll. Just keep in mind that he represents both of them, kinda. So that's just how we're doing it to keep it easy. But let me put this little guy's mask on, and we can move on to yet another Funkoverse set. So this is the Squid Game set. So these are everything that this game kind of comes with. This is what the front of the box looks like. Very cool, very cute. I love that she's here, even though you don't even get her. And then also, this is what the back of the box looks like. So that's all of that. So what the box comes with, it comes with a nice swanky set of instructions. So it's the front cover there. There's the back for you. Inside is pretty much the same as all the instructions. It comes with these really dark pink little cooldown markers. Here is the back pattern for you. There you go. And then it comes with your board. It comes for PowerPoints. You get 3 yellow, 3 gray. This one actually had a misprint of the gray, which I still think is kind of funny. And 2 blue. It comes with all the X's you need for all the characters, your turn starter, and then as for special pieces, it has the ABCD, but in a dark pink. It has these unique player icons for one of its games, bonus games, so those are there. And then it has the star and little rocket ship icons is the only thing I could think to call them that are on that side. The front man has his own set of 3 cards, so that's what those are. Comes with the 2 game instructions back here. Its gems are these really cute little pink ones that it comes with a full set of. Your basic characters are Worker 28 and Worker 29. Your items they have some really cute items. Let's see if we'll focus on it. So it's like the little cookie, and it's got the umbrella, so you got stuck with the umbrella. If you'll focus, yeah, the little umbrella, as well as the cute little invitation card. So the invitation card's on there as well. So those are your 2 items. Comes with the classic 6 dice. And then your 4 characters, we have Chi Hong. So there he is. He's number 456. Got some lovely curly hair. Pretty good there. This is the front man. I have the limited edition. So limited editions are special versions of sets. A bunch of the sets come with limited editions. I own a good handful of them, including the Squid Game one, which means that mine is gold. The normal edition, he's just kind of like a greenish black type stone color. This is Ilmam. I probably pronounced that wrong. I'm sorry. I don't watch the show. So this is him, our older gentleman, 001. And finally, we have Save Boyk. Again, don't know how to pronounce it. She's number 67. And there she is with all her cute little freckle details and everything. She's absolutely adorable looking. So now let's take a closer look at the maps. So in this one, we have 2 full-sized maps. The first one being the hide and seek square. So there she is hiding and seeking. And it's probably one of the most open maps ever created in Funkoverse. There are 0 walls in this map. So it makes it really fun and interesting with certain characters. Not the greatest map, I would say, for strategy. It's kind of just, you can see everyone, so kill everyone. So, but that makes sense for what the map's representing. The game modes you can play on this map, the bonus game modes, we have there's Squid Game. So this is a special one. Among all the classic games that were commonly played, Squid Game was the most physical and violent. Now you must win or be eliminated. There's no stopping the game. You've already come too far to end here. So the player with light bases is offense, the player with dark bases is defense. Whenever an offense character ends their movement in the entry area, they may pick up a squid marker and place it on their character card. Characters may only have 1 squid marker at a time. A character loses that squid marker if they enter an out-of-bounds square. It's immediately placed in the center of the entry area. They are knocked out. It's placed on the one on their cooldown track. Squid markers that shift all the cooldown track are placed in the center of the entry area. So if an offensive character with a squid marker ends their movement in the scoring area, they gain 2 points. Place the scoring character and their squid marker on the one on the cooldown track. So that's pretty much kind of how this one works. It's a specialized game. It's pretty much just the red light, green light game right here. So with lots of out of bounds areas and things that you have to figure out how to use. But if you really want to play red light, green light, they have a scenario card for that. The doll senses when you move around. If your movement is detected, you'll be eliminated, but you won't get caught if you're behind somebody else. When faced with danger, take refuge with the herd. So whenever you exhaust a character, you may move one of your sprinter minion tokens 2 squares towards the finish line. So those are those cute little numbers that you have. If a sprinter minion token is removed from the map, it goes on the one on the cooldown. When it shifts off, it gets to start over again, pretty much. Before starting the end running a round sequence in the instructions, you have to place the standing character and sprinter minion tokens are on the finish line onto the one of their cooldown tracks. Then the character or minion token of each lane that is nearest to the finish line defends against a challenge 3. And so you try to gain points by getting them to cross the finish line. So that's the red light, green light version for this game. You can actually play it in Funkoverse, which I think is pretty cool. So this is the other side of the map. I have not watched the game, but I know enough to know that this was the starting area because they have their beds. So after each event, they would get to come back here and kind of rest. Looks like at some point a massacre occurs here. Not sure what happened, but it's a little gross now. It's another map with minimal walls. There are at least walls this time where you can hide and cower, but for the most part, it's still a pretty open map compared to others in this game. The things that you can do in it, so we have scenario, which is territory. You can't run and hide if you hope to stay alive. It doesn't matter how tough you are, you're not going to win on your own. Stick with your allies and stand your ground. So if one or more of your characters in the scoring area at the end of round gain a point. Ignore this when playing with 2 characters per side. If you have the most characters at the scoring area at the end of the round, gain 1 point. If you knock out a rival, gain a point. If you interact with a point marker, gain a point. So and then you have your markers there. So that's this game. And then the last game that we'll talk about is leaders. You can't fall asleep tonight because the rival leader looks like they're planning something on the other side of the room. To survive, you'll have to take them out and defend your own leader. So this one's a pretty classic one for the game. You just try to knock out the leader. You get more points depending on who knocks out the leader, what the leader knocks out, and the first character to gain a certain amount of points wins. There's all your starting areas and stuff like that. So that is this one. So starting with Sabok, so she has Sucker Punch, Challenge 3, increase the challenge by 1 for each of the grays in your ability token pool. If you're playing with a lot of characters, you can get off a lot of those. So we cap this at 6. So that's as far as you can go. You cannot go higher than 6, otherwise Sucker Punch gets really absurd really fast. Easily overlooked, place her in a square within 3 that is not adjacent to any rivals. It doesn't say she has to see it, but she also can't go through walls, so that's something to keep in mind. Intimidating Demand, control an adjacent rival and make them do a basic action. Move a number of spaces equal to the number of blues in your ability token pool. The limit to that is 3, so they can move up to 3 depending on how many blues you have. So you can move up to 3 spaces after doing this, depending on if you have at least 3 blue in your pool. So basic action for an adjacent rival is they can move, they can punch, they can do all sorts of that. So that one's actually pretty good. We also have Pickpocket. When Sabok becomes exhausted, shift an ability token on your cooldown track, down 1 for each adjacent rival. So if she's surrounded by a bunch of people, you can move down a bunch of your abilities, which is also really neat there. So that's her. Here's Jae-hung. He has a heart of gold. Place Jae-hung adjacent to an ally within 2 squares, and then you can do an assist or interact. So you see an ally that's injured, you can be placed right next to them, and then you can help them. The fun part about these is if, say, this guy's down here, you're his ally, you can see him within 2 squares, and you could technically move all the way over here if you wanted to. So you can move onto any one of these spaces that surrounds him. You're not limited by that 2 square gap. Take the lead, choose an ally he can see. Jae-hung and that ally do a move too. So any ally he can see, so technically he could see this guy over here, be like, hey dude, we're both moving too. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. So as long as they're within line of sight there. And finally, we have back-to-back, do a basic challenge. An adjacent ally may do a basic challenge, so you can each punch do 2 or 1 stuff. So that's pretty cool. He also has Desperate Measures. Jae-hung may reduce the cost of an ability he does by 1. When he becomes exhausted, do a challenge to him equal to the number of ability costs he reduced on his turn. So that means you can make these do Heart of Gold completely for free, but you have to challenge yourself with 3 dice at the end of it, so you have to keep that in mind, so that's kind of fun. So that's him. This is the front man, so keep order. Do a basic challenge. If successful, each ally within 3 squares may do a basic challenge. That's kind of huge, because 3 squares is an extremely large radius. It almost takes up the entire map. So all of your allies who are near people can punch hard, which is fun. Imitation Stride, move 3. This may move frontman through rivals. Move each rival that frontman moved through 1 square. I think it's absurd how much this costs. Like, it's kind of cool, but also, like, cool. You moved a bunch of people. Wow, the horror. 1 is change the rules. Replace the current frontman scenario status card with a different one. Do the basic action. So Game Master talks about that. At the start of a game, choose 1 frontman scenario status card and put it into play. At the start of each round, you may replace the current frontman scenario status card with another one, and then you can change it again with change the rules. So even when I'm playing basic where we don't play with this, we still use this one in particular. Otherwise, he becomes kind of useless. He loses one of his ability. We just tend to remove that he's allowed to replace the current frontman scenario card with another one. Instead, we just say he can only change it if he changes the rules. So that's kind of how we balance it if you're not playing with the extras. So his status cards, he has 3 of them, because that seems to be what Funkoverse likes. So Frontman Brutal Contest, increase basic challenges by 1, pretty basic. Ground Rules, as a basic action, a character may move 3 squares in a straight line. So now he can move 3. And then Accelerated Pace, As a basic action, a character may shift an ability token on their cooldown down 2, which is huge in the game when you're trying to manage things like that. There is a version where this impacts all of your team. I think that's broken, so I just have it only impact him because that's absurd. There's also a version you can play where it impacts everyone, so everyone gets to do this, in which case, like, what's the point of these, genuinely, like, if everyone gets to benefit from it? So we just like to keep it just, it only impacts the front man. Finally, we have Elman. He has a call for aid. Choose a character that isn't adjacent to him. Move them up to 2 squares. This movement must end adjacent to him. So he has to be 2 squares away. He doesn't have to see them, though. So, for example, if he is, say, here, and his ally is here, he can call him and he can still come and help him because he heard the call from behind the wall. Then we have Convincing Smile. Control an adjacent character, make them do a basic move and a basic challenge in any order. This works on both rivals and allies, so it does not matter who's next to him, he can do it to them. And then we have Turn It Around. Ilnam and each of his allies do a move 1. When you have a lot of characters, this can get pretty absurd. But to be honest, it looks more absurd than it actually does. It's very dramatic to watch him be like, everyone move! And then you watch like 13 to 40 characters, depending how many you're playing, each move a space. But in reality, it's not the most overpowered thing. It's not like they're all punching. They just all get to move 1. And of course, we made it, if you're playing with a lot of characters, I recommend Turn It Around being a once per turn ability. That's helped kind of balance it when you're playing with a lot of characters. His bonus thing is Wisdom. He starts the game with 1 point. Ella may do any action while knocked down. So this is really good if you're playing one of the bonus things. Otherwise, this is kind of the only one that's useful, is that you can do any action while knocked down. So now we move on to the 2 items that it has. So this is the Invitation. Choose an ally this character can see within 3 squares. Place that ally adjacent to this character and give them the invitation. So the invitation passes among people. The fun thing you have to keep in track with this is that a lot of people will have these like bonus characters because the games come with a lot of them. You can play with a ton of them. If they are already holding one, they cannot have a second one. So that means you can only do the invitation to characters that don't already have one of these bonus token things. Otherwise, it won't work, so you can't use that on them. And then the other one is the Honeycomb. At the start of the game, add 1 yellow ability token to your ability token pool. So that's why this set comes with an extra yellow. It's because it comes with the Honeycomb. And that is the Squid Game set, and all of its various pieces and abilities. Welcome to Thanos' world. So this is the single set where all you get is Thanos. This is probably one of the best single sets. He's actually really cool. Surprise to no one, I have the Chase Edition. So my Thanos is sparkly. He's got that mischievous grin. That's really cool. There's all of his sparkly, glorious details. The sparkles are like resined in, so you don't have to worry about it shedding. He does not shed on you, but he does have a texture. But as you can see, my fingers, despite rubbing against him, sparkle 3, which I think is the best way to do that. He's gold, he's shiny, he's got the gauntlets that has all of the Infinity Stones attached to it. He's got abs. Why they decided to draw on the abs, I don't know, but Thanos is beefy. So that's the Thanos right there. What makes him special, as you can see, he's got the little instruction manual, how to adjust some difficulties, Infinity Stones, ultimate mold rules. That's right, Thanos has an entirely new game you can play. He doesn't come with the maps or the people, and it's meant to be played against the Avengers set. So that's the set that contains 4 of the Avengers, which we will get to at some point. And this is the Infinity War game. So we'll go through the card. As you can see, it has the cool little Thanos figure on the back there. So, hear me and rejoice. You have the privilege of being saved by the great Titan Thanos. You may think of his arrival as suffering, but it is a salvation. So he has his own setup. The heroes are the team opposing Thanos. The multicolored points tokens are the Infinity Stones. So we actually have the Infinity Stones that comes with them, which is so cool. So that's the Infinity Stones. And the heroes give one of the Thanos gets 1 Infinity Stone, and the heroes give one of the characters Infinity Stone. Place the remaining Infinity Stones on the Infinity markers. See adjusting difficulty and the Thanos instructions for more. So the markers, in order for this to work, is the A, B, C, D. So whatever map that you're choosing to use, you look at the card thing, and it'll show you where the best place to put an A, B, C, D is for your map. And then you just put one of these on there, preferably flipped like this. So that's how you know where to put them, and you can use this on literally any map, which is really cool. Rules: if the hero is knocked out, place their Infinity Stone in their square. Characters take all Infinity Stones in squares that they enter. Once per turn, a character may roll 1 extra die for each Infinity Stone they have when doing a non-basic challenge. Infinity markers function like point markers, except when you interact with an Infinity marker, you do not gain a point. Instead, when a character interacts with them, that player may shift 1 ability token off their cooldown track. Any abilities or traits that refer to point markers may also be used with Infinity markers. So gaining points: if your hero knocks out the ultimate character, that being Thanos, you gain 2 points. If you have 6 Infinity Stones, do an interact action to gain infinite points. So if you're the hero, your goal is to knock out Thanos 3 times, gain 6 points. If you're playing Thanos, you must gain the infinite points in order to win. You have to collect all the Infinity Stones. So how does that work? How do they have a player that can 1v4? Because again, this guy is supposed to 1v4. Well, quite simply, he has 2 ability cards. So he is the Ultimate Thanos as well as normal Thanos. So we'll go through both of them. Ultimate Thanos is the Thanos that you would use when playing that 1v4 game. He has things like Relentless Willpower. You may stand Thanos up. Do a challenge 4 to each adjacent rival. Thanos may do this while knocked down. Perfectly balanced. Flip the first player marker. If the darker side lands up, knock out a rival character. If the light side lands up, knock out a standing rival character of your opponent's choice. So pretty much, I'm going to knock this character out, or you could choose who I knock out. That's fine too. Either way, someone's instantly dead. And then we have Orbital Energy Strike. Do a challenge 6 to any rival. That can be anywhere on the board. Just, whoever you want. He also has Master Strategist. When Thanos shifts off the cooldown track, ignore the scenario card and treat any squares on the edge of the board as his starting area, so he can show up wherever he likes on the board. He also comes with 2 red and 2 things, probably because these things are super expensive. They cost 6, 6, and 6. So good luck figuring out where to put those on your board thing. I don't know. So I usually just put them off the board and then 1, 2, or attach like 2 boards together and try to keep track of that way. So that's what you kind of have to do if you're playing Thanos. Finally, of course, that would be a little overpowered and a little expensive if you're playing normal mode. So they have a dumbed down version. This is the version you play if he's just a normal character. To be fair though, he's still really beefy. He has Titanic Throw. He has Titanic Throw. Challenge 3. Place the target in any square adjacent to Thanos and then push them 2 squares. Just very aggressive. Merciless. Knock down an adjacent rival. He can't kill him, but that's still an instant knockdown. He does not have to roll for it. He just knocks you down. It's absurd. And then, of course, I am inevitable. Place Thanos adjacent to a rival he can see within 2 squares, and then do a challenge 2 to each adjacent rival. He just punches a lot of people. He also has the Mad Titan. Before Thanos does an ability, you may place any 1 ability token from your ability token pool on the 1, 2, or 3 of the cooldown track to reduce the ability cost by that number. So that way you can make it where it only costs 1 and you get your red and gray back, and you could trade in some yellows and blues to make it a lot cheaper, which is kind of cool. So that's the Thanos. He's epic, he's awesome. The single set is honestly really cool. I have played the 4v1 Thanos versus the 4 other people. It's crazy. It's really fun. I would recommend it. It's probably one of the best bonus game modes and the entire out of all of the sets. It's really cool. And of course you can do the 4 with any of them, so he can go against the DC characters or some of the Harry Potter characters or the Squid Game characters, and all 4 of them can join together to try to beat down the Titan. It's really fun and a really creative way to do a solo character. So this is the Thanos set. This is DC set 102 that includes Wonder Woman and the Cheetah. Here we have the lovely back of the board showing off all of their pictures and the fact that you get the cool exclusive dice or standalone game. Mix with friends if you want to. And then, of course, we also have here Funkoverse Strategic Game, Cats and Her, lassoing the cat, looking really epic, both of them. We have our instruction manual right here with the iconic art on the front and advertising the Batman game on the back. DC's color is this cool dark blue. And then on the back it has that artwork, which is so pretty. You've got your map. You've got 5 dice instead of 6 because this one comes with a special dice, as well as your 2 scenario cards. You've got your start a turner, your turn markers. We've got the flag star markers in both white and black. Comes with 2 red, 1 blue, and 1 white. Comes with the ABCDs, but in the blue of the DC. It comes with 3 of the blue markers, and then this is the DC gems that it comes with those little mini bags worth of. The 2 people that will be assisting you on your journey in the set are the Hyena Warrior and the Priestess on the other side. This is Wonder Woman's very special, very cool dice. It is an all defense with 2 chances of a triple free, so it's an extra defender dice. And then this is the very cool, very gold, very sparkly, pretty well detailed for considering how simple it is, Lasso of Truth. It even feels like rope when you're holding it, which is fun. So it's very well textured. A very beautiful little bonus item that you get to have your characters carry around. Here we have the cheetah with her little yellow eyes, her detailing, her body shape and everything with her claws and the fist, with the striped tails and all the diamonds. Under the necks doesn't have much going for it, but she does have little claws on her hands and toes and a little nose and all of that cool stuff. And then we have Wonder Woman. Here she is from the back. Their iconic skirt and her little anklets and her boots, or they're not anklets, whatever those wrist things are that are metal. And she's got the W on the Wonder. It's really well colored. She's got her little tiara thing with the star in the center. She is ready to kick butt, if any Funko Pop was. So this is the Arzaru's Jungle Map. It's the classic 2-player ones where you have the 2 setups on either side, so you guys can keep track of all of your stuff and it's easier to play. It comes with 2 game modes. First one being Control. An expedition has gone missing deep in the Yuzari jungle. This must be Yurganza's doing. As you reach the temple, you not only found the expedition, but your rivals detaining them in thorny enclosures. Free the expedition and get them to safety. So you're trying to be in the control marker area and place markers and have the most colors in order to win. Once you get a certain amount of points, you win it. So there is how that little setup goes with that one. The other one it has is Territory. The angry plant god Yuzarka needs to perform a powerful ritual to find his new avatar. It is rumored that one of your rivals is his subject. Race to the temple's ritual site and stop your rivals from initiating the ritual. So if one of your more characters in your scoring are at the end of the round, you gain some points. If you have the most in the area, you gain other points, all of that stuff. If playing with 2 characters, you get a certain amount of points. So that's how all of that one works. So it's kind of like a race to the end and see who can keep up with it the most. So that's how this one works. Let's flip it over and take a look at the other map. This is Themyscira, Themyscira. I don't know. I've seen the Wonder Woman movies, but I've not read many of the comics or anything like that. So I know it's like her origin planets, her home base. It's simply stunning. I love that the statues are things that you can hide behind and how the walls are placed and you have like these 2 rooms, but it still gets some openness. It's a really fun map to play in, especially when you have a lot of characters on the board. So this is one of my favorite maps. The ones that bonus games that you could play is we've got flags. The Feast of 5 is upon us. Sadly, the feast must be postponed due to the infiltrators stealing gifts from the goddess's monuments. It is your rivals. Stop them and recover the gifts so the feast can commence in peace. So it's pretty much capture the flag is what that is. So you have where your flags are in the starting area and you try to capture them, and whoever has the most points or reaches a certain amount of points at the end wins the game. You then have leaders. The waning horns sound across the Misculia. Still don't know. So sorry. Your rivals have intruded upon the Amazonian island, issuing a challenge to its strongest contender. Will you rise to the challenge and root the intruders from the island? So this is the leaders ones. You get points depending on who kills who of the leaders. And then the first person to a certain amount of points wins the game. So that's that one. So now let's talk about our main characters of the show, Cheetah Girl and our lovely Wonder Woman. We'll start with the Wonder of the Woman. She has Fight for Justice. You move 2, challenge 1. Increase this challenge by a number equal to the target's defense. So, for example, Cheetah Girl has a defense of 2. So that means she's actually going to do challenge 3. She's really good. There's a character that has a defense of 4. She takes one look at them and says, aha, I will beat you with a 5. So she gets to attack him with a 5. We have Define Resolve. Stand Wonder Woman up. Push all adjacent rivals 1 square away. Wonder Woman can do this while knocked down, so she has a stand-up option. And then Inspire Courage. You move 2. You may do an assist action. Shift the champion die off your cooldown track. So the champion die is part of the champion of Themyscira. When Wonder Woman or the adjacent ally would roll dice, you may add the champion dice to their roll. If you do, you place the champion die on the 2 of your cooldown track. As I said, that is this dice. So you can use it for attack because it does have a little bit more chance to get the 3 power because it has 2 of those. But honestly, I would only use it if you wanted to defend. And she and an adjacent rival have access to using this, and it's a really good defend dice. Not to be outdone by Wonder Woman, we enter in the Cheetah. She's a savage hunter. She chooses a rival within 2 squares that she can see, and you place them adjacent to them, and then you do a challenge to them. Cool thing about this is, she sees Wonder Woman right there, she can barely see her, and then she can move all the way back there if she wants to, as she can go anywhere within her radius as long as she can see the rival, so it's a pretty good movement, and then she, of course, attacks. Ferocious Slash, challenge 1, plus the highest number where a point marker is on the cooldown track, which is a guarantee 3 thanks to the Ferocious Slash, so no matter what, you're going to get a challenge 4 from this. But some people who have that 4 will have that up there, or even some who have like 5 or 6, depending who you're playing with or what happened. She can do a really powerful attack if you're not careful. And then you have Quick Swipe, do an interact action with a point marker, move to, so it's pretty much just a move to, it's really useless unless you're playing by Moonlight rules, where these guys can only move 1 space in general. They can't move 2 like the normal rules, in which case she gets to double her movement speed. Otherwise, if you're playing by the basic rules, there's very few things you'll interact with if you're playing just a kill-all version, last man standing, so you'll actually never use Quick Swipe, which is kind of sad. There are certain little pointers that people put on, like bombs or portals and stuff, and we always say that like interact with those allows you to remove them. So most of them, if you interact with them, you can remove them, so she's able to move to and then remove them if she wants to. She also has predatory senses. While standing, if a rival does an interact action with a point marker or stands up, the cheetah may move 1 square. So this could be kind of fun if there's a lot of people down and a lot of people playing. She'll be able to keep moving, or if they try to destroy your like portals or extra things that you have laid down, she'll also keep on moving. So if you're not careful, she can sneak up on you. So that is the cheetah. Of course, we can't finish this without talking about the Lasso of Truth. This character can do the following as a basic action, so it just increases the action. She now has a range 2, challenge 2 as that basic action. If you win, you get to shift ability token or a die, because Wonder Woman has her die, down 1 on the cooldown track. So this is kind of overpowered. You can use this as many times as you want. You can use this 3 times with a range 2. So it just turns anyone who's holding it a range 2. If you're playing by Moonlight rules and you have a person whose shield is a 1 and therefore his attack's only a 1, this would then up their attack to being 2 at all times. So it's a really good little item to give to certain brawler. It's a really good certain item to give to certain characters. And that's the entire Wonder Woman set, also known as 102.
And we have just hit the 4.5 hour mark. We have gone over 66 characters, and 27 sets, making this the most complete Funkoverse guide on the internet. Let's keep the outro and ranking short. On screen now are all the sets ranked based on the amount of characters and overall. This is based on many factors like maps, items, characters, bonus games, aesthetic, quality, and lots of other little things, the most important being how much fun have I had with these sets. Hopefully these lists help you in considering what set you might buy. Finally, while I show off the rankings of all 66 characters on screen, I want to thank you all for watching. Whether it was just to see one part or you watched all 4.5 hours, I thank you. I really do hope this guide helped and encouraged you to buy a set and try this incredible game out for yourself. I might also recommend sticking around. This channel has a lot of fun gaming and content to watch, with even more cool videos in the works. Don't worry, none of my others are even half as long as this one. Alright, this has gone on long enough. I hope you guys have a beautiful and blessed day, and I'll talk to you again next time. Bye!